Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite troublemaker on the Twitters, Adam Friend.
Why me making trouble on Twitter? You make way more trouble than me. Look, I'm tweeting about like MMT and
I'm
interest
an
rates and stuff, and you're
innocent angel on Twitter. What are you talking about?
tweeting about
Crazy.
trans stuff in the Olympics. Oh my god.
Wow. Yeah, some people are very mad about that. But anyway, so today we're gonna be watching maybe 3 or 4 videos, actually. I don't know. We'll see. First, we're going to be watching Destiny versus Prager, Dennis Prager on David Pakman show of all places, which is very unusual. That was a very unusual get for David Pakman. I'm kind of surprised Dennis Prager wouldn't want a more neutral moderator or something.
Yeah, this is like a 2v1, right? They totally tag team Dennis Prager.
It definitely feels like a TV one. Yeah, 100%. And then after that, we're gonna watch Krystal and Saagar debate the DEI Kamala thing. This is kind of blossoming everywhere, combined with the is Kamala black debate, which is kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
And then there's another video that deals with that, and there's also you found that Obama speech from years ago.
Well, I mean, I searched YouTube. It wasn't hard to find.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying.
Did you listen to that?
I only listened to a little bit of it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it's like substance laden. I kept thinking, yeah, this is why Obama was Obama. And the idea, it's so bizarre that they're saying, like, people are saying Kamala is going to be Obama 2.0. Have you heard the woman speak?
Right. Well, it's interesting. There's a clip going around kind of making fun of her where she's talking about, like, how information in the cloud is not in a physical location.
Oh, it's up in the air.
Right. Like, she doesn't understand. It's like, well, when they say cloud, they don't mean like physical cloud. They mean it's on a server. Here's accessing it like wirelessly, right?
No, we've discovered how to put our data in actual cloud, Sitch.
I see.
You don't understand how the world works.
You're right.
Okay?
I'm sorry. I pulled the Kamala.
Stop being a stupid airhead, okay?
Right. It's like, in Willy Wonka when he turns like Mike TV into little particles in the, sky.
Yeah.
And then he makes them tiny. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, it was interesting. I actually went back this morning and I found the entire speech that's from.
No way.
It's
really?
It's from a 2010 talk she gave to Google when she was running for Attorney General in San Francisco or wherever in California.
She says that in front of Google.
She's saying it at a Google conference. Google people, yeah.
That's insane. Okay, they got it. They're like, oh wow, she's really out of it.
Well, it's kind of funny. It's ironic too because the context that she's making that statement is she's saying we have too many old people in in politics
that don't know how things work.
Yes, and that the laws are. I mean, she's right when she says this. The laws are not focused around like modern technology, and she's kind of bringing the example of how like privacy laws were about what you do in your house and whether someone can see you in your lawn, all this other stuff. And that's why she brought up the cloud, because she's like, we think of property, back when the law was written, property was like at a physical location, and now property's in like the cloud. So I understand what she's saying. Obviously, she doesn't, the way she said it was stupid, or she doesn't understand how the quote cloud technology works or whatever.
Yeah, look, intellectual property is brand new, Sitch. Like, we have just discovered that we can own things that are
come on. No, be fair. She's not talking about intellectual property. Okay. She's not talking about intellectual property.
Oh, okay.
But I bring it up because it was interesting. I was listening to her talk, and in that speech, she did have like a tough on crime message in 2010, which is kind of fascinating. So 14 years ago, she was talking about how she had a policy where they would go and question, like if a kid. Okay, so basically she said, like, if you looked at both people that committed crimes and were victims of crime, like they would overwhelmingly, flunk out of middle school and high school, essentially. And so she made this a big policy that she wanted to do, that she was doing, where they would go around if kids were truant, and they would go to the parents and they would potentially like arrest the parent if they were,
I remember this.
Yeah, if they weren't, if this was like a repeat offense and they weren't doing anything about it. And she was supporting that. She was defending that policy. And I was like, wow, can you imagine in like 2024,
Yeah. Yeah,
talking about this way?
your kid is missing school because their home life sucks and you just threw their parents in jail. It's like,
Right.
okay. They're really going to go to school after that, after mom and
Well,
dad are in jail.
right. Well, she defended in terms of the idea of like, that it's not like they just automatically throw people in jail. They would go investigate because she said some example. I don't know if this is true. It's from 2010. Who knows? I'm not doing fact check here, but she gave some example that like there was some kid that was having a big problem with truancy and they went and checked on the mom. They found out she was like homeless, like her and the kid were homeless and she was working like two jobs or something. And so they're like, oh, we got her the help she needed, blah, 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 blah. So obviously you would just automatically throw people in jail. But I don't know. I haven't seen any research on it, but I'm not opposed to the policy, just on the
Jailing
like
parents.
like on the yeah, just on the depend like obviously depending on the circumstances, right? Like not on the first offense, you'd be like, okay, why do you just never make your child go to school?
Yeah.
So,
I think
but
truancy has a lot to do with just bad home life. So,
of course it does. Of course it does. But it was just interesting again, see a Democrat talking about these things in 2010. She had more in line with like the standard Democrat policies from the 2000s. Now she's become super hyper woke. So it's kind of curious as to like, is that real or is that just the facade that she puts up to exist in this sort of political environment at the time?
Obama in 2008 ran as marriages between a man and a woman.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's
Things
interesting.
have changed dramatically.
Right. So, anyways, let
Sean
me
Head's
read.
in the chat. She says,
Hey, Shu.
hi. Hi,
What's up?
Adam. Hi, Sitch. And hello, chat. So, hi, everyone. Hi, Shu.
Hi, Shu. Get a great video. Shu just put out a great video recently.
Sweet.
Okay, let me read these two supers. Two supers. I'm going to watch this debate. JMac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much, Daddy JMac, for the $20. Says a vote for Bluntyfly is a vote for American Bluntyfly. No, a vote for Bluntyfly is a vote for America. Bluntyfly 2024. There you go. Thank you.
Yes, and Bluntyfly is authentically black for those of you who
Whoa!
didn't know. So,
oh my
yeah.
God.
Most
I mean,
flies
he's not
are.
African American. He's just literally black because he's a fly.
Most flies are,
So,
but
yeah. Val Van Gogh for $20 says Prager, quote, the left is actively abusing kids' destiny. Quote, you aren't wrong, but where were you on January 6th? Wow. Okay, interesting. So I guess we're going to see that in this debate.
We have something exceedingly special, I would say. We are going to be speaking with Dennis Prager, host of the Dennis Prager Show. He's been on with me before, co-founder of PragerU. And also Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II, known to some just as Destiny, known to some as Stephen, online streamer, gamer, political commentator. It's really great to have both of you on. And we've been working on this for a little bit, so many things have transpired since we kind of decided we were going to do this. So just to start somewhere and get the state of American politics right now, we had this assassination attempt against the former president, which, as I say, I am really glad did not succeed, because I want to defeat people with votes rather than bullets. That being said,
I mean, we give David Pakman a hard time a lot, but that is based for him saying that. Yeah. Because he's look, I was watching his live stream when the assassination attempt happened, and David really did seem a little demoralized by how bad his chat was. So I think he's like, I've got to reel these kids in. Oh my God, they're insane. So it's good that he's articulating that, right?
Though, and I do, and David definitely deserves praise for that. But I do have to criticize. It's funny, like he always has these videos where it's like Donald Trump is rambling unhinged. No one knows what he means.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, saying something. Audience, even his own audience doesn't know what he means.
Yeah,
and he had like this, right, and he had like a video like this a couple of days ago from like I think it was Trump's July 31st rally or something, and he plays these like 8-second clips and he's like, look, silent, no one responds to him. And I'm like, well, it's an 8-second clip. You don't even know what the response is. And I listened to the whole Trump rally and it's like completely different. Like everyone's laughing and cheering. It's like a normal political rally. Like this, this narrative that he kind of pushes about Trump losing his mind and the audience slipping away from him is just completely untrue.
Yeah, that's completely dishonest, but tarring,
but at least he's against political violence, so gotta give him something, right?
Yeah, tarring Trump as kind of senile is, I mean, it's so innocent by comparison to this. Like, he's a Nazi and needs to be, killed, assassinated, right? Which a lot of people are saying. So, yeah. Anyway.
Stephen, you've been criticized because you said you did not feel, and I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, particular sympathy for what happened to Donald Trump, in part because when the victims have been on the left, you do not feel that there has been sympathy equivalent to that from the right. Can you tell me if I'm correct in characterizing what you said and maybe tell us what you feel now?
Yeah, I think that conservatives, especially under Donald Trump, have been responsible for increasing the hostility and the political divisions in this country in an unprecedented way over the past 8 years. I don't think that's just a byproduct of what Trump does. I think that's explicitly and specifically why people like Donald Trump. It's because he bullies people, he calls people names, he's boisterous, he's loud, he's angry, he represents what you really, he says what you want to hear. So if that side is going to engage in that on the rhetorical level, and then on the policy level, if you've got people who, attempt to coup the government, lead an insurrection on January 6th in order to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power, when violent things start happening, it's very hard to look at that side and go, my God, I feel so horrible that these things are happening, because this is like exactly where your rhetoric leads. Like, where else would it go to but this?
What do you think, Dennis?
I was just saying.
What do you think, Sitch?
Well, I just want to say, I think Destiny, I know he's had this for like a long time. I think considering like sort of the current arc in the conversation, just for like the visual aesthetic, I wouldn't have the big gun like right over my head. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing.
Yeah. I don't know. That's like the right visual representation. But
yeah,
I think this is where Destiny's made I don't know, maybe not a viewership misstep, because I don't know, maybe he's gaining more viewership from all like the recent controversy. But from a rhetorical position, I think he has an argument that is a strong argument, but it all just gets completely overshadowed by his position around the Trump assassination attempt.
This is where the rhetoric leads argument, you think, is
right. Like if he just had like the whole, yes, it's horrible that Trump was shot at. Yes, it's horrible that the guy, the firefighter died. And all this stuff, it's all like just completely horrible. Blah 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 blah. Like if he had like this kind of like standard like left-wing opinion about it, and then said, but I think it's hypocritical for the right because to complain about the left because the right has also done all this rhetoric, blah 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 blah. Like I think that's like a strong argument, whether you agree with it or not. It is an argument that I think is a strong one that can be made and argued. But he loses out so much of it from a base level by just not really coming out hard against the assassination attempt.
Right. He's saying this is where the rhetoric leads, and then I'm going to engage in that rhetoric.
Right.
Which just, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. You can't really call out the rhetoric and then say, okay, but I'm going to, so since this is where we are, I'm going to engage in that rhetoric. So,
right. Though, I mean, he does back up. He doesn't really talk about that in this conversation so much. And I'm assuming he's sort of, I haven't watched a lot of his content recently, but I'm assuming he's backed away from the position he had like immediately after the assassination attempt.
Right. I haven't really watched much of it, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. In preparing for this, I got to know Stephen a little better, and I watched him and Ben Shapiro for about 10, 15 minutes. It was excellent. And one of the things that I think you, Stephen, noted was the staggering, I remember you used the word brain, but I don't remember the other term, about the staggering difference between left and right. And it's definitely one arena where you and I would agree that you believe that the hate-filled rhetoric and divisive rhetoric of this country is largely due to Donald Trump rather than to the left, does offer what I always say, and I have for 40 years on my radio show. I prefer clarity to agreement. We have great clarity in that you believe that. I think it is beyond belief that you believe that. If it weren't for Donald Trump, there would be just as much divisiveness in this country. When you call virtually everybody who is conservative deplorable, when you arrest for the first time in American history the leading candidate of the opposition party and a former president, when you paint the would.
Right, excuse me. Let's go back 1 second.
Conservative deplorable, when you arrest for the first time in American history the leading candidate of the opposition party and a former president, when you paint the would-be president or a presidential candidate, as the New Republic, one of the leading left-wing magazines, does, as Hitler, and use the term regularly, when the inaugural address of Joe Biden, easily the most divisive president in American history, spoke of white supremacy as a threat to America, and meaning, obviously, those who vote for Donald Trump. And then say Donald Trump is responsible. If Donald Trump had been assassinated, God forbid, and I would say God forbid about Joe Biden as well, there would be not one diminution in the divisive rhetoric coming from the left. If Ron DeSantis were the nominee, he would be called Hitler as well.
So, Dennis, to be clear, you're saying you just disagree. You agree with Stephen that there is a difference in terms of violent rhetoric and incitement to violence from left and right, but you believe it is the left that has been inciting the violence, not the right. Stephen?
So, it is interesting to me, and you'll see this in Destiny's answer. The left, people on the left, for the most part, are just completely blind to how divisive it is that for 8 years, 10 years, there's been this drumbeat of you're racist, white people are racist, white privilege is dominant, white supremacy is dominant, and if you don't go along with this, you're a Nazi. And it's so interesting that when you talk to people on the left, even moderate people on the left, it's like they've been so gaslit by the media, they don't even perceive it. They're like, but that's all true. Like, they don't even perceive
exactly
how divisive that those statements have been for the last 8 years.
That's exactly how they see it. They're just like, that is a fact of life, Sitch. It's just the truth. Okay.
Yes.
The truth can't be divisive, Sitch. That's reality.
And it's funny because there is, to some extent, I hate to say it, but there is to some extent the conservative standpoint epistemology, which is, because the left controls, this is like the CRT term, so I don't like to make to equate it to that. And CRT is this idea that, like, because white culture is the dominant culture, Black people have an understanding of like white culture and white people, but that white people have no understanding of Black people.
Right.
Which I don't think
conservatives have that same epistemology. Yeah.
Right. Which I don't think is true in the race regards, but there's an element of it I think is actually more true in the conservative sphere, because since I think the left controls the mainstream currently, like obviously we have the pendulum effect here, but since the left controls the mainstream currently, that like most people on the right, unless they're just completely terminating online, they do exist in the mainstream world, and they do kind of absorb the left-wing narrative, where the left, I think it's a lot easier for people on the left to never come in contact with the right-wing narrative.
Yeah, they just skip Fox News. That's all they have to do, and they're
right.
done.
Right. So regarding, Prager talking about locking up or arresting someone, I mean, I don't remember if Destiny brings this up. I think he does. You do have to say, Donald Trump did run his campaign on locking up Hillary Clinton, which a lot of people on the right don't, kind of like, they have this blind spot for, just as the left has a blind spot for the race accusations. They have a blind spot for how incredibly, like, insane and divisive that was, that you had a presidential candidate who was running on the fact that he was going to arrest his political opponent if he wins. I mean, that's like it's like a third world country thing that you don't normally see in our country, don't want to see in this country. And he ran on it. And then when he was elected, he did try to do it. I was reading a whole article about it where people in the attorney general's office, went to the press, afterwards, and they explained how Trump specifically, or actually, no, it was Trump's White House counsel. I forgot the guy's name. He said that Trump specifically was like trying to tell him and tell the Justice Department to go try to arrest Hillary. And the White House lawyer was like, Mr. President, you really shouldn't do this. This is like a terrible idea. It's going to lead to all sorts of legal problems and political problems down the road.
Yeah. I often wonder what the first shot in the Trump war was. But then Trump did all that birtherism stuff with Obama. Yes. So, yeah. I mean, maybe that was the first shot, right? No, just whenever you're assigning blame, you want to know who started it. That's like a very intrinsic way to look at things like this. So,
right. And it can always be very difficult because everyone perceives everything as someone else's fault.
Well, they usually go back as like a good distance and then pick whoever they want to be at blame and just stop looking back then, right? But then you look a little bit further back and you're like, oh, wait, this person did something too.
Right.
So,
which is like the Israel-Palestine situation.
Sure.
Like
yeah, exactly.
The cutoff is.
Well, and even the birtherism, a lot of people on the right will say, well, I mean, that wasn't racist or anything. I mean, he was just questioning whether or not he was American. Right?
Well, it's really bad too, because I mean, that's, doing this whole Laura Loomer's dumbass doing this whole thing with Kamala birtherism now is such a huge mistake. And I think Trump even retweeted it or reposted it on
No way. Oh my goodness.
Which is so stupid because it so easily plays into the racism thing. But you're right. I think the birtherism plus the whole like focus on immigration that Trump kind of ran on, especially the first time, like really put the race, label on everything, like right off the bat.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just a deeply unserious opinion. There's no way to like factually engage with that. Donald Trump is literally known in the entire world as being the guy that makes fun of people. He literally is the guy that gives nicknames, divisive nicknames or derogatory nicknames to his political opponents.
Here, this is perfect for what we were just talking about the blindness thing. Because it's like, look, everyone in the world knows this. Everyone in the mainstream media says this every single day. It's truth. It's truth.
It's the problem is they're both partially correct. Like Donald Trump was known for being the candidate who was not the normal political candidate, who could say anything that was crazy, that could do anything that was crazy, things that would normally end most politicians' careers would kind of just run off, Donald Trump. And that's part of why people liked him, is that he was the guy who's like, I'm not like all the other politicians. I'm going to flip over the table. I'm going to flip over the system and we're going to have something new. And so he was able to sort of be a lot more divisive, a lot more, insulting than most other candidates and all these things. So that's all true. And it would be nice if Dennis Prager or, I think most people on the right would acknowledge it in a different context, maybe not in a debate context, but I think they'd acknowledge it in a different context. But so it's like, okay, that's all true. But then you also have to acknowledge that the left since 2014, specifically since 2014, obviously a little bit earlier than that, had been really slamming this, America is a horrible racist shithole. And that's extremely divisive. And if you look at polling data, you can even see that Americans' views of race and racism have only gotten worse since all this kind of woke stuff came into contact.
You have to look at the level of divisiveness, obviously. So, yeah, look, I agree. Obviously, Trump is divisive, but the people on the left are just, they are unwilling to accept that the left has done anything divisive. Like they look at the Black Lives Matter protests and stuff like that, and they don't think, oh, this is divisive. they just don't see it. They don't see it.
No. They don't see it. No, not at all.
Yeah. Look, you can say all white people are inherently racist, which is fucking racist as fuck. And they're like, what? Divisive? What are you talking about?
It's so interesting. I found a chart. Maybe I'll send it to you. This is from Gallup. And it says, would you say relations between white and black people are very good, somewhat good, bad, or very bad? And you see it's got like two lines. It's got white adults and black adults. And in 2013, it's white adults say 72% very good or somewhat good. 66% of black adults say somewhat good, very good. So it's like pretty close.
Oh, that's
And then
awesome.
all of a sudden, 2015 rolls around, it plummets. Okay. It goes to the floor, and then it's just been dropping lower and lower ever since, essentially. So,
right, yeah. That was the presidential campaign, right? What was the date? Was that's when Hillary called everyone deplorables?
It probably, well, I mean, you had the Michael Brown shooting,
right?
And then you had the 2015, 2016 presidential campaign stuff started.
Right.
I mean, that was the beginning. 2014 was sort of the beginning of a lot of this sort of CRT intersectional woke stuff. So,
oh, you had the big rift over the Trayvon Martin stuff too.
Yes. Well, I think actually, no, it wasn't Trayvon Martin when was that? That was like 2012, wasn't it? It was earlier. Yeah, it was 2012.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Michael Brown was 2014. So
2012 is not that far away. And that did stretch out because there was a trial.
Yes.
Who knows when the trial wrapped up.
Right. Yeah. Right. The Michael Brown one was really a flashpoint, though. And that's so kind of crazy because that one obviously turned out to be a complete
he was
hoax.
Completely guilty. Yeah.
Yeah, he was completely guilty. And, I just thought about this because maybe we'll talk about this at the end. People, I watched the Brett Weinstein talking to the guy about the multiple shooter theory thing for the Trump assassination.
Yeah, and wasn't he totally sensible?
Yeah.
No, he was. Brett was totally sensible next to the other guy.
Yes. Oh, you watched it too?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I was like, this is what I was Brett talks about things that everyone just assumes Brett is a conspiracy theorist. But he's talking to this guy who's obviously far more conspiracy brained. And Brett is like, wait a second here. How do we know that? It's like, he's the voice of reason.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because maybe we'll talk about it later because they have their very different views of even if there was a conspiracy, like what it would look like.
Yeah, totally.
But it's funny because he's talking about witness testimony during like a shooting event. And, witness testimony is horribly unreliable. I think when they do studies, it's like 50% reliable. And it reminded me of in the Michael Brown case, because I remember when the Michael Brown thing came and I was like looking at information and they're kind of going through there's I think 25 or so witnesses that claim to have seen the incident. And my favorite was there was a car of people. And I think there was like 4 people in the car and 2 of them in the same car said that Michael Brown has had his hands up when he was shot. And 2 of them in the same car said his hands were down when he was shot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways.
Sleepy Joe Biden, crooked Hillary. What did he say about Ted Cruz's dad might have been the Zodiac? Like he just has so many out of pocket things and then it's enough.
The cultural impact of Donald Trump calling Ted Cruz's dad the Zodiac killer. Just so impactful.
I agree with you on like a broad cultural level. It doesn't like that specific thing, like it doesn't matter. But I do think that if you cultivate an environment where essentially like it's just seems to be normative or normal that a politician says to another politician, like your dad was the Zodiac killer. Like if that's like, it definitely lowers the discourse to a completely different realm than we've had before.
In politics, I'm just like cultivating an atmosphere where you're hiring teachers to teach these insanely racist classes at Ivy League schools where they're literally putting out syllabus that basically say all white people are racist. I mean, that's just so massively more impactful than some offhanded comment that Donald Trump made on the campaign trail. It's just like, it's night and day to me. Like, I don't even see how you can make this comparison.
I would only agree with you if it was like Donald Trump had made one offhanded comment, but it wasn't. That like he was known. This was what he'd always do. He'd always make these comments. He'd always do these things.
Right. Yeah.
Now I
agree. I agree that he makes you. My point is that it doesn't have near the cultural impact that this steady drumbeat of all white people are racist. I
completely disagree with you. In terms of when Trump was running, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. But once he was president, when there was this, like, we had the left had a steady drumbeat of everyone's racist, and then the right had a steady drumbeat of all your institutions are corrupt and lying to you, and it's all a conspiracy.
Well, at least that's a little bit more targeted. So we're in the same kind of ballpark here.
Right. It was yes, I agree with you. I think it's a bad example of this bringing up. But yeah, we're talking about like kind of the widespread systemic sort of division that was being pushed by both political sides.
Yeah. The evidence that the institutions are corrupt, and I can already hear people like raging in the chat. Like the evidence that the political institutions are corrupt is not as solid as the evidence that the media institutions are corrupt, because it's just in your face. Yeah.
Right. That media or the schools, because that's the problem. It's like all these things get kind of lumped in together into one amorphous blob. And these are all different entities that have different pressures and different influences on them.
Another world. I don't know if like conservatives listening actually believe this, but when people say things like, oh yeah, Joe Biden is so unbelievably divisive. Really? Joe Biden, the guy that gets on stage and that we've seen like has trouble stringing together sentences. This is the insanely divisive president of fiery rhetoric. When he gets on stage and he's like, MAGA Americans. And when I say MAGA, I don't mean everybody. I just mean the ones that deny the election, right? This is the guy that's insanely divisive. But when Trump says things like, well, there was the Second Amendment, they're coming for that and we can't do anything about it. Well, maybe the Second Amendment people, can, and everybody laughs. But when Joe Biden in a private meeting to donors says, we need to put a bullseye on Donald Trump, like that's violent rhetoric. Give me a break. That's just
what about that, Dennis? Opinion. I mean, what you mentioned the reference to what?
Completely ignoring all of the Charlottesville rhetoric, basically implying anyone who votes for Donald Trump is a white supremacist. Completely ignores all of that.
Right. No, 100% is exactly what I was going to say. I mean, ignoring what Dennis Prager said, which was, when Biden announced he was running, he literally had Charlottesville in his opening video. And I think he had the Fine People quote, if I recall, in his opening speech. And I know at some point, I don't remember if it was in his opening gambit, but I know at some point Biden even had a Kyle Rittenhouse picture or statement or something about how Kyle Rittenhouse was indicative of evil, racist violence in America. So yeah, I mean, Destiny completely ignores that the entire, what I'd say is the meat of the argument that the right has and that Dennis has again about the divisiveness in America. But this is why I think David Pakman is a terrible moderator, at least in this conversation, because this would be, I think, where the moderator should step in and say, well, maybe would say, depending on how you want to moderate, would say, Destiny, you didn't address this main part about Dennis's argument about the racism. He's saying that's what's causing division in this country. Do you have a response to that? But instead of doing that, he does the opposite. He actually shores up Destiny's argument by trying to I don't even know if he's doing it intentionally, by circumnavigating around the race argument in the way that he responds to what Destiny said. You'll see. It's kind of crazy.
Biden in a private meeting to donors says we need to put a bullseye on Donald Trump. That's violent rhetoric. Give me a break. That's just
what about that, Dennis? Opinion. I mean, what you mentioned the reference to white nationalism or white supremacy in Joe Biden's inauguration speech, but what else has Joe Biden done in your view to incite violence?
See, isn't that awful? Isn't that terrible moderating? That's insane.
He's you did just tell half the country to fuck off and die, but is there anything else?
Yeah, right. It's so bad. And Dennis, it works because Dennis, I think, kind of gets tripped up on it and he doesn't come back to it. So saying, well, hold on a second. Dennis didn't answer my question. So David either intentionally or unintentionally here just provided massive cover for Destiny's argument. J Macker Circuit Fire for $20. Thank you. Says, but what happens when the votes don't defeat people? Pakman? Maybe don't posit your opposition as basically Hitler every time. Also, happy Sunday, everyone. Well, there you go.
That's exactly right, J Mac. It's you have to run these campaigns knowing that these people that you're talking mad shit about might actually be in office.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good
Setting
Faith
up
Gary,
the country for failure. Go ahead.
Exactly. Good Faith Gary for $20. Thank you. Says Sitch, I've noticed you haven't pledged undying loyalty to Trump while reciting the appropriate shibboleths have you considered addressing this severe TDS of yours? I have. I'm actually in a workshop. So, if I can be sacrificed 1,000 virgins and paid 100 grand, I think I can finally get over my TDS. So we have a donation link in the description for that specific cause if you want. But thank you.
That would be a good one. We should do that.
We should, yeah.
Oh, I didn't say he incited violence. I thought the issue was divisiveness. Who is more responsible for divisive? Also, Donald Trump is one man. Calling people Sleepy Joe or Little Marco is not in the same moral ballpark as calling people Nazis and depicting your opponent as New Republic in its last issue painted Donald Trump as Hitler. The staggering amount of lies. It's the whole left world. Donald Trump is one man. The whole left is filled with hate. The lie that Donald Trump said that there were fine people who were Nazis in Charlottesville. Even Snopes, which is left of center, in its fact checking said it was false that he ever said that the Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. He wasn't referring to them. The New York Times continues that lie to today. Joe Biden said that's the reason he ran for president, because of that horrific statement. The lying from the left and lying of smearing. This is not just Donald Trump. This is not just Joe Biden. The left smears. That's what they do. When I spoke at Arizona State University a year and a half ago, 34 professors of the 42 at the college that I spoke to at Arizona State said people should not attend because I am a bigot and a homophobe and an Islamophobe and a racist and a this. That's all they do. I invited all of them onto my radio show. Any one of you 34, all 34 can come on my radio show. Not one accepted the invitation. Did one invite me into their classroom? Of course not. So constantly referring to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is nothing compared to the whole world, from the New York Times to Joe Biden. The world of the left is a world filled with smearing hate.
Stephen, let me give you the last word on this before we move on.
Yeah. So I think half of what Dennis Prager gave was a good answer and half is a bad answer. And I've heard people say this before. They say Trump is like just a single person, which is true, but Trump is also the face and the head of the current right-wing movement in the entire country.
Yeah.
And he definitely controls the rhetoric, the tone, the direction of the right, so much so that, many people, myself included, have said when he is out of politics, it's hard to even see where the Republican Party is even going to be, what it's going to look like, what it's going to stand for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, and I, if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure Destiny hones in on that, because I think it's a silly argument. It's a bad argument. It's like a massive opening for a counterattack. And it's annoying in these conversations where like both sides become ultra defensive and there's a complete refusal to give ground to the other side. And it seems like people, to some extent, you can obviously be in a conversation or debate with someone who's just a total asshole to you and they won't be reciprocal whatsoever. But a lot of times in these conversations, I find that there's like kind of a mirrored aspect in debate where if you become like the tribal brain, refuse to give any ground, then seems like it's 100 times more likely the other person's going to just reflexively do the same thing back. And it's like, okay, if you're having this conversation, yeah, you should acknowledge that Donald Trump has been very divisive and has done a bunch of divisive things. But, and that's definitely true. It's 100% true, but you need to sort of acknowledge that in order to get I think most of the time when you're talking to people on the left, to even acknowledge the left's role in the divisiveness in the country either. Because if you don't even grant that, then they're going to look at you like you're an insane person and there's no possible level of understanding or bridge building that could even occur in the situation.
Yeah, I totally agree. Two things. Obviously, Donald Trump is a giant role model. There are role models in both political camps if you have a role model status, you should consider that, obviously.
Right.
And the conversation thing, the conversations, I mean, I split them into confrontational and collaborative, because even when you disagree, it doesn't mean you have to have some kind of confrontational conversation. I mean, Jordan Peterson is kind of the king of this, right? Where he disagrees with somebody, but he can still sit down and have a collaborative conversation where they come to some realization, some sort of interesting conclusions. They map out the disagreement better. So both parties walk away understanding one another better, where in these confrontational conversations, it tends to be just like, let me mischaracterize your position as much as possible so people can walk away not really understanding you at all. So I obviously hate those kinds of things, because I do think it makes people more, I mean, they don't really understand where each other are coming from, and their audiences understand each other less and less. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, if Biden was invited to speak about a particular BLM riot, and Biden would have ever uttered the words Antifa, stand back and stand by, like Donald Trump said for Proud Boys, stand back and stand by, I think that the conservative sphere of media would have erupted in anger. If you want to talk about like who's more divisive or not, you just need look no further than the legislation passed in Congress. You know, President Trump ran for how long on repeal and replace the ACA? He wasn't able to replace it. He ran for how long on infrastructure? Biden was the one that passed that bill. Donald Trump didn't. And in terms of Donald Trump just being one man, Donald Trump is not just one man. Donald Trump is the entirety of the conservative party right now. And if you're a conservative politician or if you're in conservative media, you absolutely know that, because you either toe his line or you are destroyed.
I want.
Dude, this is the perfect example, because look, he's not even willing to give any ground on calling your political rivals Nazis for 8 years, being politically divisive. Now, Destiny's a smart guy, right? He's got to understand that. Like, he has people online lying about him all the time, right?
Yeah,
it's totally divisive.
He 100% understands it. A few years ago, he was battling all
the lies about Kyle Rittenhouse,
socialist, and the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff himself. So, I mean, this is why it is annoying to be in these conversations where both sides just sort of like they dig in, they lock in, and it's kind of like the tribal NPC like brain takes over. And as I said last year, I said at the beginning of this year, as you get closer and closer to the election, this mentality grips people stronger and stronger and stronger. And people dig more and more because they feel like, oh, you know, like we got to win. Like the team sport element like really flares up. You got to win.
Yeah, see, you and I, and this is why we're capable of having these collaborative conversations, because I don't give a fuck who's more divisive, right? I don't give a fuck who wins this battle. I want to know the truth. So you and I will dig in and we'll, look at examples of both sides being divisive and actually try to come to some conclusion on who is actually more divisive. I mean, maybe it's one side by a hair, but I think the left is far more divisive. And even the fact that they seem so unaware of it makes it so much worse. It's like, they're just nonchalantly insulting people.
It is interesting because you have a situation where the left is hyper divisive and literally doesn't even realize it, like,
unaware of it,
completely blind to it. And then you have the right who, you have Trump being very divisive, and that's like they know he is, that they're supporting him for doing that. But then obviously in these conversations, there's sort of this performative troll stupidity that kind of crops up. So it's kind of like a tee-hee, no, he's not situation. And these are the two sides we have kind of like battling each other. Though, one of the things I will say, definitely, I think, a further criticism of the left is that, and I was kind of arguing with Hutch about this on Twitter, or X, I should say, is that I think a lot of, I don't really like libs of TikTok. I don't like a lot of the direction that Joe Rogan has gone in recently. I don't like a lot of the direction that a lot like Elon has gone recently, but I realize that a lot of it is completely reaction to like the left. It's completely reaction to the ultra woke progressive leftist racism division that has been sort of cultivated for the last 8 to 10 years. And like people on the left need to acknowledge that if they want it to go away, because people on the left who are in the mainstream need to stamp out this insane shit as opposed to just being completely blind to it, burying their head in the sand to it.
Until they stop, it's not gonna go away.
Right, until they stop, it's not going to go away because they're using it. They used it to their advantage when Trump was president. And it was interesting because Hutch's counter argument was, well, everything is a reaction to everything else, so wokeness was a reaction to the conservatives. And I realized that that's like a completely nonsensical argument. There was no great resurgence of social conservatism from the year 2000 to 2014 that wokeness was a response to.
Yeah, that's
it's not like,
yeah,
it's a completely nonsensical position. And so the left, I think, does get further criticism for, wokeness, kind of allowing wokeness to spread like a virus unabated, and it was not in reaction to anything on the right. I mean, I guess you could say, like, obviously it exploded more under Trump, but that wasn't so much a reaction, in my opinion. It was more them using it as a tool to try to attack Trump in what they viewed was an effective manner.
I want to talk a little bit about what's happening now with the presidential race, which has been upended by Joe Biden deciding that he is not going to seek re-election. Dennis, I know from listening to you that you are not likely someone who is going to vote for the current vice president to be the next president of the United States. I don't think that'll come as a shock to our audience. What I am curious about is, do you see her as simply an elected official running a campaign with whom you disagree? Or do you believe that there is the sort of danger of a Kamala Harris presidency that some associate with another presidency for Donald Trump?
I didn't get the part on the Donald Trump. Do I see her as a dangerous
there is a view that Donald Trump represents a threat to democracy, and that's a phrase that we hear frequently.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So
I'm curious whether you see Kamala Harris simply as an elected official you disagree with, or do you feel that the word threat or danger applies?
Yeah.
That's something we hear regularly. David, you're saying it. That's why you're hearing it. It's coming out of your mouth. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
My position and my last column actually was on this subject. To me, it is completely irrelevant which leftist runs.
Really?
Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Gavin Newsom. It is completely irrelevant. They're utterly interchangeable. All leftists damage everything they touch. This has been true from Lenin until the current leftists, wherever they are, not liberals. I have great respect for liberals. I think they're naive, but I have great respect for them. Liberalism and conservatism have a great deal in common. Liberalism has nothing in common with leftism. Leftism hates liberalism. Leftism is illiberalism, anti-liberalism. So I don't care who the leftist is who runs, whether it's Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. Or somebody else. They are utterly interchangeable. Same with Joe Biden. It doesn't matter to me. I listed in one of my columns 25 institutions that the left is destroying, from the universities to the high schools to the elementary schools to the American Medical Association, which has announced that no birth certificate should list the sex of a child because we don't know what the sex is. The child will determine later. That's the American Medical Association, because the left has taken over the AMA. The left has taken over just about everything and destroyed everything, from the Boy Scouts to military recruitment, to music, to art, to architecture. Leftism is a shark. It's a destruction machine. So
okay,
I hate this argument because, I mean, conservatism could be doing this exact same thing. It's this idea that some sort of ideology takes over all the institutions, and promoting that ideology becomes more important than the actual telos of the institution. And that can happen. Obviously, Christianity took over all of art for like a century, right?
Right.
So it's not impossible for some other ideology to do this, including conservatism. So it's not just unique to leftism. It is unique to any ideology gaining too much power.
No, I agree completely. And it's unfortunate because he said something, which I'm like super glad he said, but then he kind of like undermined the argument.
The liberalism versus leftism critique.
Right. Yeah, he makes a distinction between liberalism and leftism, which is vitally important. Nowhere near enough people on the right do this. There's way too many people on the right that just use the term liberal completely incorrectly, to their peril. And so I'm really glad to hear him say that. But then he kind of undermines it because he's like, Nancy Pelosi and Schiff, like, these are not socialists. Okay. These are not socialists. These are not leftists. They're people who are they are liberals who are basically kowtowing to their, who they view as the electorate or the ultra progressive or the actual leftists on the internet. And that's important. I think that's a very important distinction to make, because you got to give people room to retreat in one sense. And also it's just more important to actually have an accurate picture of what's going on here. I don't think Nancy Pelosi or any of these fucking ancient Democrats are socialists. I think it's kind of completely just factually incorrect to view them through that lens as opposed to what's actually going on. But then he kind of further undermines that original good point because he keeps saying the left is destroying everything. The left is taking over all these institutions when it's not. Again, you just made a distinction between the left and liberalism. You should say it's, socialism that's destroying all these things. It's ultra progressivism. It's wokeism, because it's not that's a lot more selective than just saying the left is destroying all these things. It's actually true. And then he throws the Boy Scouts in there, which is kind of a completely bullshit talking point because, the Boy Scouts, this is like a talking point I hear from people who I guess were never involved with the Boy Scouts, or maybe they were and they don't understand what's going on. Like when they were kids, they don't understand what's going on. Like the Boy Scouts allowed girls to join because they were hemorrhaging money and they desperately needed to increase membership. That's why they allowed girls to join the Boy Scouts. It wasn't, and literally nothing to do with wokeness or anything to that nature.
It was
whatsoever.
Capitalism, baby.
It was literally capitalism. And it's funny because the Girl Scouts is actually managed so much better than the Boy Scouts. And I don't know
my God,
why or how, because the Girl Scouts as an organization, financially, they were very smart. They would buy up a bunch of campsites and then rent them out to people when they would camp there. They bought a bunch of property. They basically divested their resources all over the place. And the Boy Scouts didn't do that nearly as much. They didn't really divest. So when their membership started to drop, it was this huge hit to them. And then obviously they got hit with a bunch of lawsuits for, there's a couple that were for sexual assault. There were a couple for kids that died of heat exhaustion. And so I kind of got slapped with all these lawsuits, and they've been hemorrhaging money ever since.
The Girl Scouts are out there making money, renting campsites, selling cookies.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy Scouts are just making money off of memberships.
Well, that's another thing too. Yeah, all I'm sure they make bank off of the sale of cookies, and there's 1 million of the Girl Scout cookie product lines. There's Girl Scout cookie soaps. I didn't even know you could fucking buy.
They got a brand.
You want some Thin Mint soap? You can go buy it. So yeah,
hilarious.
That's a lot, Dennis. Let's allow Stephen to weigh in on that. And a couple of specific points that Dennis made there. One is that there's an interchangeability to who is the Democratic candidate. Number two, that leftism destroys everything it touches. And number three, he mentioned Leninism sort of in the same breath as modern Democrats. Do you think that's an apt analogy?
I fully agree with Dennis that illiberal people are a danger to society. Right now, there's only one very popular illiberal candidate. That is easily Donald Trump. When you want to talk about people destroying democratic institutions, I would argue that probably one of the most important institutions that we have in the United States is the vote, is the idea, the concept of the peaceful transfer of power. Donald Trump, in multiple ways, whether it was by encouraging people to lie and submit false electorate votes to Congress, whether it was through a multi-channel pressure against his vice president, of which Pence has come out and spoken plenty about, to get Pence to throw away the actual votes on January 6th, whether it was getting his attorney generals to write a letter to different states to lie about them having found voter fraud, whether it was Donald Trump lying to the American public, to Raffensperger, to people, to state legislatures in Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, all of these things. All of these actions were taken to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power, which I think is probably one of the cornerstones of a liberal democracy, of a democratic republic, of a constitutional republic, where we are allowed to vote on a change in leadership and where that leadership is expected to back down or step down if they've lost the vote. So insofar as illiberalism is a huge threat in this country, I agree, but it is exclusively coming from the right now. I don't think that the leftist candidates are leftist at all and that they're socialist or communist. Ironically, as Prager was complaining about calling everybody a Nazi, I know that Republicans have been in the business of calling everybody a communist for decades. I know because I grew up as a Republican and I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh talk about the commies every single day. So this idea that all of these candidates on the left are leftist, I don't think is true in any sense of the word. They're liberal. That's why the examples that Dennis gives of them destroying institutions are whether or not you list birth on a on a birth certificate, whether or not you list the sex or the Boy Scouts or music or art or architecture. I think that threats to our democracy or the liberal order, I think, are far more evident when you look at the Republicans' attacks on our judicial system, on giving the executive branch, for instance, the power to have criminal immunity when the president takes certain acts. When you talk about trying to overthrow the election, I mean, like you can go on and on. Like the attacks on institutions from the right are far more damaging than any perceived attacks from the left.
What about that, Dennis? Because I hear Stephen arguing that there's been sort of a reshuffling.
Do you have a response to that?
He's basically saying that there's no illiberalism on the left.
Yeah,
that's pretty laughable, but yeah.
Well, it's interesting because obviously, and we're going to see how this plays out once Kamala stops hiding, if she stops hiding and actually does interviews and press events where she has to answer questions, because presumably one of the questions that's going to be asked of her is, at least from right-wing media, the left is probably going to completely ignore this and try to bury this, is, you had made posts about talking about why we need equity over equality. And, what does that mean? Because that's essentially an advocation for leftism, socialism, something to that nature. If you're saying that we need equity, you're saying that we need some sort of equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity, which is very anti-liberal. So,
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Does she believe that? I don't. It's it's so weird because when I listen to Kamala talk, and I talked about earlier in the stream, I was listening to her talk in 2010. It's hard to tell. I honestly don't know if Kamala is like an airhead or just bad at explaining things. I don't know. I cannot tell. I cannot make heads or tails.
That's an eternal question for this election.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that she's just bad at explaining things because she was a attorney general. So you assume that you have to be some level of competency and intelligence to run that office. Some people are just bad at explaining things. Some people just get socially nervous in front of crowds or something. I've heard people suggest that she's drunk all the time because of the way she sounds. And I used to think that, but then I was watching this thing from 2010 and it's like, I don't know if it's that she's drunk or if it's that, someone pointed this out to me and now I'm starting to see it, is that it's just that she has this weird way of talking where she talks to, whenever she's explaining something, she talks to everyone the same way you would talk to a child, like a small, like 5-year-old when you're trying to explain it. She has that same like tone of voice and mannerisms, which I think is very bad when you're running for politics because it feels very demeaning and weird and it makes her seem like insane. You're like, why are you talking to me like this? Are you drunk? So I can't tell what's going on beneath the surface with Kamala, because I'm sure you saw the clips. There's clips going around of her, answering questions on the fly. There was the one where it was like after we made the trade with Russia to get the hostages back. And there was another one, I forget where she was. She was at like some speaking event. Someone asked her a question and she just gives these like completely nonsensical word salad answers.
Circular.
That mean absolutely nothing. It's like the most top, like standard political bullshit answer that you've ever heard. And I'm like, okay, like, is she just doing that because she doesn't want to give an answer because she knows she'll piss someone off? Or is it because she's just stupid and doesn't have an answer? I can't tell.
Yeah. Well, look, I conceptualize liberalism as the philosophy of expanding individual freedom. So just to say like illiberalism is exclusively coming from the right, I mean, it just seems laughable on the face of it. When we, like, you can't have a conversation about race or gender without walking on eggshells around people on the left. Are these the people who want to maximize your individual freedom? Do they want you to be able to discuss things openly and kind of figure out the world around you? Or are they going to tar and feather you as a bigot or a racist just for having a conversation, right? So to say that they're like the avatars of liberalism and it's really the right who is saying, no, you can't do this or express this or have this conversation. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. From the guy who got kicked off of Twitch for having a position on women's sports.
Right.
Was it the right that kicked you off of Twitch, Destiny? Is that who gave you the boot? The illiberal right?
Well, I think I would guess what's going on with Destiny is that he thinks Donald Trump is such an existential threat to the country that like all of that in his mind gets like minimized and shrunk down. He's like, okay, we can deal with all that once Donald Trump is defeated. I think that's his thought process, which is why he's sort of acting the way he's been acting for the last few months.
But you can't make the statement that there's no illiberalism on the left. I mean, that's just factually incorrect.
Well, that's the problem when you...
To a great degree.
Right. But that's the problem when you sort of get into that election mode where you just have to win, because then you sort of start to make these statements that are not true and aren't true and you've made statements about in the past, because you're just so focused on like creating a simple narrative or simple rhetorical statement to like win these sort of debates.
This is like a political calculus too on the left that gives them a strategic advantage in this election. I mean, we're going to talk about Trump said black jobs and everyone is losing their mind. He questioned that Kamala Harris is actually black, questioned her ethnicity, and everybody's like, oh my God, massive racism. You guys can't talk about this. Like, they're constricting people's individual freedom. It actually gives them a political advantage, and that's why they do it. But you can't say they're in favor of liberalism, because this is I mean, if you're willing to throw people's individual freedom out the window just so that you can win in the next election, I don't think you should be able to call yourself a liberal. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're completely correct. I mean, and we just had like the perfect example of this. This is such a clear example of either Kamala's team fumbling the ball right at the start, or her being as extreme as some people think she is they had those insane Zoom calls based on race and gender. You had black men, black women for Kamala, white men, white women for Kamala. And I was listening to the white woman for Kamala. I listened to like an hour. It was like very long. I listened to an hour of like the white women for Kamala Zoom call. It's on YouTube. You can go find it. And it's like, it's just the most insane anti-white racist woke shit I've ever heard. This is like all stuff we've been hearing for 8 years, 10 years about the whole, you have white privilege. You need to shut up if someone is not white talking. Oh, white people need to do their part because, not like BIPOC people are tired of having to fight the white supremacy. Like, it's all the same nonsense we've been hearing this entire time.
Yeah, which is just as illiberal. Like, if you are not going to go on a Zoom call in front of the world and basically beat yourself up about how privileged you are, then you're a racist. How is that? How is that liberalism?
It's not.
Yeah, get on your knees. You have the freedom to get on your knees and beg.
Yeah. Yeah. So I agree. It's completely ridiculous to say that all the illiberalism is coming from the right.
Yes. Yeah.
The only thing I would agree with that I think that he said, which is that, well, there's two things, which is number one, and we said something like Trump again really fucked the narrative, and he really fucked himself with the January 6th stuff, because that is like the number, like Destiny will just throw that out forever, rightfully so, because it's obviously a massively anti-liberal action by Trump, and people defending it is obviously a defense of anti-liberal action. And then the second part
is it though, if they believe the election was actually stolen, and this is why the intent actually matters, because look, I do think Trump was wrong to do that. Obviously, like, there wasn't enough evidence to think that the election was stolen, and that makes everything just, Destiny's correct in saying the peaceful transfer of power should be respected. But the people who believe that the election was stolen, I mean, they're not acting illiberally. Like, if those people were throwing people's votes out because they knew the election was stolen and they're just like, fuck these people, they're a threat to society, then I would say, yeah, obviously that's illiberal.
So I think intent is important in terms of, like, this is why I've said I don't think it's right to call Trump a fascist,
right,
in these sorts of terms, or the people that are supporting him as fascists or whatever. The overwhelming majority of people that support Trump, the overwhelming majority of people even that don't support Trump, very few people understand the legal complexities of the fake electors shit. Okay.
Right.
That's, all just us internet nerds maybe understand it because I've said it a million fucking times, but most people don't understand it whatsoever. And so, yeah, like those people are not like, oh yeah, I'm supporting an anti-liberal policy, right?
Yeah.
So that's true with like that regard, but regarding like Trump's behavior specifically with him, in my mind, like obviously number one, we can't read his mind, but it doesn't really matter if someone's doing an action that is, potentially
The outcome
civil
is
war.
illiberal.
Yeah, if the outcome is massively anti-liberal and could have like some sort of dramatic, like horrible negative repercussions in the country, I'm not gonna. It's like, okay, well, they're still doing something anti-liberal. Like most of the Democrat candidates who, like Kamala and all these other people, I have no clue. I don't think most of these people are socialists. They don't. I don't think any of these people know anything about CRT or queer theory or radical intersectional feminism or any of these, dogmas that have basically taken over the entire public discourse. They don't understand any of that shit. Most of them.
Yeah, that's a good point because
Okay.
it's delusional from the other perspective.
Right. Right. People talk about Kamala's father being a Marxist teacher, which is true, but I'm pretty sure Kamala's father like divorced from the family when she was like 4. So I don't think he wasn't exactly raising her. So, most of these politicians, I don't think have any clear understanding of any of this stuff, but they have they either have a blindness for it or they have a cynical just going along with it for votes. And so even if they don't personally have anti-liberal ideology that they follow, their permissiveness allows anti-liberal ideology to spread in the country. So that'd be my response to that comment. But then the other thing I was going to say that Destiny said, which I do agree with, is, and I said this many times, the right has kind of hurt themselves dramatically over the years because they have been calling literally everything communist for 40 years. And so, once the communists actually showed up, the mainstream left was just so tired of the crying wolf of communism that they don't believe the right anymore.
Yeah, they cried wolf on communism.
Yeah.
Every time we point it out to, they get super chapped about it. They're like, but it did happen. We weren't crying wolf.
Yeah, but it's like
here.
Right. That's the tribal mindset making you defensive. Because you just go back. People were saying Obamacare was socialism.
Right.
Okay. That's just a clear example. Obamacare, a literal right-wing created think tank policy that makes people buy private health insurance, was described as socialism. So It's just, the right has it's kind of like this is the problem with wokeness. Wokeness is a good term in terms of it, a good term in terms of it describing something specific, but it's become so overused that people don't even like to use the term anymore. And same thing with socialism, communism, blah, 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 blah.
Here, where the illiberalism or authoritarianism is, he argues, now coming from the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. Even if you don't like leftists, would you concede that he's right to some degree about the authoritarianism?
Great moderating
because
here.
Donald Trump was
just great.
Yeah, again, Dave Pakman very clearly choosing a side here, saying like, I don't think at any part, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember any part him doing this to Destiny, saying, well, Dennis Prager's right about this, Destiny. Would you agree to at least this element of the argument?
He would never do that. He knows his audience hates Dennis Prager. Hates Dennis Prager's guts. They think he's a bigot.
That's bad.
He can't agree with Dennis Prager.
No, not allowed.
Even if Dennis Prager is factually correct.
Yep.
That's why I hate these things. God, I hate partisanship, Sitch. Does it show?
Yeah, it does show. I did find this article. This is kind of crazy. This is from June of this year. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In the New York Times. Oh, no, sorry, not the New York Times. The Washington Post, which is more left wing than the New York Times, by Phil Bump, who's one of these names that gets thrown out here, where he basically is, he's like, yeah, technically Trump, did technically say that he wasn't talking about the white supremacists, Charlottesville with the fine people, but in reality. He really was, with all his dog whistles and, blah, 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 blah. So,
right.
Still to this year, Washington Post is kind of pushing that rhetoric out there.
It's just so politically effective. They're like, look, we've got him. We've tarred his reputation beyond belief. We just got to stick with it. That's the program. Yeah. Now, Dennis Prager, Destiny here has said that you're just an insufferable twat. Now, there's some truth to that, isn't there? Isn't there, Dennis? Doesn't he have a point to that?
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I'm just an impartial moderator here, David Pakman.
Mm-hmm.
Who's now coming from the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. Even if you don't like leftists, would you concede that he's right to some degree about the authoritarianism?
No, because Donald Trump was president for 4 years. And we had far more freedom under Donald Trump than under Joe Biden.
How so?
We can give, the number of mandates, for example, in the government and done by through the CDC and NIH, if you don't wear a mask, you're fired. If you don't get a vaccine, you're fired. If you speak dissent at a college, you're fired. The whole culture of speaking to big tech and telling them what you consider misinformation from the government. As the Prime Minister of New Zealand infamously announced, if you don't hear it from the government, it is not true. That's a left-wing position. All truth, and that's why I compare it to Leninism, which was my field. I studied Russian. I went to the Soviet Union a number of times. And he called the Soviet communist paper Pravda, means truth. Truth is what the left says truth is. For 2 years, they lied. The Columbia Journalism Review, published by a rather non-right-wing institution, the most sophisticated or prestigious journalism school in America, Columbia University, wrote a gigantic piece, a major piece on how much the New York Times and Washington Post lied about collusion between Trump and the Russian campaign. And if you differed with that, as you differ with anything, you were dismissed. And you were misinformation, and the way in which they have taken over Google. But all of this is nothing compared to Donald Trump. But Donald Trump was president for 4 years. What did he do during those 4 years? Forget for the moment. I know you can't, because everything is based on January 6th. Up till January 5th of 2021, what did Trump do in 4 years in power that compares to Biden's and the Democrats' suppression of freedom in this country?
Well, let's let Stephen answer. And I think, to be fair, Dennis, I'm just kind of an arbiter here. Some of the things you mentioned with regard to masks and vaccines, I believe they happened while Trump was president, not Joe Biden. But I'll let Stephen, if he wants to address that. But to Dennis's question.
But I'll let him agree with me once I'm done talking.
It's so crazy how biased David Pakman's moderating is in this conversation. But expectation.
Up until January 5th, 2021, what was the illiberalism from Trump?
I just want to say, I found this article too, this New York Times article called let's see, wait, what was it called? It was like, what would Trump's second term look like? What's Trump's presidential record? And it's this like really amazingly crafted piece of propaganda, and it starts at like 2017, and it has like a picture that represents a moment of Trump's presidency, and then but it's like, obviously something negative, and it has like a negative quote, and you kind of scroll through all these pictures, and you get to the Charlottesville part, and it has the picture of all the neo-Nazi
torch
people,
guys, of course,
torches,
yeah,
right. And then next to it, it has the quote from Trump that says, you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Right.
And then if you click on it, it's supposed to give you like more context. And the context is, Mr. Trump made his infamous comments after a white nationalist group holds a march in Charlottesville, Virginia, that involved waving Confederate flags and swastikas and chants of Jews will not replace us. One person died, dozens were injured at the rally. So obviously there's no clarification that Trump specifically said he wasn't talking about the neo-Nazis. And then you scroll through it, and it has that quote say up on the screen, and it changes to the picture of the car like driving through the people at Charlottesville.
Right. Wow.
And it has like the picture of like one of the people being taken away, like crying and injured by the paramedics, with with the fine people quote right next to it. So like a very, very well done piece of propaganda, obviously dishonest piece of propaganda.
That's going to be the history books, though.
Yep. And then it's kind of funny because then like right under it, you have like this like really like dark thing right under it. They have the Donald Trump looking up at the solar eclipse animated GIF, like right after Charlottesville. Like wow. That's that's very bad, right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump blinding himself.
This is where I think Donald Trump is going to just go after everyone. Like, this is he's been so maligned.
Right.
Unfairly, I think. Which,
well, it's both fair and unfair. That's the problem. It's all mixed together in like one blob.
Well, I mean, I think the Charlottesville stuff is unfair.
Well, that's obvious.
I do.
That's
look, if you go back and you listen to those, it's so sad because I do think Donald Trump was trying to unite the country. He really was.
Mm-hmm.
He went into that press conference. I'm not sure which one it was. He did like, I think 3 press conferences over a few days, but he really had this tone of like all this race stuff is just, it's getting in the way, man. Americans need to let it go. They do. We need to come together as Americans. But it was too politically effective for the left just to smear him as a fucking racist, which I think that's why it seems so unfair to me. I don't know if you've gone back and listened to those.
I have.
Yeah. Because he does seem to really want to strike a tone of unity. Like he realizes what happened was terrible.
I have a completely different interpretation of those press conferences. Yeah. Because the reason he had the second one is the one where he says find people on both sides, was because in the first one, I don't know if it was a press conference, he just made some statement. He said like there was violence on many sides. And everyone and the media got very mad at that statement.
Of course they did. Yeah. Look, they want to believe that the right does everything and the left does nothing.
Right. Because when I listened to it and especially in the context that was going on at the time, the way I perceive it is you had this rally that was literally called Unite the Right rally that was organized by, I think it was like Spencer and was it Baked Alaska, one of these other fucking retards. One of the people that I ended up arguing with about something like years ago. And like so it was like obviously like white nationalists kind of, created this Unite the Right rally. Though it was around, one of the protests about people trying to get rid of some statue or something. And as soon as like the night it occurred with like the tiki torch, and then obviously the following day where the person died and the guy drove the car through the crowd, like there was a huge target, to use dangerous rhetoric. The media put a big target on Trump to try to connect him to that and try to connect it to the right, because number one, neo-Nazis and that stuff generally always gets connected to the far right. And number two is literally called the Unite the Right rally. And so the way that I perceive Trump's statements and his press conferences weren't really like a unifying, like that he was trying to unify. It seemed very defensive to me. He was just trying to defend himself without totally prostrating at the feet. Like a normal politician would have just been like, I denounce racism. Those people were scumbags, fuck them, right? Like a normal Republican politician would have just said that, period. And then not said anything else, right? This very simple statement. But Trump doesn't do any of that stuff. And so he was like talking about how there was, left-wing violence and Antifa violence. I don't remember if there was specifically at Charlottesville or not, but whatever, kind of bringing all this stuff up too, but then also saying, oh, but there was neo-Nazi violence. So he was kind of trying to, like the way that I perceive it is he's being very defensive and kind of trying to spread blame like all around as much as possible, the political spectrum.
I was focused more on the comments that he made about coming together, because he does make comments about unity. I haven't seen it for a while. I'll look up a transcript and I'll give you the exact quotes.
Well, he could have, but it could be both of those things at the same time. So,
well, it doesn't, like if you're trying to, I mean, he could have left the trying to strike a tone of unity out at all, right?
No, but I'm saying like you could throw that stuff in there while trying to defend yourself. Like it's definitely a good tactic to do. So,
sure. Well, I mean, it's pointless to argue over it without looking at the actual comments. So, obviously, we've talked about how eyewitness testimony, which we're both basically, we have eyewitness testimony of the same thing, and we both are walking away with completely different takes on it. So,
We can actually maybe during the week we'll watch the press conference.
Yeah, sure.
I would argue that the illiberalism from Trump was Trump's inability to work with Congress and trying to usurp as much power in the executive as possible to do things unilaterally as the executive without getting any kind of congressional approval or legislation from congressional, obviously. So like an example of this might be he was unable to bring Congress together to get anything done insofar as the border or immigration goes. So instead, he relies on his executive power during times of great emergency to send the military down to the border. That's a usurping of power by the executive to try to run immigration policy on the executive. I don't think that was a very good thing because he couldn't get Congress together to do it. I think that his undermining, even if we ignore January 6th itself, and I'll ignore the electorate for fraud and everything else that he did leading up to December 14th and beyond, all of the claims that Donald Trump made about how the vote is going to be rigged, mail-in ballots are going to be rigged. Notice that if you listen to his rhetoric, he never says, this is what we need to do to secure mail-in ballots. This is what we need to do to make sure that our election is safe. All he wanted to do is get rid of mail-in ballots because he knew that Democrats were more likely to vote that way than Republicans. He had no desire to make the election safe. He only wanted to make sure that the election was going to be won by him. When you talk about like big tech and you talk about trying to take away freedoms using big tech, well, we just had Twitter being purchased by Elon Musk, who is, if you watch any of his tweets, is clearly a right-wing supporter. All of his speech and all of his support goes to right-wing candidates or right-wing talking points. And if you talk about a threat to the freedom of tech, well, the biggest threat that was represented to tech was when conservatives wanted to bash Twitter and Facebook over the head with restricting their section or rescinding their Section 230 protections, which would have allowed you to sue essentially people that hosted other people's posts for things that those people posted. If you want to talk about destroying big tech or censoring big tech, removing Section 230 protections would have been the number one way to do it. And then when you want to talk about like requests made by big tech, if you want to call those censorship, we got the full Twitter files leaks. And as much as Republicans try to rewrite the record, Taibbi himself said, when it comes to the New York Post story, for instance, there was not a single example. There was no evidence whatsoever of government intrusion into Twitter to ask them to remove that story. But you better believe when that one comedian lady said that Donald Trump was I think a pussy ass bitch, she tweeted, Donald Trump sent in a request to Twitter to have them remove that tweet because he didn't like it. So if you want to talk about like big tech censorship or attempts to do so, we can talk about Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter. We can talk about the types of requests that Donald Trump sent into Twitter, as opposed to the Biden administration, who when they sent in requests for specific tweets to be taken down, it was because they were of pictures of Hunter Biden. I'll just say that, not even close to comparable. And when you talk about like authoritarian actions, I think that one of the largest authoritarian actions you can take is to try to usurp as much power for yourself as possible. And that might be done in terms of running things that should be done by Congress, like immigration policy, by using the military. That might be done in ways of like undermining an upcoming election and saying that the election is going to be fraudulent, or it might be done in ways of like avoiding ever being held responsible for things that you do for criminal activity, right? The Supreme Court's granted him criminal immunity. He wasn't impeached in the Senate because they said, oh, well, we can't impeach him. He's already out of office. And he pardoned almost every single person that worked with him. Why would he pardon people like Paul Manafort? That's so crazy. I understand why people might want to argue for pardons for maybe like Flynn or maybe Stone, but Paul Manafort, why? It was so crazy. You can look up how many pardons he's done on the presidential website. It's insane compared to any other president.
What do you think, Dennis? I mean, certainly it sounds like a lot of unilateral action for sure. Do you defend all of the things? Do you dispute that Trump did any of the things Stephen mentioned? And if you don't dispute it, do you defend it?
Yeah, he's thought.
So I think actually from a rhetorical standpoint, sort of asking someone like, if you remove January 6th, what are the anti-liberal things Trump has done? I think that's like a good question because I don't think it's like I don't think Trump did that many anti-quote liberal things when he was president beyond the elector stuff. Like he did things that you could not like, that you either disagree with policy wise. He could do things that, you know, maybe someone thought was racist. He could have done things that you could say were corrupt, but I don't know if I would like classify them as quote anti-liberal.
He compared all of Mexicans to rape Sitch, of course.
That's what I'm saying. You could throw. That's what I'm saying. Usually, like if you remember, before January 6th, the critique on Trump was more like racist and corrupt, like the threat to democracy, anti-liberalism. These things only came about after January 6th.
Yeah, totally.
Because like it's kind of hard pressed for me to think of like quote things I would say as anti-liberal. I mean, I think it'd be better you talk about like I'm kind of surprised he didn't bring up, trying to pressure the Zelensky into digging up dirt on Biden, which is kind of insane. That'd be like one of the biggest examples, I think, of corruption when Trump was president, trying to pressure Comey into dropping, not Comey, whatever his name was, the FBI guy, and dropping the investigation on Flynn, things of that nature. But these aren't like really, I mean, I guess they're theoretically anti-liberal, but people kind of concede them as just corruption as opposed to like some sort of ideological anti-liberalism.
Right.
Which even January 6th, I don't think was like anti-liberal from an ideological perspective either. It's just sort of an outcome dependent definition.
Right. Yeah.
Started to build a wall. That was I don't know whether it's in his province or not. I don't know what the law is, but it is true. He could not get Congress to agree because the Democrats, since Ted Kennedy in the 1990s, have worked to open the border. You cannot have a civilization with an open border. That is a given. I assume Stephen would agree with that open border and keeping a country intact are mutually exclusive. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, that's why nobody asks for an open border.
Oh, yes, the Democrats do. I mean, if you deny that, that's good. You'll be on record, Dennis, saying...
Well, define it as policy, Dennis, so we could agree.
This is really critical, really critical. Do you believe, Stephen, that the Democrats have been for a controlled border and not for an open border in the last 10 years?
I think the Democrats tried to pass comprehensive legislation that was written by Langford, a Republican in the Senate. I think Donald Trump and the Republicans are the ones that killed that, and that was on public record.
Please
so
answer
no,
my question.
the Democrats have not been for open borders.
Do you believe the Democrats are for a closed border? Okay,
it's not just closed or open.
Okay.
But
Can you define it, though, for us?
The border is a very complicated thing.
Can you define what you mean?
It is very complicated.
It's not complicated.
I'm sorry, then you just don't have much information about immigration or the border.
Okay, good. All right. As I said, I prefer clarity to agreement.
Can you define open border, Dennis?
Yes, letting anybody who wants to come into this country come in. It's not complex.
And then to be clear, you think that that's the case right now?
That's the case right now. And that is the case what the Democrats want. That is correct. They have sanctuary cities all over my state.
Excuse me, sanctuary city has nothing to do with immigration policy.
Oh, as sure as it does. If you are here illegally, we will not allow ICE or anyone else to take you away. You can come. That's what sanctuary city means.
That is not what a sanctuary city is. That's not what
Okay, so before, because this is like the clip that, a lot of people on the left were pushing is like the viral, like, tone clip. I think, if you're on the right and you want to argue about the left being hyperbolic or dishonest or divisive and pushing like racism rhetoric, which is all 100% true, that's all fine and good. But you should be cautious to not basically just do the same thing, because it's kind of surprising that Dennis kind of walked into this very easy to avoid trap. Like, there's definitely a strong argument to be made, and I would agree a true argument, that obviously the right in America, the Conservative Party, the Republican Party, has been much more concerned with limiting immigration for the last 30 years, 40 years than the Democrats are. I think that goes without, I think most people, everyone would agree to that statement, right? But he changes the argument. He makes it like so hyperbolic. Makes it too easy to debunk, where he says like the Democrats are literally in favor of open borders. And then Dave Pakman says, what does that mean? And he says that anyone that just shows up can be a citizen. And we just know that that's categorically false. And I'm kind of shocked Destiny didn't even bring it up, I guess, because he got sidetracked on the sanctuary city things, which is that, you can just look at the deportation rates under Joe Biden. Joe Biden deported millions of people. They deported
Obama,
they
called the deporter in chief too. So
right, exactly. Yeah. Obama deported millions of people. I think Obama had more deportations than. Well, I mean, I don't know if they're counting just because it's 8 years, right? Than Trump and Biden, but they both had millions of deportations. So just obviously, like the hyperbolic statement is just categorically false.
Yeah,
so I don't know. Like, it just doesn't serve anyone. Well, I don't think it serves. I guess it can. Like, if you're on the right and you're just talking to a right wing audience, and you're just trying to throw red meat to your base, then saying like, oh, Democrats are in favor of open borders, like, okay. But if you're in a debate situation where you're, trying to be truthful, it's not really, truthful or even a rhetorically useful thing to say.
Yeah, look, you can make the case they've compared borders to racism and stuff like that, but obviously that's people on the far left. The moderate left is not in favor of open borders, so There's some wiggle room there. Being hyperbolic, I don't think serves his side very well. So
No.
And you sum it up great as it's just red meat. So
yeah.
That's not what a sanctuary. Sure, I can tell you what it means. When it comes to enforcing immigration, that is exclusively in the purview of the United States government. Now, it tends to be the case that if you're a state official, you can collect information about whether or not a person is here legally or not. And if you want, you can turn that information over to federal authorities like Immigrations and Customs Enforcement or like the Department of Homeland Security. You don't have an obligation to do so. And some cities explicitly say we won't. So a sanctuary city is just a city where if they arrest you, they're not going to do an immigration check. And if you fail, they're going to turn you over to the federal authorities. As somebody that is a conservative, who I imagine would have an appreciation for the concept of federalism, but the important protections of states' rights, because that's what we said when we threw abortion back to the states, you should champion a state deciding whether or not they would want to cooperate with a federal authority when it comes to turning somebody over for matters of deportation. But a sanctuary city does not legalize illegal immigration. It's just whether or not a city wants to cooperate with federal investigators when it comes to turning over an undocumented citizen or immigrant.
Fine. Okay, we can continue.
Do you agree with that, Dennis? I mean, do you recognize that it's an issue of state?
The issue of people crossing a federal border is a federal issue. It is not.
Yeah, well, I just want to pause here for a second because before we hear Dennis's response to this, it's interesting because Dennis, I think, completely dropped the ball with just saying, okay, we can continue. Because again, he was being hyperbolic. So then, he was wrong about this definition of sanctuary city. While there is a lot there in the sanctuary cities that even Destiny is defining it as, even though my understanding is I think Destiny's correct here, even though there's no clearly universal definition because each quote sanctuary city operates a little differently. I think Destiny is generally correct. There's a lot there to criticize as bad and wrong. And I'm kind of surprised that Prager didn't just pivot into doing that instead of just saying we can move on. And it's kind of funny because, again, we have another example of David Pakman being a very biased moderator where he's like, well, I'm not going to let the conversation move on. I want you to respond to this dunk on you, Dennis.
Again, he does it.
Yeah. Which if he was moderating that way to everyone, I would say, okay, that's fair, but he's not. It's all just very one-sided against, Prager.
Right.
Okay, we can continue.
Do you agree with that, Dennis? I mean, do you recognize that it's an issue of state?
The issue of people crossing a federal border is a federal issue. It is not just a state issue. Okay, it is so elementary. It's a national border. It's not just a state border.
I'd be really careful with that because that wasn't Abbott's argument when he wanted to enforce the border in Texas. He said that the Texas National Guard should be that way. You just used the Biden administration.
Because there's no federal oversight. Because the Democrats are happy to have a great number of people come in. They're potential Democratic voters in their view.
I think it's fair.
So, Dennis,
is there a single lawmaker or is there a single prominent Democrat?
Well, before I get to this, I just want to say about the sanctuary cities thing because it's to me. Well, first of all, bringing up the whole the Texas lawsuit thing was insane, and that's why they lost it. It was kind of ridiculous. And we've talked about that in the past. I don't really want to go into the legality of that again. But to me, if there are sanctuary cities where someone is arrested someone commits a crime, okay, and they get arrested, and they say, well, we're not going to even check whether you're a legal citizen or not. And if you are an illegal citizen, we're not going to contact, ICE or something. I mean, that's kind of fucking unhinged, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously.
I can understand, not wanting to live in a place where police are just stopping random people on the street, give me your papers, right? I understand people not wanting to play papers, please in real life. But if you've committed a crime and are arrested, okay, obviously they should, that when they do a check on your identity, I'm assuming it's going to come up whether you're a fucking citizen or not. And if you're not a citizen, to me, and you're here illegally, that's completely insane that they're oh, well, we can't tell ICE,
Yeah, they want to keep you in the country, right?
That's wild.
They don't want you to get in trouble. They don't want you to get deported.
They're
they're here's some voter forms.
Oh, there you go. But no, and I'm surprised that Dennis didn't pivot to that because that's so unhinged as to why you'd have some of these districts or cities that have become, kind of corrupted by woke progressivism, passing laws like that.
Democrat that said we want open borders?
No.
Okay.
And so what are the open border policies, Dennis? If the sanctuary city you concede
is not relevant, but the answer is no. Okay, go ahead.
So a good rhetorical counteract to that is, you don't have, even though I don't think that the Democrats overall want open borders, the good rhetorical response that would be like, did Donald Trump say he's, wants a white supremacist nation or something, right? Do any of these Republicans wander around talking about they want, only white people in the country? So,
no, you don't hear that. And that would be insane if you did, obviously.
Right.
You concede that the sanctuary cities themselves are not the border. What are the open border policies that are at issue that you would want Stephen to either defend or denounce?
No, we have to have only legal immigration. I don't know. The rendering of a simple concept complex is a way to avoid the moral issue, the political issue, the real issue. The real issue is that under Democratic influence since Ted Kennedy, this is not new, but it has been hastened under Joe Biden, the border has been essentially open to millions of people to come into this country illegally. And you can't even say illegal alien. You can't say alien and you can't say illegal. You now say undocumented immigrant. The very fact that they have changed the language is proof that they are for it.
Okay.
So I want to go back for a second. Let's listen to David Pakman's question here, because actually, so intelligently woven that you might miss how biased the question is. Okay. Let me go back a second. It's kind of impressive.
No.
Okay.
And so what are the...
So the context, remember, the context is David Pakman has perceived that Destiny has successfully did a dunk on Dennis Prager. And so David Pakman wants to keep the conversation in that sphere as long as possible, right? That's
so
his
he can
goal.
Continue to dunk. He's like, look, you're right here. Dunk, do another one. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
Right. Like,
let me hold him down.
Right. Like, he senses this is a weakness for Dennis Prager. And also it's indicative, David probably sense it as indicative of a broader argument because the right's very focused on immigration at the time. So he wants to keep the conversation here, but he kind of phrases it in a way that sort of hides his bias. It's actually so intelligently phrased. I'm just impressed. Even though I think it's dishonest, I'm just impressed.
Is it devious?
It's very devious. It's ultra devious. Yeah.
The open border policies, Dennis, if the sanctuary city you concede
is not relevant, but the answer is no. Okay, go ahead.
If you concede that the sanctuary cities themselves are not the border, what are the open border policies that are at issue that you would want Stephen to either defend or denounce?
No.
See, so he's like, okay, what policies do you want Stephen to defend or denounce, right? So it kind of, he phrased it in a way that you wouldn't be super apparent that he's obviously choosing sides in the conversation, because he's like, well, what do you want Destiny to defend or denounce, right?
Yeah.
It's very brilliantly, deviously sort of framed that way. Though I will say I am kind of surprised at how bad Dennis's answer here is, because he doesn't really give an answer. He kind of just gives a lot of rhetoric. He doesn't give a specific policy. So
the very fact that they have changed the language is proof that they are for it.
Okay. Let's briefly talk about Project 2025, as we don't have unlimited time.
And did you also, it's funny, the question was that he said, what is the thing you want Destiny to defend or attack? And then Destiny never responds to the
Yeah, he doesn't defend it or attack it.
He just moves on to the next question. So
he's like, okay, well, now that we know let's not let him defend it. Let's move on to Project 2025, where you have to defend something here.
Kind of funny.
Stephen, I'll go first to you. Project 2025 fears that we're hearing about from the left media ecosystem right now, well-founded fears or overblown or hyperbolic?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't really focus much on policy for conservatives because I don't think conservatives have or run on policy anymore. I think that all of the fears around Donald Trump have to do with his disdain for the constitutional democratic republic that we have and his desire to usurp as much power into his sole position as president as possible. And that's what I focus on. I know that I've seen people talk about Project 2025 and people have fears of Project 2025, but conservatives know nothing about policy and they don't even care to run on policy anymore. So I just personally don't focus much on the particular aspects of that platform, although I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump and his administration wanted to push a lot, given some of the quotes that have come out, I think from Donald Trump in the past, and I think JD Vance about it, and the association, like the Heritage Foundation, and everything else. But it's not a thing that I particularly focus on.
And to be clear, Stephen, you don't focus on it because you don't genuinely think Trump knows anything about it or cares about policy, or because you think it's unlikely to be implemented?
I don't know what the final versions of it would look like when it comes to implementation. I don't know if Republicans will have the necessary majorities in the House or Senate to pass it. My concern is far more singularly with Donald Trump as the head executive than it is with any particular policy platform, because Donald Trump is just not a very effective leader. He's not a good politician. When they were in office, they couldn't pass any policy. They couldn't actually get any legislation passed. So I'm not as concerned about a policy platform as I am about what Donald Trump wants to do as the president or as the executive.
Dennis, what about you? What are your thoughts on the discussion that's been growing, certainly in the last few weeks?
We largely agree. 2025 is irrelevant to the Trump administration, and he has said so. No, I don't know anyone who's read it. It's 800 pages. I haven't read it. Stephen presumably has not read it. It's the Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank. There are left-wing think tanks, liberal think tanks, conservative think tanks, right-wing think tanks, and they're all permitted to put out whatever they want. Am I permitted? And I'm not being cute.
Is this Project 2025 stuff really catching on? It seems like they're trying to push it as much as possible, but the public doesn't really seem interested.
I don't know. Like, it's definitely like they've definitely been hammering it super hard. I think it's effective at, like, it's not. I don't think it's effective at getting independents or swing voters to change their vote. What I do think it's effective is creating a bunch of fear to get as many Democrats energized to donate and to get out and vote. I think it is effective at doing that, because I hear them say it like constantly. It's like, this boogeyman thing. And it's funny because, like, a lot of times when we have these conversations with people about Ukraine or things, it's the right that would point to some like NGO think tank and be like, oh, look, here's a left-wing think tank that did something. This must mean that the federal government supports it or is involved with it. And it's like, well, no, that's just some random private think tank, right? Like, you shouldn't. Like, even if there are people that are associated with it that were once worked for the federal government, just like there's people that the Heritage Foundation that once worked for Trump, that doesn't mean that there's going to be this like magical overlap. And now it's like the left's turn to do that trick, which is to point to this Project 2025 thing forever and be like, look at this, look at this, look at this. Even though, to my understanding, now I don't know, maybe Heritage Foundation has changed recently. I thought that Heritage Foundation, which ironically was, I believe, came up with the Obamacare thing like years ago, that the Heritage Foundation was more like libertarian-y in terms of like their main focus was shrinking the size of government sort of thing. I don't know if they were like hyper far right or hyper socially conservative or any of this stuff. So it's kind of interesting that that's sort of how it's being framed in the Trump context. Like, he's going to use the Heritage Foundation paper to enact, theocratic authoritarianism or something.
Heritage Foundation is libertarian. That doesn't.
They're not.
I mean, it's called the Heritage Foundation, which harkens to tradition and conservatism. So I don't know about.
I guess that was always sort of my understanding of it, but I could be wrong. Like, I thought they were more just about like shrinking the size of government from like a kind of libertarian perspective.
Right. I'm spacing on the name of the guy who's all about shrinking government, but I can't remember if he was associated with the Heritage Foundation.
Talking about the guy who said, I want to
drowned in a bathtub guy. Yeah, exactly. Who is that guy?
I could see his face.
Yeah, so can I.
But I don't think he was associated with the it was Grover Norquist.
Yeah, Norquist.
I don't think he was associated with the Heritage Foundation. He was president of Americans for Tax Reform.
Right, yeah. So, that's the one that's
maybe I'm thinking of Americans
think
for Tax
tank.
Reform.
Yeah, exactly. So. That is the shrink the size of government. So
right.
But yeah, who cares? these think tanks. They picked it up and really tried to run with it. I just think it's interesting because of how much they are hammering it. And I mean, they would love it to be something that just grabs the public consciousness, and it doesn't even Destiny's response is testament to that. He's like, yeah, I didn't really pay attention to that nonsense. Right?
Well, he said he's not interested in like what the policy positions are. So,
right.
You know, let's see. Actually, I guess I think I was thinking of the Grover. I guess I was wrong. I was thinking of the Grover Norquist thing too, because
totally. That's what I thought.
Because this says that Jim DeMint was president of the Heritage Foundation for a long time. And he was, he was against abortion. He was against gay marriage. He was very socially conservative.
It's in the name.
So, yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Heritage.
That's true.
It's not about libertarianism. How is
well, there's always the overlap because the economic policy, because I guess what I was thinking of is like the economic policy for the right, even the socially conservative right, until recently with the populist movement was very libertarian. And it's only kind of now the populist movement changed. So
right, yeah. But they're about social issues, which, yeah.
Well, they're about the view, they're sort of operating from the view that the government is left-wing, so we want to shrink it as much as possible to allow state governments, which can be more right-wing, to have more power to enact those right-wing policies.
Right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm not, but can I ask Stephen a question?
Please.
Okay. Yeah. So Stephen, how do you stand on men who say they're women competing in women's sports?
I'm assuming the question has to do with trans people competing in sports. I think that my personal view is that sports up through probably high school are just there for people to kind of like play games and get along with each other and, like build camaraderie and stuff. So I don't really have much of a concern past or up to that point. Once you get to NCAA or professional events, I think that the dividing between the sexes is very important for athletic competition. So I'm generally opposed to trans people participating in the gender they identify with.
So you know then that the Biden administration has extended the anti-discrimination legislation passed to protect women. They have extended it to trans people. You are aware of that?
That they've done what?
They have extended it to trans people so that
wait, extended what to trans people? I'm sorry.
You cannot discriminate against trans people. If a man says he is a woman in college, he should be allowed to play in college sport. That is the Biden administration's position.
I'm not aware of that right now. I thought it went the opposite. My understanding, just to be clear, my understanding is that right now they can't.
All right. So what is your position? Since I think the whole left stinks, you think Donald Trump stinks. So I talk about the left. So let's go to Gavin Newsom. In California, where I live, there is a law. It is a law. It's not a recommendation. That if a kid, an 8-year-old, says that she is a boy, and the school is not permitted to tell the parents that the girl thinks she is a boy and goes by a boy's name in her school. Do you think that is a moral and good law?
I don't think about this. I'm so sorry, but when I look at Donald Trump, this is a man who tried to overthrow the election and resist the peaceful transfer of power. I can't think of a thing that I think less about than where trans people stand. Just to be clear, hold on. Just to be clear for people that don't know. Just to be clear for people that don't know my background.
You guys on the left should thank God every day for.
Hold on. Well, wait, Dennis. If Stephen, hold on. If Stephen doesn't want to answer the question as you see it, allow him not to answer it. But let's hear.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it. I was banned from Twitch for opposing the integration of trans people into sports. I don't think it's appropriate. I probably stand in opposition to a lot of the very, very far left.
Okay.
What?
How ironic that he brings that up. By the right, of course, right? The illiberal right banned you.
Yeah.
So glad you remember.
Well, it's funny because like at first it seems like, oh, that would be a misstep for Prager. But then you're right. He could just immediately turn around and be like, but exactly what you say. Oh, the illiberal right? Are they the ones that banned you from Twitch? Right? Why is that? Yeah, he doesn't. He kind of misses it because I'm assuming Prager didn't know that this was sort of. I mean, I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming Dennis Prager didn't know this was.
Of course, he doesn't know. Yeah.
But it is. I mean, obviously, like that law they talking about in California, like that law is completely unhinged. It's
Of
completely
course it
insane.
is. Yeah.
This concept that, you know, a school should hide a transgender child's status from their parents is totally fucked in the head. And just a response to the Florida law, which says essentially the opposite. And, you know, I understand that you could talk about like, and this is why it's very annoying as we get closer to elections and everyone becomes so tribal, because you could just say like, yes, I think that that's unhinged and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, I still think that, you know, what Trump did was worse and therefore I would not vote for him. Like that's an argument Destiny could just make. But when you get closer to the election and things become more rhetorical, like you can't even give, there's like no ground you can see that you can see to their side. You just have to say like, oh, that's a nonsense issue. Trump tried to overthrow the country. And it's like, well, I mean, they're both important things.
Yeah. This argument that the gender dysphoria makes these kids suicidal. Like if your kid is suicidal and the school knows it, don't you think they should tell the parents?
Obviously. I mean, it's
that's
insane,
like crazy.
Right. And that's what happened in Florida. That's why they passed the law. It's insane. Like you're saying like, oh, you know, my child has a disorder or a medical condition on however you want to frame it, that drastically increases their chances of committing suicide, and you're not going to inform the parents. Like that's fucking madness.
Yeah, exactly. It's just insane. But they're like, but the parents might get upset and they might say the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. They might get upset at their children. Parents never get upset at their children, Sitch. That's not like a regular occurrence.
The law. Okay, so let me just go on record. I can give you the rest. We could talk hours.
Sure. What's the California law for the 8-year-old? Go ahead. What was it?
Yes, you cannot. A school cannot tell a parent. Doesn't have to. Is not allowed to tell a parent if a child identifies as the other sex in a California school.
That would probably be something I'd be opposed to as a parent. I think I would want to know that if my kid was identifying as a different gender in class.
Correct. So you see, if it weren't for Trump, you would have to spend the time with me or anyone else defending the left and their scummy little laws like that ruin lives of kids and have girls get their breasts cut off at 18 or even younger. It's like nothing matters. All that matters is January 6th.
If we had custodial voting in California, Sitch, you think that law would pass?
Yeah, I think that law would pass in more states if we had custodial voting.
You don't think that?
Well, it depends on if the parents are more left wing or right wing. I don't know.
I guess you're right. I'm not sure though. My argument would be that it doesn't matter if the parents are left wing or right wing. They would still be against the state stepping in and not sharing information about their children with them. So I think the left and the right would unite on that. And if they had custodial voting where the parents would be voting in the interest of the children, Gavin Newsom would be too afraid to make that law. He'd worry about ramifications in the next election.
I don't agree because this is like, okay. So when you talk to people on the left and you're like, hey, doesn't it bother you that there's all this like weird anti-white racism that gets like thrown about? Now things have kind of changed with like wokeness, but like pre-wokeness, a lot of people say like, oh, well, even if they're talking in like a generalized term, I know they don't mean me because I'm like one of the good ones. They're referring to like the racist people.
Oh, okay. So the left-wing parents would say, "Oh, well, I would know because my kids talk to me anyway."
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. That could happen.
Yeah,
that could happen.
Exactly. Because I think the left-wing parents in like California, they would think, "Oh, you know, I've told my children explicitly that I'm totally fine with them coming out as trans. So this law would have no impact on me. It's to protect kids that grow up in evil conservative households where they're in the closet and they're hiding from their parents."
That would be interesting. Definitely be interesting to see.
So yeah, no. So I mean, it would be. I'd be curious in like what that would look like. But I think that Dennis here is making a very weak argument because he's like, well, if it wasn't for Trump and it wasn't for January 6th, you'd have to deal with all these like horrible shit the left is doing. And I mean, it's like, yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is why it was terrible for Trump to do January 6th and completely weaken the conservative position on all this stuff.
Right. Exactly. It's like, okay, yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes.
Oh, I can't believe they nominated Trump again.
I know.
Every time I raise an issue, we go back to January 6th.
Because he tried to rebel. It was a rebellion against the peaceful transfer of power.
He told people to go peacefully to the halls of Congress.
He told Mike Pence. Why were they going there? What were they going there for?
To protest the results of the election.
Exactly.
Look, he's totally got him on the hook. Destiny's like, we got him on. Let's reel him in here.
Right.
Why were they there? What happened, Dennis? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Share your delusion with the world, Dennis.
Yep.
It's cheating. You're right.
Exactly. It was an insurrection. They thought, no, you're not allowed to protest with violence.
To overthrow, but you were allowed to protest.
When they were going there to support Mike Pence, what did they want Mike Pence to do?
Yes, they wanted Mike Pence not to accept certain electors from certain states.
Exactly.
Yes, that's right.
Correct.
Okay, but okay.
Which was against the ECA, right? That was illegal under the Electoral Count Act, right?
But I don't agree with that, and that's
fine. I don't agree with insurrectionists either. But you understand the ridiculousness of wanting to have a man who is now usurped criminal immunity as the president. So a lot of the illegal actions that he took. Right. Remember, Roberts, in his opinion, said explicitly that when Donald Trump told his acting and his deputy attorney general, "Can you guys write fake notes to the state legislatures to say that we found evidence of voter fraud that wasn't there? We can't even criminally review that anymore, right?" So a man who's now criminally immune, who tried to overthrow the government, that's going to stand out more in my mind, even if they failed at it, than whether or not 8-year-olds in California, their teachers tell their parents if they're trans or whatever. I didn't say it doesn't matter, but some things matter more than other things.
Right. In the day, you're right. It matters less.
I am.
What happened on January 6th. January 6th is wildly overblown. It wasn't an insurrection. Not a single person has been arrested or indicted on insurrection. Donald Trump was not accused of fomenting insurrection. The term is a left-wing lie about what happened on January 6th. I don't like January 6th. I condemned it when it happened. It was not an insurrection. That the language that the left uses, fascist, Nazi, insurrection, misinformation, disinformation, this is the language of division that you denied the left engages in.
First of all, I've never denied that the left engages in divisiveness. Of course they do. I'm just saying that Joe Biden himself doesn't, which is evident enough by how much joint legislation he's passed. This guy's got 40 years, in government. Of course, this guy, has relationships with people, isn't as divisive as he seems. And I think that's evidenced by what he can pass. To say that the insurrection is the language of leftists, this is the language that came to us in the 14th Amendment after the Reformation, when, surprise, surprise, after the Civil War, people in Congress didn't want leadership again. That was part of the Civil War. That shouldn't be that shocking. There's nothing left-wing about that idea. That should be a very American idea. We don't want people that would try to insurrect the government to fight against it. Also, if we want to talk about health issues, we're welcome to talk about it as well. But I care way less about the leftists have some crazy views on 8-year-olds being trans, which I think is really stupid, by the way. And I agree that that's stupid. But I care way more about the fact that I don't know if we're ever going to have a new vaccine in this country that is going to have mass protests against it now, because conservatives become the party of anti-vax. I think that's a far more pressing public health matter than trans kids.
Yes. Because the CDC is in cahoots with Big Pharma and lied to the American people about masks, about distance, and about lockdowns, and ruined a whole generation's lives because of the lie that lockdowns were necessary for kids. Sweden didn't lock down one day for kids, not one kid died. That you defend the CDC, the NIH, and the Democrats, and I mean, for that matter, any Republicans who supported lockdowns, it will not be something you will be proud of when you look back at your career.
Yeah, and the entire.
So I think it's interesting. I think Destiny made a bunch of errors in this sort of line of dialogue. First of all, going into COVID is such a mistake for anyone. It's 2024. It's such a waste of time.
Let it go.
Yeah, let it go. Both sides, like, unless you're just throwing meat to your side, which, I mean, maybe that's what this debate is, but just the conversation about COVID, it's like, okay, it's time to move on, folks. And also, they're going to get kind of bogged down in the COVID stuff. But I'm kind of shocked because, like, he had Destiny, it seemed like he was trying to draw Dennis into this sort of like, what was the point of the electors thing? If you're going to say it's not an insurrection or a coup or whatever, how would you define this thing? But instead, he just kind of like got too excited and like shotgun bukkaki'd all of his talking points at once. Just like, he like blew his load like way too early and just kind of like did all his like rhetorical spiel.
He's only got 5 minutes. This is the time to blow your wad.
Maybe he's just like, here's all the things. Blah! I just like, I thought it's like, okay, I was like, I don't know, it would be interesting to sort of try to pull Dennis through that sort of pathway to see what he'd say. And then so he kind of like lost like a good opportunity on that chance. And then he kind of goes down the COVID pathway, which is just to me such a uninteresting waste of time. But
Yeah. What's what they like to point to as illiberal action, but I mean,
well,
I don't think it's a good argument. Yeah, of course
the
it's
COVID
illiberal,
stuff
but
was
there was a
illiberal action,
rationale
yes,
for
right,
it. So,
yeah.
I mean, it
I
wasn't
mean,
just done randomly.
right. It was, I mean, obviously a lot of what was going on with COVID was illiberal, though it was coming from a place like it was illiberal, but I don't know if it's like the best argument in terms of illiberalism because it wasn't, again, it wasn't something ideological. I guess you could say just outcome dependent. So that's all that matters. But it wasn't really something ideological. Just people were like in total panic mode and making really bad decisions about things,
Yep. Yeah.
essentially. But I found this interesting article. I was just kind of looking up while they were talking because, Dennis brought up that there were new Title IX rules that were about, allowing trans kids to play in college or something. And I found an article this is from NBC. So obviously it's, left wing oriented. It's kind of interesting because they're saying, I don't know if it's true. They're saying that originally Biden was promising to include something specifically that would protect trans athletes and that didn't actually pass. But then they talk about what did pass, and it actually seems really awful to me. And this kind of goes into, and I want to read part of this article. This kind of goes into, again, what Dennis was talking about, where like, unfortunately, it's like, okay, if it wasn't for Trump, you could have a conversation about all these policy things, and you could have Kamala and Biden sort of be more center stage on like defending this shit. Because if you remember, when Obama was president, like near the end of his presidency, the last 2 years, I believe, he passed like really stringent, very bad Title IX policy that kind of created the environment where, if you remember, there was a time period where like colleges were like doing these insane tribunals to like kick students, well, usually male students, out left and right that were accused of sexual assault or some kind of sexual violation. And the kids had like no way of defending themselves, and they had these like total sham trials and everything. You had, remember, you had Mattress Girl and all that shit. Even when the one time the guy doesn't get kicked out, you had Mattress Girl and all the other shit. So, and that was because of these new Title IX rules. And then when Trump was in office, they changed the Title IX rules that seemed to kind of maybe clamp down on that a little bit. And apparently it looks like what Biden passed undid all of those changes and brought it back to sort of the horrible situation it was before. So let me read this part of this article. It says, chief among the changes in the Title IX is a wider definition of sexual harassment. Schools must now address any unwelcome sex-based conduct that is so, quote, severe or pervasive that it limits a student's equal access to education. Under Betsy DeVos, who was with Trump, under DeVos's rule, conduct had to be, quote, severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive, a higher bar that pushed some types of misconduct outside the purview of Title IX. I don't know exactly what objectively offensive defined meant, and they don't really explain it, but colleges will no longer be required to hold live hearings to allow students to cross-examine one another through representatives, a signature provision from the DeVos rules. Now, this was important because a lot of these kind of sham hearings, the accuser got to go and make all million accusations, and
totally.
the person who defends themselves had no way of questioning anything they said. And I think this was one of the very good things that happened under the Trump administration. And apparently they got rid of that. You no longer have to, you're no longer have to allow a cross-examination through representatives. Live hearings are allowed under the Biden rules, but they're optional and carry new limits. Students must be able to participate from hearings remotely. For example, and schools must bar questions, and this is really bad. Schools must bar questions that are, quote, unclear or harassing. What does that mean? Right? Like, are we going to have some super
look, when someone challenges my accusations, Sitch, that feels like harassment to me. I don't like
exactly.
it. Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly it. Like, are you going to have some massively woke DEI radical feminist queer studies professor making the determination about what is a harassing question.
Of course. Yes. Look, believe all women. Otherwise, you're a sexist.
Yeah, exactly. As an alternative to live hearings, college officials can interview students separately, allowing each student to suggest questions and get a recording of their responses. You like that? Suggest questions. Those hearings were a major point of contention with victims' advocates who said it forced sexual assault survivors to face their attackers and discourage people from reporting assaults. Well, I mean, I understand that if someone was actually assaulted, it can be very psychologically traumatic, emotionally traumatic to be in that situation. But this is the only way to ensure protection of innocent until proven guilty. I know this isn't a criminal accusation, but getting thrown out of a college for an accusation like this is going to have severe or can have very severe repercussions in someone's life.
Wow, that's a liberal process there.
Yeah, exactly.
Innocent until proven guilty. Equal protection under the law.
Yeah, it's crazy. Supporters say it gave accused students a fair process to question their accusers, arguing that universities had become too quick to rule against accused students. Well, that is true. Victims' advocates applauded the changes, of course they did, and urged colleges to implement them quickly. Quote, after years of pressure from students and survivors of sexual violence, the Biden administration's Title IX update will make schools safer and more accessible for young people, many of whom experienced irreparable harm while they fought for protection and support, said Emma Grasso-Levine, a senior manager at the group Know Your Ninth. Despite the focus on safeguards for victims, the new rules preserve certain protections for accused students. Well, at least that's good. All students must have equal access to present evidence and witnesses under the new policy, and all students must have equal access to evidence. All students will be allowed to bring an advisor to campus hearing, and colleges must have an appeals process. So at least it's not a total fucking wash for the accused students, but
ambulance chasers praised the change.
Right.
Because they're going to get rich off it, obviously.
It's really stupid how the Democrats are basically wandering into the trap of making themselves the party of women, of young women specifically. Like they're going to really try to bank on this demographic as being the demographic, for the future. And that, I mean, that's a dead end. That's just a complete, total dead end.
Why? Because women grow up?
Because women grow up, they have families, and, there's a lot of this. Half the population is men. It's not you don't really want you don't want it to be like a lot of the younger generation and the political ideas people get when they're younger become their political identities. I mean, people can become more conservative usually, but those political identities can become like cemented. And so you don't really if you're going to have a situation where 60-70% of males are like always going to view the Democrat Party as the woke progressive party for women. I mean, and then some of those women are going to grow up and probably become more conservative over time anyway. I mean, Democrats are just losing at that point.
Yeah.
Stupid. The Wooster for $20, thanks so much, says David Pakman is so scummy. People who are smart enough to notice his sleazy tactics are easily taken advantage of by his rhetoric. Both of you are doing a public service by exposing him to the general public. Well, thank you.
I mean, he's huge. He's got everyone just laughing out of his hand. I think he's got 2 million subscribers on his YouTube channel.
He does, yeah. Yep.
David Pakman is a man, and everyone sees him as like the voice of reason. David Pakman is the reasonable left.
I know, it's very silly. Well, he's not, he's not like a socialist, I guess. So that's why he gets that sort of label. But
is he? Question mark.
I don't believe so. But he's just like very tribal, Democrat Party kind of op shill, I guess.
I thought he made some videos about socialism good.
Did he? Oh,
I thought he did. Yeah.
I don't remember.
Didn't he get in some back and forth with Saagar about socialism or something? I thought he did.
That was so long ago. I don't recall.
That was before he engaged the capitalist grift on Trump getting dementia. So
right.
Now he's like
maybe
not
he's
a
making
socialist.
Money.
Yeah,
that's all changed. J-Mac, thanks so much, our Circuit Father, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted membership.
Yes, thank you. Welcome new members.
The Libertarian Sasquatch for $20 says the left has done a really good job of convincing its base they're truly good people for their beliefs, and anyone who disagrees is a horrible person. And I thinking that's because the right is largely religious.
Yeah, the left has a secular religion. It's progressivism. And it functions exactly the same. It lets them claim moral superiority over everyone else.
Yeah. Kachongo for $20. Thank you. Says off topic, but have y'all heard of Bridge 2.0? It seems to be a more insidious outgrowth of DEI. The streamer Kirsch seems to be the center of a lot of the research about it on YouTube. I have heard about this, but I don't know literally anything about it.
Bridge 2.0.
Yeah, so I don't really have a strong opinion about it.
Yeah. I've heard nothing about it, but I have a very strong opinion about it.
Oh, there you go.
That's always the way you should be. Sitch.
That is the way you should go.
Be
I don't
strong.
know about it, but
come
fuck
on.
it. I'm sure it's evil and bad and socialism reborn and Stalinism and
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's evil and it's going to bring about civil war.
Right. J Macker Sega 5, thanks so much for the $20. Says the left, you're an authoritarian. The right, no, you're an authoritarian. Me, an independent little L libertarian. Guys, you're both just awful.
True. Yes.
True and beautiful.
Obviously. They're all authoritarians with me. The guy who's just chill.
Just trying to grow. Anyway, let's continue.
The entire world was all in cahoots for all the people. You point out Sweden. Compare Sweden's death rates to every other European country, even the other Scandinavian countries that did enact lockdowns, and more people died in Sweden.
I have compared them.
Okay, then you know that Sweden...
Sitch, can we just turn this off now? What is up with this COVID shit? I'm so bored. Why are they talking about this? COVID. No, we can finish it, but I'm just saying, obviously.
I mean, we could skip. I don't remember
what is going on.
I don't remember if the rest of it is COVID or if they get to something else.
Guys, get over it.
About the worst of any of those countries.
Only if you compare them to Scandinavia.
We can move to the Krystal Saagar because the rest of it literally is just them arguing about COVID.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Ouch. Let's see David Pakman's wrap up though, because I'm sure he throws some insults. Well, thank you for coming on. I know it's difficult for you to come on to a platform, Dennis, where there's no bigotry or hatred or homophobia. So
why did it? Because you're so conspiracy brained on it now.
The issue is not conspiracy brained, and sometimes there really are. I will admit to you.
Look, he stopped himself. Sometimes there really are conspiracies, Destiny. He's like, oh shit. Probably shouldn't say that. Good for you, Dennis. Don't let those conspiracies take over your brain.
I defended the big pharma nearly all of my broadcast career. I have been awakened to the corruption that is now involved.
Uh-oh. Did you hear that? Dennis has become woke.
Awakened? Yeah, to the big pharma.
Yeah.
He's woke on big pharma.
Yep.
Sorry to say.
You've been awakened to something called audience capture. I think audience capture is what we awakened to.
I never took Robert Kennedy seriously on the issue of vaccines and kids, and now I do. I admit it. I have been chastened by the facts.
The guy that says the polio vaccine has killed more people than it's saved. Yeah. Okay.
We could go endlessly on vaccines, but we have come to the end of our time. The last thing I want to ask you, and it really should be just a one word, Dennis, you first. Who do you expect to be the winner of the November election?
So I feel bad in not giving you a yes or no or a one-person answer.
Trump or Harris?
I never answer predictive questions. I'm only interested in what I think we need to do. And the thought of 4 more years of the left governing the country frightens me in terms of liberty. So,
all right. But you're not making a prediction. Stephen, who do you expect to see the win in November?
I'm feeling good on Harris right now.
Feeling good on Harris. Gentlemen, we haven't quite said it all, but we've said a lot of it. Dennis Prager, Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II, thanks to both of you.
Why does he do that weird thing? It's so weird.
Like, I don't know. I think it's like an inside joke or something.
Who does this?
Where he says his full name.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So, before we bring up that chart, before we get that.
Yeah.
Before we start the next video.
We'll do.
All right. So Krystal was.
But, it's interesting. So Nate Silver had sort of he had been saying so far that it looked like Kamala was definitely behind Trump to win the electoral victory. And I believe he posted a chart that showed that Kamala is like basically neck and neck, he thinks, when you look at all the polling data. But I think all this, again, to me, it all relies on, can Kamala keep this momentum going? I mean, she's going to have to start talking to press eventually. I don't think she can hide till October.
Can Kamala go 4 months without doing an interview? That's what it depends on.
Well, it's interesting because, like, I'm guessing, I mean, she's been a career politician. I'm guessing if she's doing an interview, she can have like talking points or whatever that she can have memorized. I would think it's, can she be in a situation where she has to actually think and speak off the cuff, which she just appears to be completely incapable of doing.
Yes, she can't do it, man. It's hilarious.
It is very strange. It's so bizarre.
And people, I can't believe people are comparing her to Obama. Because Obama would run to an interview. What? A camera? A microphone?
Right.
Come on over.
It is a weird, it's funny because like a lot of this is talking about like, is it racist, blah, blah, blah. I think it is actually super racist for people on the left that try to compare Obama and Kamala, because it's like, okay, just because they're both like dark skinned, I guess they get to, they're the same. Like she has nowhere near the rhetorical power, I guess, of persuasion that Obama had when he was speaking.
Yeah.
Or the oration.
She has nowhere near the logical coherence that Obama had when he was speaking.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can see, look how crazy this chart is. Okay, the green line is white adults who felt like there was very good or somewhat good race relations, and the blue line was black adults. And you can see, look at that, 2013, right? It's at like, 72 and 68. It's a pretty high spot. And then you just see, boom, 2015. Look at this, just total falls off a cliff, right?
Didn't you say that Trayvon Martin stuff was 2012? I mean,
it was Trayvon Martin was 2012, but Michael Brown was 2014.
Look.
Michael Brown was the hands up, don't shoot stuff.
It's right there in 2013 is the downward spiral.
Yep.
2013 is where everything kind of like cranes off a cliff.
Yeah, it's 2013, 2014, 2015, just everything crashes. And then
2021, oh my God.
It's kind of funny because like it goes back up for white people a little bit, it kind of recovers and then it just keeps going back down. So it has 2021, only 43% whites think that we have good race relations, and only 33% of blacks think we have good race relations. So
look, in 2020 was the George Floyd stuff. This thing has to be much worse now. Oh man.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. So
probably down into the teens.
So just, I mean, really shows you how these sort of the divisive, hyper woke narratives, have destroyed so much of the views of, the country and what people feel about race relations.
So I don't remember if we said it, but the chart says, would you say relations between white and black people are very good, somewhat bad, or very bad? So we're looking at a chart that basically starts declining around 2013, where whites are up in the 70s for saying race relations are good, and black people are around in the 60s, high 60s. So somewhat comparable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What happened at this in 2015 where white people are like under black people? Black people are at 51% and white people are at 45%.
I don't know. Maybe it was Trump winning the election or something.
What happened here?
I don't know if it was Trump or maybe it was just some weird polling thing, because it's like kind of like a consistent slope, except for that one data point. So I don't know what's going on there. But
Yeah. They're like, that's when black people did the bad thing.
Right.
2015. I don't know. Nothing jumps out, but anyway.
I'm curious. I'm trying to find, because I've seen it. I can't find it at the moment, but I've seen like polling on, black Americans' perception of like how racist America is. And you could see it like drastically goes up, in the 24, like once you hit 2014, it drastically starts going up. So.
Right.
Okay. So this debate conversation is kind of interesting. So we have Krystal and Saagar sort of debating, is it racist or fair to refer to Kamala as as a DEI candidate? Obviously, this is a very contentious topic at the moment.
Yes. You want to watch that other video first? That real short
Sure.
ABC video where
we can watch that video first, yeah.
Because it's kind of the
similar, yeah.
The context of this, yeah. I just think it's so. I think this debate took place before Trump made his allegations against Kamala that she's not authentically black, right?
The Saagar conversation did, but not the ABC one took place after.
Right, exactly. Yeah, right. Exactly. So,
yeah.
Just bring in Republican Congressman and Trump ally Byron Donalds. Congressman, thank you for joining.
Representative in the great state of Florida. Look at that.
Oh, it is? Nice.
Yeah. There you go.
Look at this.
Yes, this morning. Why is former President Trump questioning the vice president's racial identity?
Well, first, George, in Chicago, he was responding to a question from, I believe, Rachel Scott. Like, this is really a phony controversy. I don't really care. Most people don't. But if we're going to be accurate, when Kamala Harris went into the United States Senate, it was AP that said she was the first Indian American United States Senator. It was actually played up a lot when she came into the Senate. Now she's running nationally. Obviously, the campaign has shifted. They're talking much more about her father's heritage and her black identity. It doesn't really matter. The president mentioned it. What he also talks about far more frequently is the fact that Kamala Harris is the person who created this massive inflation, which is destroying black families, white families, Hispanic families. It's her failure as border czar that has left our southern border wide open, more than 10 million illegal immigrants coming into our country, record fentanyl coming into our country, which has killed more Americans than at any other point in the history of our country with respect specifically to fentanyl, and the fact that she and Joe Biden have unleashed one of the worst foreign policies in the history of our country that has us on the verge of World War III.
This is a great pivot. Like, he totally pivots to the issues away from the identity politics. Excellent move here.
Well, it's interesting because it shows what, I think we were saying the other day. I mean, obviously this guy feels exactly the same way, that this sort of arguing about Kamala's race is such a losing idea, such a stupid idea. And it's much better to talk about, some kind of policy issue or something. Not be like, is she black or not? Like, come on.
But when we brought it up the other day, it's a losing issue for the Republicans to bring.
That's what I mean. Yeah, for the Republicans, yes.
Right. But look, he's pivoting away. He's like, this is a losing issue. Let's talk about something else, right? But it is the news broadcaster here that keeps going back to it on ABC, which is obviously a lot of people say ABC. A lot of people say ABC.
A lot of people say
exactly
ABC. Yeah,
exactly. So it's the left that really wants to dive into this identity politics. But the interesting thing for me is, look, I said this, I think, when we talked about it, because I said, look, I don't know if this is a good move or a bad move, because I don't know how black voters are going to take this. And if black voters are questioning the authenticity of Kamala Harris, that's not good. Like, obviously, black voters are a huge coalition in the Democratic Party. And if Trump can peel off some of those black voters, it means he's closer to winning. So,
well, is right.
Go ahead. No, you go.
I was going to say I would imagine that's what Trump is thinking. If he is thinking when engaged in that behavior. I think a white person criticizing someone's blackness is just, I think you're going to lose more than you're going to win on that one.
Right. But now we have this like completely different situation where you have a black congressperson and this white guy that's totally in his face over this identity politics, which has a completely different valence. I think this is horrible for Democrats.
Well, I see what you're saying. Because so you're going to see, like, in this conversation, the interviewer keeps trying to draw it back to the race thing. He doesn't want to let him pivot away from it. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it's perceived from that respect. That is kind of an interesting question.
This looks giantly racist to me.
You think so?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Check it out.
We'll see. As Kamala Harris's record, President Trump talks about that frequently, but yes, he did mention it in Chicago in response to a question from Rachel Scott.
And you just repeated the slur again. If it doesn't matter, why do you all keep questioning her identity? She's always identified as a black woman. She is biracial. She has a Jamaican father and an Indian mother. She's always identified as both. Why are you questioning that?
See, he accuses him of racial slurs right here. He's like in his face. He's like totally in his face. You're doing it. You're slurring our beloved Kamala Harris. How dare you?
When he says slur, what is he referring to?
When you question Kamala Harris's authentic blackness,
right?
You are committing a racial slur.
No, like you can say you can say that that's like racist or offensive, but a slur is like a word, like a specific word that has a racial connotation to it in a negative context, right?
I guess,
like
yeah.
He
it's
said
like it's an opposite slur, right? You're saying she's not black. How dare you?
Well, like
what are you saying? She's white? How dare you?
I mean, at least that my understanding of like a slur, that's what a slur meant. Was that like it was a specific, like an ethnic slur is a specific like thing you say to someone like on the basis of their race.
Just look
like
at
a specific phrase or something or term.
Just look at the optics of this right here. Like Whitey talking down to the black man. How dare you? Get in your place.
There's actually, and we can watch it after this. Someone sent me, and it was definitely true on Twitter, that JD Vance actually had a really solid way to deal with this question. So much better than Trump did, which is kind of surprising to me. He had like the perfect way to like frame this and phrase it without like seeming like weird or racist or anything.
What'd he say?
Well, we'll play it after this.
Okay.
Well, George, first of all, this is something that's actually a conversation throughout social media right now. There were a lot of people who are trying to figure this out. But again, that's a side issue, not the main issue. The main issue...
Sir, 1 second. You just did it. You just did it again.
Oh, my God. Sitch, this is the way to win on this issue?
No.
I kind of feel like it's this poison pill that Trump kind of dropped and then stepped away. I mean, this makes the left look just as bad, does it not?
I think this is going to be perceived at like whatever side you are in favor of, I think is going to be perceived as like the winner on this one.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure it's going to be clear. But wait, let me go back a second. He said he did it again.
She's always identified as both. Why are you questioning that?
Well, George, first of all, this is something that's actually a conversation throughout social media right now. There were a lot of people who are trying to figure this out. But again, that's a side issue, not the main issue. The main issue...
Sir, 1 second. You just did it. You just did it again.
So I guess, because he didn't say, I guess when he says slur, what he means is just the concept of questioning, her racial identity.
People are trying to figure it out. How dare you? His head like explodes.
I know. It is kind of weird, yeah.
I think it's funny. The people who, they go out there all like a huge part of the discourse is just labeling conservatives as racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I personally find offensive. It's like you're basically telling people what they are or who they are. But then he's losing his mind over this thing. Where somebody else is like, yeah, look, we're questioning your authenticity. So what of it?
Right.
Like, how dare you question a politician's authenticity, good sir? How dare you?
See, that's like the way to frame it as opposed to making a race thing. Be like, there's a question of Kamala's authenticity. Is she just trying to use her racial identity in a dishonest way? Right.
Didn't Elizabeth Warren do the same thing?
Well, not in politics. She did it to get into college.
Well, yeah, but she still, she got caught. People questioned her authenticity and it turned out her authenticity was completely phony.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. And that thing has hounded her ever since, rightfully so.
Of course. Yeah. He's so pissed about it. It's like, it's this moral self-righteousness that like, oh, nobody can question the authenticity of Kamala Harris. How dare you, good sir?
To give somewhat of a charitability here to
George.
George
come
Papadopoulos.
Come here, good faith, Gary. Come on in.
I mean, we've had conversations where you or me or whatever have been very angry at someone who is basically doing a tap dance away from some kind of racist, statement or something. So,
right.
It could be that's what's sort of activating George's almonds here.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily see this as a racism thing.
I know you don't, right?
Yeah.
But obviously George sees it that way.
Of course, I guess. Yeah, look. I don't necessarily understand the thinking there, but obviously he's in a completely different moral framework than me. I mean, and you can tell this is a moral issue to him. You can tell by the way he gets so pissed about it.
Of course, yeah.
He's like, how dare you? You come on my show? You're doing all these immoral things?
Right. I mean, I think it's very clearly he sees this, whether you agree or not, he sees it as a very racist attack that is bothering him on an emotional level.
If Kamala Harris loses, obviously George is going to be like, racism. Right. Obviously. Never mind the fact that she couldn't string a sentence together. Never mind that they compared her to Barack Obama when she actually had zero logical consistency in anything she's ever said.
Mm-hmm.
Racism. It was a racism. Never mind that we actually elected Barack Obama. Right? Racism.
Yes.
Of the United States.
Why do you insist on questioning her racial identity?
You want me to talk?
I want you to answer my question.
George.
This is so gold, Sitch.
George, now that you're done yelling at me, let me answer. He talked about it on the stage yesterday in Atlanta for 2 minutes? He spent more than 35, 40 minutes going after her record, talking about how radical of a senator that she was. She was the most liberal senator in the United States, in the United States Senate. That is a fact. He talked about the job that she did as vice president of the United States, a job, I will add, which has been a failure for the American people. I know you guys like to glom on to this that he talks about in jest or in a serious manner for about a minute or so, but what you do not cover is the litany of failures of Kamala Harris. That's what you're not covering, George.
So questioning somebody's racial identity for a couple minutes is okay?
George, I'm going to tell you again, he brought it up. AP is the one that wrote the headline when she first came in to the United States Senate. Didn't talk about her being black, talked about her being the first Indian American senator. AP brought that up. I mean, George, we could have this conversation for the entire segment, but none of this matters to the American people. What matters to the American people is, are we going to have the same policies of the Biden-Harris administration that has been destructive of the American people, or are we going to have the policies of the Trump administration, which put America first, had low inflation, prosperous Americans, no matter your race, no matter your color, no matter your creed, and a foreign policy that kept America safe? Those are the facts that truly matter, because this issue is going to come and go. The lives of the American people is what's going to remain, and that's what matters more than anything else.
I think the thing that's so interesting about this for me is just that people on the left obviously think this is a winning issue for them, and that's why they're hammering on it. But I'm just not convinced that it is, to the point where I actually think they might be, shooting themselves in the foot over all this. I think people are sick of this identity politics stuff, and it's just to bring it up as if it's like the end of the world in the context of people, real suffering out in the economy and whatnot, when people are dealing with real bread and butter issues. I think I think it's a complete miscalculation. I think it comes off as elitism, and they're not going to let it go because they see it as such a winning issue. I could be wrong. It could be a winning issue for them, but what's your take?
Well, I think you're right in terms of like just the microcosm of this question, that once he doesn't answer the question the way George wants him to answer it, or he wants to pivot away from it, to keep hounding him on it is a really bad look. I agree with that completely. And you're completely right about that. He should just let it go. Right. Or if he wants to come back, I think it's the fact that he's so angry about it too. Just that angry, like hounding, like a white guy, like yelling at a black guy, like, why aren't you offended? Why aren't you offended? Why aren't you offended? Like, that just obviously has a really bad look and is going to put a bad taste in, I think, most people's mouths about kind of like the way the situation plays. So I think you're completely right. And you could be correct in terms of like, a lot of people are tired about the race shit. A lot of people do want something more substantive, passed. And I think it really comes down to, the Democrats want to incentivize as many black people to come out and vote because that's a very important electorate in some of these swing states. And the Republicans would like to peel off as many of those people as possible. I don't know. I don't know I don't know enough like polling information to know whether kind of framing this issue this way about like attacking Kamala for her blackness would be effective or not. I mean, I could see it going either direction. I don't have a strong opinion on it. So my intuition tells me it's gonna hurt more than it's gonna help Trump. But
my
Democrats
intuition
could
is
definitely
directly opposite. I think it's going to help Trump more than it hurts him. But
okay,
yeah, all of us are just going off our intuition.
Yeah, this is just a vibe here. Yeah. I think the Democrats could overplay their hand definitely and push it too far.
Oh, I think this clip is a perfect example.
Yeah, this clip is a good
dude,
example.
You're screaming.
Right.
You're screaming. Well, answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel when someone questions your black authenticity?
Well, this is why.
No, I mean, George, stop.
This is why the fake, Kamala's fake, Kamala's phony. Like that's such a better, smarter framing than to be so direct about like, is she black? I don't know if she's black. Kind of framing about the whole conversation.
Yeah.
So,
who wins on the authenticity game, Trump or Kamala?
Trump, hands down, easily wins.
Hands
the authenticity.
down.
Yeah.
Look, you can't say that. Everyone is like, oh my God, Sitch and Adam, they're out there for Trump. I feel like we're just saying the truth, right? Obviously.
I mean, I'm not even going to say, first of all, I don't think Trump is an honest person, but in terms of the public perception of authenticity, I mean, that's his whole brand is that I'm not afraid to, not speak my mind. I'm going to tell everyone to fuck off and tell them what I think. So obviously he's totally got the authenticity mark, in spades compared to Kamala.
Right. And if you're not aware of this. I should have
said spades. How offensive.
How dare you?
Yeah.
If you're not aware of this, I think you're somewhat deluded, right?
Yeah, you're
a lot of this
engaged in the conversation.
Yeah, a lot of politics is basically trying to look at things objectively, like where are the advantages and disadvantages.
Right.
And I do think to some extent, Kamala Harris's background is a asset, especially in generating enthusiasm in the Democratic Party. Oh my God, they're gonna elect the first woman president. They're gonna drive the base. The base turnout is going to be through the roof. Okay. Mm-hmm. So how you counteract that it's interesting. This is why we talk about politics. Politics is fascinating. So, and I keep wondering if this is a good move or not. It's definitely a gutsy move, right? If you would have said, if we would have known ahead of time that Trump was going to do this, oh my God, we'd be like,
I'd have been like, ooh, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, exactly. It is high. It is high risk, but we're seeing it play out. And it's fascinating when someone goes for it, a high risk scenario, and it starts like moving in their favor, which Trump just seems lucky as hell. He always seems lucky. I mean, dude literally got shot at and like almost hit, right?
Right.
This guy's like the luckiest guy ever.
He is very lucky. I will agree with that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, how can anyone else, like from the grab him by the pussy tape to January 6th, how do you do January 6th and still get nominated? My God. What the hell, Sitch?
I know.
This is just impossible.
Yeah.
If it doesn't matter, I don't understand why you keep on repeating it, why the president keeps on repeating it, why those introducing the president.
Because you keep asking him. You fucking... You keep asking him the question. That's why he keeps repeating it.
Right.
George, actually, I'm not the one who keeps repeating it. George, you're the one that's bringing it up now. That's
you've done it.
I understand why
sir, you've done it.
Up.
You've done it 3 times. Every single answer you gave me. Now let me finish, sir.
George,
every single answer you gave, you repeated the slur.
You asked me, George. That's why I'm pushing back on you now. George, you asked me the question 3 times. I responded, but
and every single time you repeat the slur. That is exactly my point. You simply can't say that it's wrong.
George.
This is the liberal left here, Sitch. Look, he's made the words wrong. The magic words he's saying incorrectly here.
It is very, it's a very bad look. Again, it's so weird. He keeps saying it's the slur.
You keep saying the words wrong. Say the words correctly. How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
What you're doing is sacrilege.
Mm-hmm.
And you're doing it on my TV show.
Yep.
So then what you're saying, and I want to get off this topic because it's not the only thing that's going on. But George, now you're saying that AP is the one that slurred Kamala Harris, because those are the facts. You can go to the internet and look at the clips, George, if you want to, or we can talk about this now. I prefer to talk about the future of our country because the American people are struggling.
This guy's a pro, Sitch. We need more politicians like this in California. What the hell is going on?
We got them all in Florida. Okay,
we need to talk about the American people. We need to move on. We need to talk about the future.
I mean, he knows how to pivot at him.
I know. He's doing great. Is this your congressman? I want this guy to be my congressman.
I don't know what district this guy is.
American people do need serious policy decisions to be made, and they need serious leadership on the world stage. Kamala Harris has not proven that she can do that. Donald J. Trump has proven that he can do that.
AP did not say that Kamala Harris is not black. She is biracial. She is Indian. She is black. You continue to repeat the fact that you continue to repeat the slur. I don't understand why you and the president do it, but it's clear you're not going to say that it's wrong. And you've now established that for our audience. Trump also said at the convention.
He's also, George, because he's very emotional about this, is handling it completely incorrectly too. What he should be saying is like, oh, well, it's very self-evident that you want to pivot away from this talking point, that you don't think it's a persuasive, rhetorical talking point. So since you think it's such a bad thing, why don't you suggest to Trump that he stop bringing it up? Right.
Yeah.
Like that would be like a way to sort of like sneakily throw it in there back without being so like aggressive about it.
Yeah.
And also point out the fact that they're like, that he's running away from the question. So come on, George, step up your listen, get Dave Pakman in here. He have a more slippery question. All right.
Look, this is just a common tactic on the left to question a person's authenticity. The whole all the CRT stuff that we've talked about is about questioning black people's authenticity, right? If you don't have a particular political bent, you're not authentically black. Joe Biden can come out and say, look, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, right?
Right.
This is why it just screams of hypocrisy here. Dear sir, you've slurred this woman by questioning her authenticity when they come out and question people's authenticity all day long. All day long. That's all they do.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane to me.
What is interesting, because like obviously George, he sees it as a very racist thing, and he sees it as such a blatantly racist thing that he is kind of confused as to why another, like a black person, wouldn't perceive it that way. And so maybe he thinks like this guy is just lying in order to grift like Republican votes or something.
Look,
That's why
especially
he gets so angry about it.
Look, especially if this guy's a black Republican, people are questioning his authenticity all day, all night, every single minute of the day.
Right.
And to have this guy scream in his face about questioning someone else's authenticity when that is his lived reality every day.
That's a good point. Yeah.
It's insane. It's totally insane. It's elitist. It's out of touch. And I'm sure black voters are picking up on this shit. I'm sure they are. He thinks he's killing it.
Yeah.
George, you're killing something, but it isn't it.
It is not.
Mentioned that he would pardon January 6 rioters.
Everybody look for themselves. Let's move on.
I've already said that. Go ahead.
Internet, everybody. Let's move on. There we go.
So, go on and repeat the slurs again.
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's so offensive. That's so offensive. He doesn't even know he's doing it too. This is just completely inept.
Trump also said at the convention that he would pardon January 6 rioters who assaulted police officers. Do you support that?
Actually, what he said is that he was going to review every single case. He even repeated that again in Chicago at the NABJ. Listen, what we do understand is that the Department of Justice under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they did massively push up charges on people who protested at the Capitol and some who rioted at the Capitol on January 6th. So what he's talking about is doing a case-by-case review. You can lump it all together all you want, but those are the words of Donald J. Trump. I'm quite sure on the internet people can pull up that clips. They can watch it at their own leisure.
I'll read it to you right now. This was Rachel Scott's question. My question is on those rioters who assaulted officers. Would you pardon those people? Oh, absolutely, I would. That's his words.
Yes, but you did not leave in was the rest of his comments where he said, yeah, I would, but we want to look at everything on a case-by-case basis. That's what will happen, George.
No, that's not what he said. He said if they were innocent, I would pardon them. Okay. They've all been convicted. He said he would pardon those who assaulted police officers. Do you support that or not?
George, you just changed.
We watched that. That's the conversation that we watched, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they're talking about I think we covered it last week, so.
Yeah.
Well, it might be the last video that we covered.
What was? I'm trying to remember what Trump's exact comment was.
He did say it's complicated. He pulled the, we got to look at it. He didn't have a well formulated response at all. So
right.
But I do think he kind of drifted into a case by case basis, but not explicitly. It should have been more explicit. But
let's see.
Bring it up if you want, or I don't care.
Okay, let's bring it up because I'm curious to who's right because I don't remember exactly what was said. So we're at 6:30.
Look.
Okay, it was at the 30-minute mark. Isn't the internet great?
It is, yeah. Those transcripts are amazing.
Yeah, YouTube adding the transcripts was like the greatest thing ever.
It is, yeah.
Called yourself the candidate of law and order. Yeah. When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said, yes, absolutely. Sure. You called them patriots. 140 police officers were assaulted that day. Their injuries included broken bones, at least one officer lost an eye, one had 2 cracked ribs, 2 smashed spinal discs, another had a stroke. Were the people who assaulted those 140 officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Well, let me bring it back to...
You should have said, were those people fine people that deserve pardons? Right?
140 police officers? I thought there was like 3. All of a sudden, it's like 140 police officers were assaulted. There was like one guy who ended up committing suicide days later.
There was like, I think there was like 5 that got seriously injured, but obviously when they say assaulted, I mean, there was a lot of people trying to break in the building from all angles. Not surprising that 140 would be assaulted to some capacity. What that entails, obviously.
Sure, yeah.
No.
To modern day, like about 5 days ago, we had an attack on the Capitol, a horrible attack on the Capitol. You saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells, lions, all these magnificent limestone and granite with red paint, red spray paint that will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100 years from now.
She's so angry. She's like staring at him. Why are you answering my question?
They viciously attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed that city?
But sir, my question is on those.
What's going to happen to
my
the
question
people
is
that
on
tried
those
to
rioters who assaulted officers.
You have to
would you pardon
what's
those
going to happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You would pardon those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just...
If they're innocent, I would pardon them. So
that's kind of a nonsensical statement because obviously, what does that even mean? Right?
If they're innocent?
If
they've
they're
been wrongly convicted.
Yeah, but how do you know that? They were convicted.
Project,
how do you know? No, I get it, but I'm saying, was Trump gonna how's he gonna know who's wrongly quote convicted or not?
Well, who'd they vote for in the last election?
Well, I'm assuming they all voted for Trump. I mean,
yeah, no.
What else would they be doing there?
This is not good.
Yeah, it's not a good answer.
Not a good, clear response.
No.
But I do think he elaborates. Let's see.
Just under. Well, they were convicted by a very tough system. How come the people that tried to burn down Minneapolis, how come the people that took over a large percentage of Seattle, how come nothing happened to them?
Okay, I can't stand the whataboutism. We might have to move on.
Okay, how come the people
But sir, we're talking about people that were seen beating officers with flagpoles, dragging them down the stairs. They're on video. Have you seen that video, sir?
Oh, really? Well,
you would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died in Minneapolis. You know, people died in Minneapolis. And nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens to those people. But you went after the J6 people with a vengeance. And I'll tell you what about the cops that were, and I'm all for the police.
He literally said, what about this?
The body.
Of course. And what about?
You know, but what about the police that are ushering everybody into the Capitol? Go in. What about that? Look, nothing is perfect in life, but you have people from Minneapolis, you have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C., they were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying, they were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them. And you can't have two systems of justice. That's why they went after me as a political opponent, because they felt they couldn't win without doing that. And we're going to win our cases, and we're going to be vindicated. But I have to spend a lot of time on that and money. That's what they want. After the election, they won't care. Although in my case, I think they probably will, because the hatred is pretty deep. But I'll tell you, they went after me as a political opponent. That's never happened in our country before, and it sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
What do you do on day one if you win?
Okay.
So he doesn't really answer.
He doesn't really answer. Well, he gave kind of a nonsensical answer about the innocent thing. But, it'd be interesting for, let's go back. Guess we'll just hit the back button here.
Okay.
Just bring in Republic.
It would have been interesting for Byron Donalds to kind of go the same route that Trump went, to be like, I don't know what George Papadopoulos's coverage was like during the BLM protest. Be like, hey, did you advocate, what was your position on the BLM stuff? Why do you think the BLM rioters should be arrested? Do you think the Chaz people should be arrested? Do you think all the people that set up those like Antifa zones should be arrested?
Yeah. Hell yeah, they should.
That would be a whataboutism unless he acknowledged and said, like, what I would like for him to say is, like, I think that the January 6 people that have broken the Capitol and actually did violence 100% should not be pardoned and should go to jail, 100%, period. And then you turn into the Antifa stuff and say, but why is it so one-sided? Why is the left's kind of version of events, or why is the left's position on political violence so one-sided?
Right.
And then kind of go into all that stuff. But I don't think, Byron McDonald's probably could not. He'd be too afraid to sort of like give a strong position against, people going to jail for January 6th, because that probably hurt his electoral chances.
Right. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Or not.
George, you just changed the soundbite. You just changed it. Now you added, if they're innocent, then I will pardon them. Let's go back to the record of January 6th. Again, not something that
I didn't change the soundbite. That's exactly what he said. They've been convicted.
George, the first thing you said was, yes, I'll pardon them. Then you expanded.
And he said that.
To say, if they are innocent, then yes, I will. That's what you said, George. Now I'm responding. Okay. So
this is kind of interesting.
It is, yeah.
So wait, hold on one second.
No one's ever been wrongly convicted.
Right. Well, wait, we're at 6:56. I'm going to go back a second to when he asked the question originally.
Of Donald J. Trump.
Would you pardon those people? Oh, absolutely, I would. That's his words.
Right. So you get in this kind of weird situation where it's like, without providing, I guess, even though I think Trump's answer was bullshit because it's like a nonsensical answer, without providing, like, unless he were to provide a framework to determine, like, quote, what is innocent or not, it's a nonsensical answer. Because I don't, obviously he doesn't have an answer or a framework whatsoever. It's a political talking point.
If they knew the election was actually stolen, then
Yeah,
obviously
right, sure.
they're innocent.
Exactly. Like if Trump, like, I believe, I could have swore, I thought Trump had a better answer for this in the past. I thought he did say something in the past about, if they committed violence, he wouldn't pardon them. I could have swore he said something like that in the past, but maybe I'm misremembering, or maybe he did, and that, his base got mad at him, so he stopped saying that. But so on one hand, I think George is being dishonest by not adding, like, Trump's full statement of, like, if they're innocent. I think that is dishonest. But on the other hand, that statement doesn't really mean anything at the same time. So that's why it's kind of like an interesting thing. So
Well,
I don't really know.
Instead of saying it clearly, he says it as like an addendum, which allows people to look at the sentence either way. If he just said, oh, if they're innocent, I would pardon them. If he just said it that way, then it'd be much clearer. But he says, oh, of course I would pardon them if they're innocent.
But you're correct in terms of, like, creating a better sound bite.
Right.
Like, you're completely correct in terms of insulating him from, like, being clipped. But it still would have the problem of that doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah, because how do you determine whether or not they're innocent? That's the
Right.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously, like, the whole point is you're pardoning someone who's convicted of a crime already. So how would you make a determination, an extrajudicial determination outside of the courts that the person was, quote, innocent?
Well, it is ironic that people on the left are always griping about people wrongly convicted. So
I know
it's ironic that they're the ones that are going, well, the justice system never gets it wrong.
Well, see, that would be a much more, I think,
of course it would, yeah,
effective way to, like, attack this question for Trump is to be like, oh, the left, the left is always saying that people are wrongly imprisoned. Okay, but for some reason, when the Republicans are wrongly imprisoned, they're totally fine with it.
Yep. Great impersonation.
Thank you.
I have a transcript to send you in a minute, and you can do your Trump impersonation.
Everyone says in the comments that my Trump impersonation is very
now
good.
You're reading the comments, Sitch?
They always say Sitch's impersonation of Donald Trump is top tier. I've heard this. Many people, so many people, they tell me it's very top tier. No, they all say it's terrible. I feel bad doing it every time. Everyone says it's awful.
There's been no comments about your Trump impersonation.
Everyone says it's awful.
Nobody says for or against. You might have gotten a couple that you do a good Trump impersonation. But
Thank you.
It's been a while. We're almost there.
Now I'm responding. Okay. So what he's saying is that, yeah, I will go and look at these cases. If they're innocent, yes, I will. Of course, if somebody was beating up a police officer at January 6th, he's not going to do that. But if you had people who were just walking through the Capitol, which did occur on January 6th, because the security protocols had changed because of that riot at the Capitol, then what he would do is not allow them to be held in jail with these massively increased charges.
Yeah, well, why doesn't he just say that? Why doesn't he just say, look, if somebody was waved in by police officers and they wandered around and did no damage and just left on their own accord and they somehow got caught up in this persecution and are in jail, hell yeah, I would pardon them. Why didn't you just say that?
Yeah, no, this answer is like, is a good answer. This is what he should have given in the beginning. This is a good answer, yeah.
By the current U.S.
It must be so frustrating because Trump probably has advisors that are laying this answer out for him, but Trump has such ADD that he could never remember it and actually say.
Right. I know. It's hilarious.
Like, damn it, he got the perfect opportunity.
Well, I'm curious. I don't think you can, and we'll play the JD Vance clip after this because it's very clearly like a workshopped answer that he had prepared. It's a very good answer. I'm skeptical about whether Trump's team could, like, workshop a response for him that he would, give consistently in these circumstances.
Oh yeah. Trump is a force of nature. You just can't contain him.
U.S. attorney in D.C. under the Biden-Harris administration. Compare that to the fact that at the rally that the riots that just occurred at Union Station when Bibi Netanyahu was speaking to Congress, you had the same U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia who decided to just let people go and not file any charges, even though they were defacing monuments at Union Square. So we want to be fair with the justice system. We don't want to be political with the justice system.
My question is on those rioters who assaulted officers. Would you pardon those people? Donald Trump. Oh, absolutely, I would. You wouldn't pardon those? If they were innocent, I would pardon them. That is the entire quote. They are not innocent. They are convicted. He said he would pardon them.
And George, what I'm telling you is he's going to go back and look at these cases because it is without a doubt. And look, January 6th is a very painful memory in our country, but it is without a doubt that the U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia was supercharging these people because of political viewpoints. Because you had other riots that have occurred in Washington, D.C., where the charges were minimized or dismissed altogether. That is not an even-handed system of justice. That is a politically motivated system of justice. And you don't have to look any further than the difference between how the Department of Justice has treated Donald Trump versus how the Department of Justice has treated Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton. What he is talking about is equal enforcement of the law, not picking and choosing because of your politics.
I would remind you that this Department of Justice actually indicted Hunter Biden, the president's son. And of course, we were talking about assaults on police officers, people who were convicted for assaults on police officers, which the president has said he would pardon them. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh my God, he's so chapped.
It's funny. It's interesting that he like threw in the the political defense point at the end there.
Oh yeah, look, he's
he's
totally
like,
partisan.
They went after Hunter, but thanks, bye. It's like, I mean, okay, interesting.
Hunter Biden.
Mm-hmm.
They went after Hunter.
I sent you the clip.
Oh, okay,
bring
cool.
It up. Yeah. So this is a clip of JD Vance sort of addressing the Kamala Black question. And he does, and I'm just, again, surprised. Someone sent this to me, I'm surprised. He has a perfect answer, a great answer, obviously a workshopped answer. This is what, like, Trump needs to be fed these sorts of answers so he can kind of answer these questions without kind of making a... I don't agree. Some people think, I've heard some people say that this was like a 10D chess move for Trump to make the media focus on this. And I don't think it is, because Kamala's weakness is her inability to answer questions off the cuff and and Trump, if I'm Trump, I want to tie Kamala to the current administration and the current administration's policy failures. And I want Kamala to have to defend those things and to give policy prescriptions herself. That's what you want the focus to be if you're Donald Trump. Making the focus on her race so that she can sit there and say, ha, 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 Donald Trump is a racist. That does not seem to be the winning strategy in my mind.
Now, look, you're not falling for the weird claim, are you, Sitch? I mean, JD Vance is one smooth character here.
Well, I think he's weird.
You yourself are admitting it. So
I think he's weird because, he's a Curtis Yarwin fan. I think that makes you weird. That's not really what people on the left generally mean when they call him weird.
I mean, I think the eyeliner is more.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little strange.
Is he wearing eyeliner?
No, but I don't. Well, it's like eyeliner gate. People are claiming that he's wearing eyeliner. Other people are saying he just has dark eyelashes.
I think he just has dark eyelashes and like a deep eye ridge, so it creates a lot of shadow.
Okay.
But anyway, you ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
The former president's comments yesterday to the National Association of Black Journalists, where he said that Vice President Harris is, quote, all of a sudden black. As a father of 3 biracial children, did those comments give you pause at all?
They don't give me pause at all. Look, all he said is that Kamala Harris is a chameleon. She goes to Georgia 2 days ago. She was raised in Canada. She puts on a fake Southern accent. She is everything to everybody, and she pretends to be somebody different depending on which audience she's in front of. I think it's totally reasonable for the president to call that out, and that's all he did. I mean, look, she's running as a tough on crime prosecutor, even though she implemented open border policies. She's saying that she wants to support the police, yet she wanted to defund the police just 3 years ago. It's totally reasonable to call out the fact that she pretends to be somebody different depending on the audience she's talking to.
The former president's comments yesterday.
Inauthenticity.
There you go. See, now obviously JD Vance has very low charisma, so he doesn't give the answer in the best way, but the thought is the correct thought. Like, she's a political chameleon. She just says what every audience wants to hear. Fake Kamala, phony Kamala. If you could take that answer and like shove it through like the Trump speaking filter, right? You open up ChatGPT and you're like, okay, can you write this as if Donald Trump was saying it, right? Throw that in there, get Trump to say that, and like you have a much better answer to this question.
Kamala chameleon.
Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. People start doing the karma chameleon meme, which I think is a little cringe. I don't think that would be effective.
Yeah, exactly.
Chameleon isn't, even though like it's a good thing to like define what she's doing, chameleons aren't, there's not like a negative association. I think most people have a positive association of a chameleon in their mind because they think they're cool. Most people, I think, like,
really?
Yeah, like most people like the chameleon lizard. Like, oh, it's a cool like chameleon. And, like, changes its colors. So I don't know if that'd be like a good.
They're fake.
A good, yeah. I think fake is better. It'd be like, you know, Kamala's
I just
fake.
think
She's a phony.
Kamala
She says whatever.
Chameleon is like obviously alliteration. Is what
I understand. I understand, but I think fake and phony is better than karma chameleon.
Say Kamala chameleon 5 times fast.
Comma chameleon. Yeah, I mean, listen, you could do
Kamala chameleon. Come on, it's easy.
Chameleon. Yeah, you could do it. I just that song's too old.
It's as easy as obfuscate. Come on, you can do it.
There you go.
Kamala chameleon.
The comma chameleon. But now just be like,
you really wanna hurt?
Jesus. Like, she's a fake Kamala. She's a chameleon. She's a comma chameleon. Like, something he could throw out there. Actually, no, he should throw it out there. Like, she's a comma chameleon. Yeah, like throw it out there, but like just be like, she's a fake, she's a phony, she's a comma chameleon. She says whatever the audience wants to hear. Okay, well, she's open borders everywhere. Even when she was in California, she was opening the prisons, opening the borders. You know, you could just do all this stuff.
She's a chameleon. She's the Kamala chameleon.
There you go. Come on, Trump. Get us on the team. Get us on the team.
Do you really want to make me cry? All right, where were we here?
Okay, let's we're going to watch the Krystal conversation.
Cool. So and this took place before any of this blew up. And this is when they're having the conversation about, is it acceptable to call Kamala chameleon the DEI hire, right?
Right.
But how fast do we move past that, Sitch?
Well, this conversation
DEI hire. I'm saying she isn't even black.
Yeah. Well, this is the conversation that led to the next step of the conversation, which is the "is she black" conversation.
Right.
All right. So Krystal was.
Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like, we went from "is it racist to call her DEI" to just directly like, well, she's not black, so it can't be racist. I guess. Like it's so funny. The shape and the swiftness of like how the conversation changes is hilarious.
Like, so much of this is like social media. So much of this is driven by social media. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Social media just speeds everything up.
It does. It does. J-Mac, our Saagar, thank you so much for the $200. Thank you so much, J-Mac.
Really? Wow. That's awesome.
I gotta say, I've been playing NMS a lot lately. I've been warping system to system, No Man's Sky. I've been warping system to system, trying to find one of the new floating island biomes with no luck. Been looking for over 6 hours since the patch. And what do I find while listening to you guys? Floating island, baby. Well, there you go, J-Mac.
Look at that.
Good luck. We're your good luck charm, all right? You just pop us on and suddenly all will work out for you, okay?
That's all in VR too. He's playing virtual reality, right?
Yes, so, very lucky.
Yeah,
very lucky. Yeah,
that's gotta be cool.
Well, first of all, I want to say this. Both me and Adam were very lucky people.
Oh, yeah.
So
super lucky.
We exuberate luck. So when you listen to us, some of our luck, our luck aura will shoot out across the internet. And, it'll go on to you.
Both of us were lucky enough to be born with free will, which most people aren't. So
that's true.
I mean, that's the first step in the luck chain.
Oh, my God. Jesus Christ.
What?
Sammy G. I don't know if she sent me these pictures of Kamala, the Kamala chameleon. I don't know if she made them or found them.
I've seen some going around.
Right here, I sent them to you. You can bring them. They're kind of hilarious.
God, that's hilarious. Oh my God!
The internet is on. Okay, yeah, the internet's definitely on board with this stuff. So these are good.
That's the thing. I think I tweeted about it a few days ago just to see if that's the direction things were going to go, and it's nice to see things are going in that direction.
I want to hear Trump say "comma chameleon" now in a campaign speech. Okay.
I want to see him play Culture Club as he's walking, and them show big pictures of these chameleon memes.
Mm-hmm. You could have, and actually it could be a good meme because you could have when they were asking Biden about like the hostage swap situation.
Right.
And you see Kamala standing next to him, but she has this kind of like blank, like she's like afraid to be asked a question look on her face.
Right.
Like you have the good meme of like, she's like the chameleon. She's like, don't notice me. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. She's like trying to blend into the background. It's like, if I don't move, maybe no one will notice me.
She turns into like an airplane color.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, exactly. You could use Photoshop to have her just like blend into whatever the background is.
Where did she go?
There you go.
Look, and I saw JD Vance tweeted this. It's been 13 days and no major interview. I mean, what? Like if that was Obama, he'd be doing 6 interviews a day.
Yes.
The media is dying to talk to her.
Well, it really shows.
It's like free media.
Yeah, it really shows how bad she is at speaking, I guess. Or she's so afraid of defending her record or her positions on anything.
Right. Yeah.
So I sent you a clip. Actually, we should watch this before you watch this thing. It's a Twitter clip.
Okay.
This is an old clip apparently of Don Lemon questioning whether Kamala Harris is African American. So it's kind of relevant to the conversation.
I saw that. How old is this clip? I saw it going around and I was wondering.
I don't know the answer to the question.
Where did you send it to? I don't see it.
It's before the. Oh wait, no, I sent it to the wrong person.
Yeah, who'd you send it to?
I sent it to Sammy because she sent me all the Kamala pictures. Okay,
Sammy, can you bring up that tweet for me?
Yeah, Sammy, can you bring up that Twitter video? Okay, I sent it to you now.
Okay. Yeah, I saw this going around. It's so funny. Don Lemon.
Whooper for $20 says chameleon. I don't know how you say that. Chameleon. Is that like if you combined Kamala and chameleon? Chameleon, short and to the point. Doesn't really roll off the tongue nicely. Chameleon. I think Comma Chameleon because it has the song association would be better. But...
See, that is already in billions of brains.
Yes.
So like it's already stuck in there. It's so much easier to just stick a little idea onto something that's already embedded in people's brains.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it could catch on.
It's a little old. It feels a little boomery, even though obviously that song is.
What are you talking about?
Is X and not boomer, but.
These are Republicans, Sitch. You're trying to get them to vote.
That's true. Comma chameleon, man. Bring it on.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. What do we got here? Here we go. Ready? Yep. 3, 2, 1, go.
Black woman.
Okay, that's why I agree with that. I agree with that. But is she African American? No. But is she African American? There is a difference. There's nothing wrong with that. No one is trying to take anything away from her.
Let's go down into her lineage.
I think you're falling. I think you're falling into the trap of that. All she had to do was say, "I am black, but I'm not African American." That's it.
Let me say this. I'm not falling in a trap. I'm not falling in. Let me finish. Hold on. I'm not falling into a trap by that. When she goes down her lineage, many Africans landed in Jamaica and all these other Caribbean islands. So she could indeed
Jamaica's
be
not America.
African American mixed with other races. But she is
Jamaica's not America.
But she is a black woman. She was born
did not
here.
come out of Jim Crow.
Okay, well let's go into Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was born in Canada.
Ted Cruz. This is not about Ted Cruz. You're changing the subject.
But you know what? We cannot. It was hypocrisy. I'm not changing the subject.
Yes, you are.
She's a black woman. I don't know what you want.
Cruz.
Okay, black woman.
Okay, that's why I agree with that.
Look at all this collectivism, Sitch. It's so important. What a member of what group she belongs to. It's like the most important thing ever. Most essential thing.
It is funny to hear Don Lemon being like super insulting, like, that's not what I said.
And he's like singing along.
He's like singing the response. It's kind of hilarious. But well, no, to be fair, this is a different conversation than what's going on now, because he's not questioning whether she's black. He explicitly acknowledged that she's black. He's questioning, she's not African American, which is obviously a different thing. So,
right. When was this from? Kamala Harris slams those questioning her identity as sowing hate and division. But this is an old clip, you said.
Well, I mean, it's Don Lemon on CNN. So
yeah, exactly. But so this is like this is a very old argument, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing with Kamala. If her authenticity has always been questioned.
The tweet is from 2020.
Okay.
So
maybe it's from when
I don't know if it's from that or if it's older. Because I mean, the quality of the footage looks like ancient. I don't know why
it does.
Looks so bad.
Yeah. Oh well.
Okay.
Fun stuff, nonetheless. Now, who wins this debate, Saagar or Krystal?
Well, let's find out.
Okay, I'm down.
Was very kind, and she wanted me to weigh in on some of the Republican attacks on Kamala Harris. So we're going to start with one that has been making the rounds. Kamala is allegedly, quote, what is it, the original Hawk Tuah girl. This was on Fox Business. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, and then there's the DEI press secretary telling you that the DEI vice president is the future of the party here. And so the future looks kind of dim for the Democrats here, but this is no shocker either. Kamala Harris, she's the original Hawk Tuah girl. That's the way she got where she is. And the party's going downhill if it's in her hands.
That was tough.
Sitch, what's a Hawk Tuah girl? I've never heard this. What does that mean? Is that like...
it means, well, it's the accusation that she, fucked her way to the position.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why do they call it Hakatuah? What does that mean? Sounds like some Native American tribe or something.
Wow. Are you this disconnected from the children nowadays?
She's the Haka. She's in the Hakatuah tribe.
You don't know the memes, Adam? You don't know
Of course I know the meme. I'm doing it for the audience. Come on, Sitch. Other people don't know the meme.
Who doesn't know the Hakatuah meme?
The Hakatuah meme.
Why don't you explain it?
Why I'm asking you personally to explain it to us.
Adam, as the resident,
what does it mean?
Adam, as the resident Coomer on the stream, I think you need to explain all things.
Look,
Coomer related.
The accusations of Coomerism have been very overstated with me.
I don't think that's true at all.
How dare you? How dare you?
I mean.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Explain for these good people what the Hawk Tuah means.
Everyone know there was a girl who talked about giving a blowjob and then she used the Hawk Tuah sound effect. Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, they're saying because Kamala slept her way to the top.
No, but what does Hawk Tuah mean? What does that even mean? What is the sound effect for?
Okay, so so basically, I didn't want to explain this. But
I know you don't. That's why I keep pushing you.
Right. Well, I'll explain.
Who wants to explain this?
I'll explain it. Okay. People don't know this. Okay.
Right.
But before the Europeans came to the new lands in America, they didn't know what blowjobs were. It was not a thing that Europeans or Asians or Africans, they never thought to do a blowjob before. It's just completely like unknown to them. Right. But the Native Americans, they had discovered this advanced sex technique, and it was specifically a tribe called the Hawk Tuah tribe. Yes, the Hawk Tuah tribe had discovered this very advanced
ancient art of fellatio.
Exactly. And so when the Pilgrims first came to America, they were horrified to learn, because they were very
horrified.
Like,
why would anyone be horrified?
Well, because they're the Pilgrims. They're very like uptight, like religious Christian, hoity-toity. Like, oh, you can only have sex for reproduction. It's got to be in the missionary position,
missionary style.
Right? Exactly. See, people don't know it too. The term like missionary, that was crafted as a response to the Pilgrims meeting the Hakatuah tribe. They tried to explain that no, only this position, which they dubbed the missionary, because they were on a missionary, they were on a missionary outing to try to save the souls of these Native Americans, to prevent them from engaging in this blasphemous fellatio act. So
yeah. Is it true that the Hakatuah tribe invented the knee pad?
No, see, that would make sense, but knee pads were actually invented by the British to play croquet in the early 1600s. So
deep lore there.
Yeah, deep lore. Okay, you ready?
Back to this.
That was harsh.
That was harsh. Look, I would just say this. Let's just not go into it. All right. In general, I talked with Emily about it. I have annoyance with some of this, because some of this, it's like, well, what is allowed to be talked about and not? So with Trump, it's like, okay, well, we have now spent years litigating. Did he have sex with Stormy Daniels, up until the point of what? I'm not going to go into, let's just say, the very personal details of Donald Trump's anatomy, what the exact sexual encounter was between the two. That was a key thing against him. So it's
who is the one telling us who is setting the rules about what is allowed to be talked about here, Sitch?
The left.
Is it the left?
Yeah.
Is it that liberal left?
Not the liberal left.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
In the context of a campaign payment and cover up. That was the context there.
But then the Karen McDougal thing also, many of Trump's affairs. So Trump's sex life was totally out in the open. So it's like, oh, we're not allowed to talk about Kamala, basically having an affair with a very powerful,
This is a great argument. The fact that the Stormy Daniels trial was so widely publicized and covered in the media. I mean, this is a great argument. If his dirty laundry is fair game, why isn't her dirty laundry, Sitch? What's the response to this?
I mean, I think that is a fair question.
Yeah, of course.
It's a totally fair question, yeah.
Relationship with a powerful San Francisco mayor, and clearly how that, contributed to her rise to the top. I would say it's fine to talk about. I wouldn't talk about it that way. But in general, let's just take it back to where we were in the beginning of this, show, which is, if we're talking about suburban women and abortion, I would probably just avoid.
I was just going to say, I would encourage Republicans, please continue this line of attack. Laura Loomer, please continue talking about Kamala Harris's uterus and theorizing about her whole entire life. Please. The other thing about this, Saagar, and this fits with the...
Well, okay, but there's a second part of this too, which is what, whether it's fair or not is one question. Is it a good idea or not is another question entirely.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I'm guessing, I would think it's not a good idea, because I don't think enough people know about it. It's not, not enough people know about it, and not enough, and it would just kind of stem into the whole sexism accusation, even if it's true. So,
well, I try to think about these things unconventionally. And while I understand Krystal's argument, she's saying, look, women are going to find this offensive. There have to be a lot of women who have found other women sleeping their way to the top and competing with them offensive. True. So I don't necessarily know. I don't think you can categorically say, oh, yes, this is offensive to all women. Because there's probably a lot of women out there that are like, that fucking dumb bitch. She's like, she got my job.
That's
because she was.
But the question is, will they associate Kamala as actually doing that or not? Or they just say, oh, this is just nonsense.
Well, I think they might. That's why I'm bringing it up. I don't know how these numbers break down. So I don't think Krystal should be as confident that this is a terrible strategy. So
I would throw from my gut. Okay, we're doing a gut check here. I would say 75% tells me bad strategy.
Okay.
Again,
because 75% of women have slept their way to the top.
No, just in terms of
what
like
are you doing?
confidence of it not being effective. Because again, Kamala's weakness is not that she's a woman or that she's black or Indian. Her weakness is the Biden association, the Biden administration, her phoniness, her inability to speak. Like she has so many things to attack her on. I don't think these identity markers are the way to go.
Right. Look, I do think there are better ways to attack her, but as far as these attacks go, how persuasive are they? How damaging are they? I mean, that I don't know. So I don't, this hits into the authenticity argument too, though, obviously, because if she's only sleeping with men for political advantage or for career advantage, that's obviously plays into the funniest.
Of course.
Yeah.
The DEI hit as well. This shit is so online. And so to people that understand it, it's repellent, right? Like even the Fox Business lady there is like repelled by it, and he's been pulled off there. He hasn't been seen since.
Well, he is making it explicitly sexual, and that's part of the thing that I'll get into with the DEI thing, which is, by the way, I don't think anything should be off limits. I think it's fine. I think it is weird that when she was 29, she was dating Willie Brown. I think very obviously for political purposes. I think that's weird. It tells me a little about her sociopathic personality that basically is required to become president. So I think she is just like anyone who wants to be president. Many of these people are willing to do anything in order to ascend to power. And that's basically a requirement for the arrogance to think that you should be president. Okay, so let's...
I mean, she's almost 30. What's wrong with dating an older man when you're almost 30? I don't know.
The issue, there was twofold issue. Number one, if you're 29 and you're dating a 6-year-old, the obvious thought process is, okay, well, you're not dating them because you're physically attracted to them. And you're probably not dating them because you're attracted to them emotionally. You're probably dating them because you either want their money or something from them, right?
Yeah, that's what people would think, right?
That's the obvious thought process. You don't know. Listen, you don't know. I mean, it's possible, of course, but that's the thought. That's the immediate thought.
Wasn't Willie Brown married at the time too? I think so.
My understanding is that he was married but separated at the time.
Oh, okay.
That's my understanding. I don't know if that's 100%.
Right.
But which is still obviously not good for Kamala in this context. And obviously, so that's number one. But then number two, with Kamala, it's even worse because wasn't he like her boss at the time too?
Oh, wow.
So then it seems more apparent that like she's like sleeping with him to like move up in the rank. So it makes it more gross.
I'm telling you, there have to be way more women that have been the victims of other women than there are women who've employed this strategy and are offended by it. There has to be.
No. It's not a question. Wait. The group isn't women who've employed it or offended by it. The third group is women who haven't done it and are offended by it and they're offended of the stereotype threat of it. Right? You're always talking about like the stereotype threat that people face. And this is one of them, is that women sleep their way to the top.
That's a good point. That is a good point. They're offended by the stereotype. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm just thinking, have there been any women that have not been in a situation where they're dealing with another woman who's employing this strategy and just revolted by it? And I think probably all women have dealt with this. So,
right, but again, it boils down to, will they perceive Kamala as being the person? Like, if you could paint that picture in their minds, that Kamala represents that bitch at the office that you don't like because she slept her way to the top, maybe screwed you out of
a promotion or something,
or whatever, then yeah, that's effective. But I'm skeptical that will. I think most women will just assume that this is not the case.
Right. That they're
even if it was the case.
That they're calling them that woman. They're falsely accusing them of being that woman, even though they're not. That's the intuition that they'll have.
Right.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's leave it at that. Now, I didn't say that in a sexist way. Note that I just put it in exactly the same terms of many people who want to climb to the very top are willing to do anything to do that. So I think in that context, it's fine. Now, I would not put it in an explicitly sexual terms the way that, I don't know who that guy was, the Fox Business analyst or whatever.
Let me tell you what his Twitter profile says, because you'll enjoy that.
I feel sorry for the Hawk Tuah girl because, I mean, for all I know, she was in a loving relationship with her boyfriend, and she was just like, maybe it was her fiance. I don't know who the Hawk Tuah guy is.
Well, it's so, or is there a Hawk Tuah guy? But I mean, it's so weird because she's like tried to leverage this, and so many people try to leverage this to like give her a TV show, do all these things, and it's like, I think she was even like interviewed by like Bill Maher or something. I don't know. It's fucking weird. It's just some random ass person who did like a funny meme that people liked. Like, she can't like carry a TV show. She's not like an interesting person.
Right. Yeah. I haven't watched any of the interviews with Hawk Tuah girl. Pardon me for not being interested.
I know. How dare you?
Yeah.
Please hit me.
It says, a father of 4, host of First Class Fatherhood.
Oof. All right. Yeah. See,
Class
would you talk about your daughter that way? You know, would you, want to talk about women that way in general? Like I said, this whole like slut shaming thing, I wouldn't do it personally. I think talking about it in terms of what it reveals about character and background, I think that's totally on brand. And I think fine, in the same way that I think the talking about Trump and his sexual promiscuity, or especially sexual braggadocio in the past, reveals like obviously something insecure about him and about his love of the tabloids and all of that. So in general,
well, I mean, I agree that like obviously if you're a news commentator, probably just shouldn't be saying things like this, obviously, just for your network, so your network doesn't get in trouble and you don't cause controversy, things of that nature. But there is, I think, a high level of hypocrisy here, because obviously, Saagar's talking about, there is and has been for a long time, it has been completely acceptable for the left to, make fun of Donald Trump having a small penis, supposedly, right? Or all these other like weird sexual attacks they would, levy at Donald Trump for years and years and years. So it's
or
like,
call everyone incels. I mean,
or call that's a great one. Yeah, call everyone an incel, right? So it's kind of like, now there is a level of sexism that we still exist, is that, it's in our society today. I don't think it's correct, but in our society today, it's generally more acceptable to attack men in these kind of sexual ways, and to attack women in sexual ways is always like, oh my God, how dare you? So
yeah, it's a double standard. Thank goodness people are getting past it. So I think it's interesting.
I don't know if they have.
Saagar's basically saying, look, I wouldn't do it, but it works. That's what I'm hearing here.
I don't know if he's saying it works. He's saying I wouldn't do it, but but what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
Right. Yeah.
The reason why I don't trust Republicans to talk about this is probably the same reason that Mike Johnson's told them not to talk about DEI. It's not that it's not legitimate. It's that, can we really trust the people who brought us Todd Aiken, and who was the other one who made the comments about rape? Indiana? I'm forgetting his name. It's something. It's totally on the top of my head. But my point is that, can we really trust like these boomers who are, or even people who are making Hawk Tuah comments on national?
Do you remember what that comment was?
I think he's the legitimate rape guy, right? Like, never say legitimate rape. Like, why would you even say that?
Well, yeah, he said, this guy, this was years ago, Jesus Christ.
Oh, I know.
Forever.
Yeah.
He made this fucking crazy comment where he was like, if a woman is legitimately raped, this was in context of an abortion conversation, that
she would naturally abort the fetus, right?
Yeah, I believe the comment's so funny.
That's
like, I
insane.
actually kind of remember it, like, I think pretty clearly. He said, the woman's body has a way of shutting that down.
Oh, look at you.
Meaning that, because I remember hearing, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, meaning that the woman has some way to abort a child naturally if she's raped. And people were like, what the fuck are you, like, this guy's in Congress? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is insane.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh.
So skeezy.
That was a while ago.
Television, talking about the vice presidential candidate. Can we trust them to talk about it in a nuance and I think in a way that could possibly make it a hit for the American people? No, I can't trust them about it. Especially on the sexual thing, I would just let it be. I mean, look, like I said, when we've got Trump on the ticket too, let's all call it even.
I mean, this guy's argument that he made on Fox Business, which I've seen made, he's not the only one. This is being made, online incessantly. The DEI thing obviously is being made by members of Congress and op-ed writers and whatever. Like, his argument about her is that she's black and she's a whore. Like, again, if that's where you want to go with this, good luck. Because the other thing is, part of how you know this is not an effective attack is Trump is not engaged in any.
It's interesting that Krystal sees it in those terms, almost like it's a racist stereotype. Because I'm not connecting the DEI and the sexual promiscuity in any way. Like, those seem like completely separate attacks to me. But to her, it's like all packaged together.
Yeah, no, that is a good point, because I don't perceive it that way at all. I don't think was an intention at all either. So
that is like the hypersensitivity to racism on the left. They're like, oh no, racist stereotype.
It's the intersectional approach.
Oh yeah.
Because I can see the argument that like, oh, DEI is like a race dog whistle. And I could see the argument that like, oh, stereotype woman goes to the, fucks her way to the top. But there's not really, not that I'm not aware of a convergence of a black woman, having both those stereotypes as being a thing. I've never heard that before in my life.
Right.
Any of this.
I wouldn't put it past him,
but here's the thing.
I'd be curious to see what he says.
Here's the thing though, Saagar. Like, let me put my moralizing aside, because I do think this is.
Oh wait, she did make a good point, which is that she said, well, it's funny. I guess she's changed her talk. She said, these aren't effective because Donald Trump hasn't brought this up.
Now we know he did, though, right?
But now he has. So I'm curious if she's gonna like change it. Like, I guess. I mean, he didn't bring up the. Well, I don't think he brought up the that she fucked anyone comment.
No. Yeah.
He just brought up the is she black thing. So.
Right.
It's a disgusting thing to say about anyone, and I think the DEI thing too. We'll I'm sure talk more about this, but whatever original like good faith critique of DEI programs that existed, which I share some of, by the way, like it's clearly just become a term for a slur for like a black person with a job. And that's the way it's been used typically. But the bigger problem with both the Haktua thing and the DEI thing is it reveals this like super niche, overly online type of brain. That was why Vivek didn't do well in his campaign. It was why Ron DeSantis didn't do well in his campaign, because they had these like niche online fixations, including a bizarre terminology that wouldn't even be familiar to most Americans. Like, to the extent that most Americans would know the term.
I think this is kind of way off. Like, just DeSantis, the reason he couldn't gain popularity is because A, he was running against Donald Trump, which be the like obviously the most first and foremost thing. But then B, it's just because he has the charisma of a log with a happy face drawn on it. Okay. I don't think it had anything to do with like the policies or time of wokeness or any of that stuff. I think all that stuff, plays pretty well, or at least it did play pretty well with the right. So hard to disagree with this. And then I think Vivek, we talked about, I think Vivek was just too young. And so his sort of rashness came off as very unworthy when he's kind of leveraging it against like older people.
I completely disagree with her on the DEI means black person with a job, because there are obviously, like, we just watched that black congressperson. I don't think of him as a DEI congressman because he obviously seems super competent, right? Like, it only comes into play when the people's competency can be questioned. So, like, was Obama thought of as a DEI president? I don't think so. I think the reason he got elected was because people thought this guy's super competent. Well, so that whole like anyone who's black and has a job is their competency is going to be questioned. I completely disagree with.
Right. I'm guessing if you were to ask her this, like the example that I think she would point to was, remember with when the guy drove the boat into the bridge,
right?
Like a lot of people on the right were like randomly saying this was like a DEI thing.
Right.
For no reason. Because like the mayor
was in question.
Yeah, but it was like because the mayor was black or something. People were like, what? Like the mayor doesn't have anything to do with like the people driving a boat into the bridge. Right. And then it was the same thing kind of like with American Airlines. with the, or not American Airlines, but Boeing, saying it's like a DEI thing. Like the right definitely has rhetorically like thrown the DEI accusation far too broadly into like weird realms that makes it so that Krystal can make this argument.
Well, I totally agree with that, obviously, but it still makes my argument in that it's anywhere where competency and race intersect. So, and obviously in the mayor's situation, they want to say this is the mayor's fault, but I agree with you. Like, why is it the mayor's fault? And also, I think that mayor wasn't really like a woke mayor specifically.
Well, that make it even worse. Yeah, that you get tarred with some kind of DEI brush just because he's black.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Term DEI, it would be like black people who find it to be basically a slur, black people who were increasingly open to a Republican message, by the way, or people who are just like, I don't even know what that means. Like, what are you even talking about? So that's why Trump he never talked about ESG. He never talked about DEI. He made fun of the fixation on wokeness because he saw it for being this like overly niche online concern that doesn't land for normie Americans. So outside of the fact that I think there are certain demographic groups that will find this type of language and tech repellent, I also think it's just like way too online.
I'm not willing to go there on DEI yet because
Trump does talk about wokeness all the time, and he did talk specifically about DEI. I mean, he kept trying to get the woman to define it. So,
well, yeah, she asked the question, but I guess she asked him the question.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
right. Well, I don't remember every time Trump's talked about this. I mean, usually when Trump talks, he tries to paint visual pictures in people's minds. And so when you say something like DI or you say wokeness, like these are terms that don't they can't depending on the person could paint a picture that's based on their preconceived notions. But Trump likes to use a lot of visual imagery, like they're coming across the border, right? The immigrants are coming across the border. They're committing crime. We need a wall to stop them. Like he wants to paint a very clear picture. So I think that's probably why Trump doesn't probably jump to using phrases like woke or DEI. I know I've heard Trump talk about wokeness and criticize it, but this doesn't jump to say DEI or wokeness. He will use I think language to talk about the outcome of something that someone on his side would consider woke or a DEI policy, as opposed to using the phrase itself.
Yeah, it's a terrible phrase because, people, you got to be in the know even to know what people are talking about.
Right.
Probably half the population doesn't even know what DEI is.
Probably.
Because DEI is a term that actually means something. Now, personally, I would not use DEI. I would just say affirmative action, which is far more accurate and I think correct about who she is and about why she was picked for the vice president, etc. But that is I don't know. Let's think of a leftist equivalent where just because somebody has used the term improperly, does that mean that you just stop and it's become publicly defined or used as something else? Does that mean you give up on the term? I don't think so. I mean, DEI is a real thing. It basically means affirmative action for minority groups. It embodies the whole equity versus equality. And that's a mindset and philosophy that Kamala believes in, including putting out equity cartoons. So calling her a DEI candidate is empirically true. She was picked for her race. She was picked because she was a black woman. If you look back at the time, Amy Klobuchar, Gretchen Whitmer, and her were on the final list. BLM madness was happening. Jim Clyburn says, you got to pick a black lady, and he picked a black lady, even though he didn't like her, and she wasn't all that politically effective and failed in the primary. That is literally DEI.
Here's what I would say.
Yeah.
The vice presidential pick is almost by definition a DEI pick. Joe Biden was put on the ticket with Barack Obama because he's a white dude. You're always picked. I mean, what are we talking about with regard to who Kamala will pick? We're it's going to be.
What do you think of this argument? The Joe Biden was a DEI pick because he's white.
So I think part of what she's saying is completely true and actually a good argument, but she's kind of phrasing it a little incorrectly. Because the argument she's making, and they don't really quite get there in this conversation, is that all vice presidential candidates, or seemingly most of them, are picked for identity politics reasons.
Right.
Right. So Kamala was chosen because she was a black lady, and they think, oh, well, we need to get black women to come out and vote. so I'm going to get a black lady to be my VP. Because the thing is, like, and we kind of talked about this the other day. I think like a lot of people think of the vice president as like the president's number 2 or the presidential understudy or something when they're not. They're really just like a kind of, they could be if the president chooses to, but usually they're just like a ceremonial position that they like latch on. They get like a person that they think is going to help them win their race, and that's about it. Like a specific demographic. And it's the same thing with Joe Biden. Was, you had Obama, he's young, he's black. The Democrats are kind of like worried, like, oh, is America ready for a young black guy? Well, we'll put like a white old man, a white older guy,
a seasoned professional.
Yeah, who's been a Democrat politician since, the early 1900s. We'll slap him on the young black guy so people will know, like, oh, look, and if things get crazy with Obama, you have this old white guy here, that can
where
take
he's
up the
weak
reins.
on identity, this other person will pick up the slack.
Exactly. I mean, it's the same thing with Pence. It was, Trump he wanted to make sure he could get the very religious Christian conservatives, because obviously Trump is not seen as a very religious, moral person.
Yeah.
So he gets Pence. So I do think that she makes a good argument in the realms of, yes, VP candidates are almost always chosen for identity politics reasons. I mean, when we talked to What If Alt Hist, and we were talking about the JD Vance pick, he was like, he liked that pick for identity politics reasons, because JD Vance is like a Midwestern sort of guy. So, but then you kind of get into this realm of, well, DI means a specific type of identity politics, right? It means, non-white identity politics.
Right. Yes. And in the case of affirmative action, we're also talking about competency. Like the argument against DEI is, if you're trying to put someone in a position of power that is from a smaller and smaller population, you're going to get people who are not necessarily competent. Like, that's the argument. So it does become a competency issue. Like, obviously, when you're talking about Joe Biden, when you're talking about Mike Pence, there wasn't any sort of competency issues that came into play. But with Kamala Harris, you definitely have competency issues.
Well,
with Sarah Palin, you had competency issues, which
that's true.
That's she was an identity politics pick, right?
Right. No, that's a good point. That is a good point. I mean, I was going to actually question, like, when Obama chose Biden, I mean, you didn't choose Biden because Biden was competent. That was not the decision.
No, but if Biden was incompetent,
right,
and he chose him just for identity reasons, then that's when you're having the DEI conversation. You're basically saying, look, competency has to come first. Sure, you can choose for these identity politics reasons, but competency is what drives the meritocracy, right?
Yeah, no, I think that is a good point that you're making. This Kamala definitely seems to fail the competency test here.
Look, and this is a problem too, and we've talked about this before. Like, when Joe Biden comes out and says, I'm going to put a black woman on the Supreme Court, he's basically saying, I'm going to choose identity politics over competency. Right. My number one goal is to put a black woman on the court. Even if I can't find, obviously, I'm not saying that you can't find a black woman who's competent. The problem that people have is where the two intersect. Those two ideas intersect. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you made a good point.
Yeah. You're narrowing the field in a way that makes the competency challenge even more difficult.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right, because like, if Kamala, even though she was chosen very obviously for identity politics reasons, if she was perceived as being very competent, would this like conversation arise? Like, I'm sure some people would be saying it, but it wouldn't be sticky the way it is sticky right now.
Yep.
It's sticky because it seems very apparent that Kamala is not competent at all.
Right. Yeah. Look, and there's with Sarah Palin, that's a perfect example, because there's like a billion white lady politicians. Like, they had plenty to choose from. Why'd they have to pick someone incompetent, Sitch?
Well, to be fair too, I think they chose her not just because she was a woman, but because it wasn't super obvious that she was a moron. Because when she first came onto the stage of the public sphere, she's like, oh, she was a governor. She seemed like a firebrand. The Republicans, they always like that firebrand, firecracker woman, figure who, I'm the tough tootin' Republican lady with a sort of accent who, likes to shoot guns and is has a bunch of kids, and I'm a tough lady, right? Like they always like that imaging. And she seemed to sort of have all that. And then it's like, oh, surprise, she's just like basically an autistic retard.
I know. They didn't do their due diligence.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh. I can't. Where are the interviews? I want to see the Kamala interviews.
A white guy.
Yes.
Is that a DEI?
Yes, that's my point.
But here's the thing,
when you
Saagar,
get picked for your race, that is
Saagar,
DEI.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
None of these people, and you, by the way, too, you would never talk about them that way. You would never use the term DEI to describe them, even though they're also being picked for their race or other demographic characters. Mike Pence picked because he's an evangelical with, ties into that community. No one called him a DEI pick. And that goes to my point of what this has come to mean, whatever you might mean when you say it, what it has come to mean is a black person with a job.
Okay.
And remember how they used it with the Baltimore mayor?
See, I completely disagree with that. Because there are plenty of black people with jobs that are competent. The competency issue is the most important part.
Some people use it that way, right? What Saagar said, I think is correct. What he said a few minutes earlier, he's like, yeah, some people use it incorrectly, but just because some people are using it incorrectly or a term is getting overused, does that mean that we should throw the term in the trash can and no one can use it anymore?
Right, yeah.
Right.
Well, I think the stickiness of it is related to the competency issue, obviously. Dumb shits are going to throw shit out all the time, right?
Right.
And look, if Pence was incompetent, they wouldn't call him DEI, but they would call him incompetent. Just because you're not trying to fill the role with old white dude. That's not like the goal. I guess it is though in the Pence situation. Maybe it's not though. I don't know.
Well, with him, I don't know if it like his age and gender and race didn't matter. It was the religious identity aspect.
Look, if they could get a Pence, like a black Pence, oh my God. They would have jumped at that, right?
That's true, probably, yeah.
Right?
Look, ultimately, this is probably why they didn't go with Tim Scott, because Tim Scott is not really a gifted politician. And they would run into competency attacks.
Sure.
So democratically elected mayor
on Twitter, that doesn't define everything.
Yeah, but you know that this is not just one idiot on Twitter. I mean, that's how they're using it in this context too. And it's not used consistently. Joe Biden was a DEI vice presidential pick. Mike Pence was a DEI presidential pick, a vice presidential pick. JD Vance was picked because of his, unique ties in the Rust Belt. Or was he a DEI vice presidential pick? No, of course they would never talk about them that way because it's only used to talk about black people. But let me just say, again, I encourage you to continue this line of attack. I encourage you to continue in this direction because not only is it off-putting for a demographic group that, was starting to be like somewhat open to Republicans, and I don't think just black people, also, you have a lot, as you were saying before, you have a lot of suburban white people who don't want to see themselves as racist. If they're going to vote against Kamala Harris, they want a non-racial based or gender based reason to vote against her. So, not only is it off-putting, but again, part of the problem for Republicans in 2022 was the sense of you guys are just out there, you're weird, you're fixated on this fringe stuff. And all this DEI, ESG, all this hyper on.
She did the weird. She threw the little weird thing in there. Yeah, she got it.
This is where I totally agree with her, though. Optically, I think it is a loser. Because it can so easily be framed as racism, and it does play into the race, all Republicans are racist stereotype. So,
yeah, no, I agree 100%. I don't think it's politically effective. Though, even though I do agree with what Saagar said earlier, I think he repeats again, which Krystal hasn't really addressed, is that Kamala was literally chosen for her identity by the Democrats. She was not chosen for her competency. And even though all vice presidents are chosen to some extent for identity, then I think that makes it open game that you can question that, especially right now in our current atmosphere with the left trying to make everything about race. Then it's like, okay, well, you're the ones making everything about race, right?
You're going to make George mad, Sitch. Can't believe you're saying this.
I know.
George is going to be very angry. You did the slur again. Oh my God. How dare
you? Kamala's black. I didn't say she wasn't black. I'm just saying she wasn't picked for her competency, which is true.
This is why George is so upset, because George is like, we picked her for her identity.
Yes.
And how dare you question her identity? That's why we picked her.
That's why we picked
That's why he's pissed.
Exactly. There you go.
Online fixation. Online fixation. Hawk to a girl. Like, do you think my mom knows what that is? No, she doesn't. Okay. So
Krystal, why don't you explain to your mom the hawk to a girl? Come on. She doesn't want to be in the dark.
I should ask my parents. Do you guys know like the hawk to a meme? I'm just out of curiosity.
Do you know what hawk to a means? No, don't do that, Sitch. Why would you do such?
I'm not going to tell them. If they don't say no, I'm going to say no. I'm just curious. I'm just doing a poll.
It's a Native American tribe.
It's a Native
Don't
American
ask,
tribe,
Mom.
Republicans to continue in this direction. I think this is going to work out very well.
I'm not defending Hawk Tuah, but here is why, and you brought up an important point, so let's think about the history. Affirmative action was literally created for black people. There's a reason why the term is inextricably linked. Now, part of the problem with affirmative action,
that's what makes it an explicitly racial
But this is what I'm saying. The problem with affirmative action is that it became DEI, which became an all-encompassing term that got fused with BIPOC, ESG, all of this like minority obsession. So whites are
I want to say something. Usually, I'm a big asshole. Okay.
What? You? No,
usually,
never.
Yeah. Usually, I'm a big asshole, and I criticize someone's appearance, right? Like the way they're dressed.
Oh yeah, you do.
I wanna give some praise here. I think both Krystal and Saagar, very good outfits. Very good.
Oh yeah.
I'm a fan.
It's funny that they're both on the left because they definitely have like the TradCon.
I was thinking it's kind of funny
aesthetic.
too.
Yeah,
it's funny because it does. She just kind of like have that TradCon vibe because of the dress, but
she's got the TradCon wife vibe. He's got the TradCon husband vibe.
I know it's
this
kind
is
of
like, yeah, perfect.
Well, Saagar's on the left, isn't he? He's like a libertarian, like a center right libertarian. I thought.
Yeah, I don't know if he calls himself a conservative or not, but he definitely understands the conservative perspective. So
yeah.
By definition, not a minority, which is why the term is not traditionally used with that. Now, as a mindset itself, by the way, I oppose racial preferences. I oppose voting for people because of race, and I don't believe in racial exceptionalism or any of this stuff. And I would have opposed it back in the 1960s too. The policy has been a disaster for the United States, which is why I think striking down affirmative action was a good thing. Now, calling her a DEI candidate, again, is empirically true when you utilize your race in the midst of the greatest racial hysteria in this country since the 1960s. And
Krystal's dying inside right now. You can see it on her face. She's like, when Saagar said that empirically true, you could tell her heart sank.
Well, he had the double whammy. He said it's empirically true, and the greater racial hysteria since the 1960s.
Krystal's just like,
oh, baby,
so painful, so painful. This is such a winning combination, though. Having people with differing political views on the same show. So much better than the hug box version.
Use that to cross your opponents when your own record itself is one of political disaster in the campaign, and you failed with black voters.
Amy Coney Barrett, Trump had said he wanted to put on
That's an affirmative action pick. That's correct. Yes.
Do any of these people ever talk about
people
it that
on
way?
the right actually did call Amy Coney Barrett an affirmative action
I've never heard any of these people complain about her being a DEI affirmative action candidate. It isn't, and you just acknowledge it's an explicitly racialized
it was developed.
Well, I mean, the reason you don't generally hear people say that about Amy Coney Barrett is because the left is the side that's criticizing her, and the left doesn't want to make that line of attack, so they wouldn't use that term.
Well, they would. They would say, you only hired her because she's white. You would only hire white people. That's all you care about is putting white people on the Supreme Court.
Yes, but that's you're a racist. That's not you're a DEI.
Right.
Right. Even though she was chosen, because for that one to have a woman replace a woman, which in certain circumstances isn't always awful, but the left is not going to accuse her of being, the affirmative action pick. So
people do make that argument though on the left that plenty of incompetent white people are put in positions of power just because they're white.
Yes.
So therefore, what's the problem with putting incompetent black people in power? That's like
I've never heard anyone make that argument specifically.
Well, they make it by implication, though. Obviously,
right.
Like, why are you saying this? I always think, why are you making this argument?
Because it's okay. Because we live in a time. And this is what's so annoying. Like, we live in a time where the majority of people have been so gaslit into just swallowing down anti-white racism and not even noticing it.
Right.
And we're just supposed to just accept it when it comes from the left.
Yeah. It's difficult because obviously you're talking about the structure of the talent pool. And obviously if you've got someone from the majority race, you've got a bigger talent pool, right? So
right.
Nobody ever wants to talk about that stuff, but anyway.
Would not be okay, but that's what I'm saying.
It's fair to talk about it.
The argument, but I'm just saying, you're making an explicitly racialized argument then that the problem with Kamala Harris is based on her race and her gender.
No. That's not the problem. That's a fair attack. Okay. Is that you didn't earn where you are because of your race, which is true.
But the same is true of Joe Biden. The same is true of Mike Pence.
Think that's accurate.
The vice presidential pick, it's not nobody earns it. They get plucked out of wherever for their demographic characteristics and what group people think they're going to appeal to.
I just think the Sarah Palin pick just completely proves this wrong.
What do you mean?
Because Sarah Palin was picked obviously for her demographics, but her competency became the issue. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, you're
I think
correct
Krystal's
in terms
completely wrong about this.
She's not completely wrong. She's right in that VP candidates are chosen for identity politics reasons.
Yeah, but competency comes first, though. That's where she's wrong.
With the VP, it should, but very often it doesn't come first. The VP. I mean, we had the Dan Quayle situation, right?
Well, yeah, that's another good one.
Right. So the VP, she's half correct, but Saagar isn't. It would be beneficial to Saagar if he made your argument, which he's not explicitly, which is that, yes, you are correct. VPs are chosen for identity politics reasons. That is a completely fair argument. But when someone throws a DI claim, they're making a claim that this person is incompetent and they got chosen solely for their identity.
Yep.
And with Biden, I guess, and with Pence and with Al Gore and with Cheney and all these other people.
With Sarah Palin, you can make that claim. And people did make that claim.
Right. With all these other people, you can say, yes, they were chosen for their identity, but they all seem to have a level of competency to them that was lacking in Sarah Palin and now seems to be lacking with Kamala too.
Right. Yes, there's a hierarchy of decision making here. And if you're making if race and gender is at the top of the hierarchy, that's when people are getting upset.
Right.
So I'm not saying you can't say it. Say it. Please go ahead. Make the case. Go for it. I'm saying I do not think that this is a wise direction.
This is also, they do it. People on the left always do this. They turn this argument into you're saying all black people are incompetent when that's not the argument. That drives me crazy. It's like, no, obviously not. We had a black president. Obviously he got elected because he's competent, right?
Right.
The question that we're having about Kamala Harris right now is one of competency.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she's going to win the election? I think she's going to win or lose the election based on her competency. I think you think the same thing, Sitch. And that's why we're waiting to see what she can do, right? Right?
I wonder if she's just waiting quietly until the the Zoom
she's hiding in her
nomination
basement. Yeah.
locks her in. And then she's like, okay, now that I've locked in the nomination, I can go out there and start tripping over my own words.
Start stepping it all over the place. We're going to see. The 7th is coming pretty quick here. Supposedly she's already got enough delegates. So,
right.
But, they could change their mind. She comes out and starts doing Sarah Palin level shit. Who knows?
For Republicans to go in, because let me just add to this, because I was thinking about, all right, if I was gonna go after Kamala Harris, like, how would I do it? What would be the most effective thing? Because I think that we have sort of a model for that because of the failure of her 2020 presidential campaign. What was it?
She believes in nothing.
What was it that was a problem for her? It was a couple things. It was that she believes in nothing, right? She's just a cipher. She's like, just will say whatever's convenient in the moment. So she's a political chameleon. And
whoa, I forgot about that.
Chameleon.
Chameleon.
There it is.
She comes and goes.
The sense of incompetence that came from like the inability to run a campaign, her stumbles on the trail, et cetera, et cetera. So make that case. Those things don't have anything to do with her being a black woman or a slut, right? This has to do everything with her own capabilities and where she's been and how she's been all over the place. And that rings a lot more true. The other thing that, this is very predictable. Like the thing Trump is actually going with is, she's radical left, she's radical liberal, et cetera. I think this probably has more traction.
It definitely does.
And is more over the target of what would make sense. But it also...
Over the target, Sitch. Look at this. Promoting violence. Terrible. Terrible.
Wait, what?
We live in such awful times.
What did she say?
She said they're over the target.
Who's over the target?
These political attacks
I
are over the target.
I got you.
As in dropping incendiary devices onto people's heads.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Very bad.
So effective attacks really have to ring true. And what rings a lot more true with Kamala Harris isn't that she is some hardcore committed lefty ideologue. It's that she doesn't believe in anything at all. So if I was going against Kamala Harris, I would leave her race and gender beside, because like I said, people who want to vote against her, most Americans don't want to see themselves as explicitly racist or sexist, right? They want to have some other reason that they can point to that they're voting against her other than that she's, a whore or a DEI pick. They want to have something they can point to that absolves them of any potential implication of racism or sexism. So that's...
I do think this is a good argument in terms of persuasion. Like most, like a person, especially a Republican, they don't want to go to the poll and be like, I'm voting for Trump because I'm racist. Like no one wants to have that thought process in their mind, obviously. No, I'd assume.
What about Richard Spencer? I mean, come on. Some people.
Well, he's voting for Biden. He wanted to vote for Biden because he was racist, and I guess he's going to support Kamala for whatever reason. But
oh my God, is he?
I don't know.
Hilarious.
I'm just curious. But so I do think this is a good point in terms of like, even if there's a hypothetical person who is racist or whatever, has these racist, sexist, inclinations. Most people, they don't want that to be at the front of their mind, right? They want the quote excuse, the finger quote excuse,
the non-racist excuse not to vote for someone like they're incompetent.
Right. And so that would be sort of, I think, the better way to handle it. And calling her incompetent directly, I think, is more effective than saying DEI. Just calling her incompetent directly, calling her fake directly.
This is where they turn the argument around. They're like, you're a racist, and you're just saying all black people are incompetent.
Right, but then they look more like they're the crazy ones.
Right. Yeah. Not if she's hiding, though.
Well,
you can't make that charge until she actually does something incompetent.
You can. You can say she's, incompetent and scared. That's why she's hiding.
Oh yeah.
She's hiding in the basement next to Joe Biden. She's hiding in the basement that Joe Biden hid in.
Right.
Attacks, I think they're just instantly repellent, off-putting to certain groups. And I just don't think it's the most effective direction for Republicans to go to in terms of making a case against her. And there is a very clear case that can be made against her.
I don't disagree with the case you're making, but let me make the case for the DEI affirmative action thing. Nobody suffered more in this country by affirmative action than white working class voters. So if this is the white working class election,
they're already voting for Trump.
Well, no, not necessarily. Joe Biden was breaking what, 30%, 40% white working class? I mean, it's like with blacks, margins matter. Black voters, 90-10 and 80-20 is literally the difference between 400 electoral votes and what, 260, right? That's part of the reason why Trump's meaningful gains, I mean, he's winning like 15% of the black vote, but that's still a lot more than 10. So if the affirmative action line can, mobilize white working class voters in the industrial Midwest, it's not a bad thing. And if you look at Hillbilly Elegy and the history of the Scots-Irish people, I'm forgetting, Jim Webb's book. If you look at those two things, a core theme is about racial discontent and the obsession with democratic elites of affirmative action. And so I think JD has a line in Hillbilly Elegy, something about, people on the floor being upset because somebody got promoted because they were black. Or Jim Webb has talked a lot about this in the past, about how affirmative action is one of the reasons that he left the Democratic Party, then pointing to the person who is literally only in her position. I mean, can we acknowledge, Krystal, that she would not win an open Democratic primary, like in 2020?
Obviously in 2020 she didn't.
Right.
I think this time there's a decent chance she would have, just because of her position as vice president.
But that's after selection for her race, right?
But again, that's like.
So
you believe that, Sitch?
Saagar's argument?
No, Krystal's that Kamala could have won a primary.
Oh, now? Well, she meant now that, like, if there's another primary. I mean, she definitely would have a better shot, but I think she still would have lost.
Yeah.
I think she still would have lost to someone who can, speak.
Right.
It's kind of funny.
She played the race card in 2020 too with Joe Biden. She was like, I was on that bus. You were busing me. I was a little black girl, my face in the window crying.
Isn't it kind of funny that the Democrats chose both the president and vice president who can't speak?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's kind of interesting. But along Saagar's point about this sort of getting the turnout for people that'd be mad about DEI stuff, obviously we don't know. I would think, my intuition would think that someone who would be moved to vote for that reason is already voting for Trump anyway.
He said Biden had 30% of the white working class vote, though.
Right,
that's a lot of votes there.
That is, but are those 30% going to be like, well, I was going to vote for Biden, but now that Trump has called Kamala the DEI candidate, I'm going to vote for Trump. Like, I'm skeptical of the effectiveness of that.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a bunch of people that voted for Trump in 2016 and then voted for Biden in 2020. I mean, maybe they're just doing the vote for the old guy thing.
I don't know.
I guess it was two old guys. So
it's so interesting because, again, if Trump was so fucking dumb, because if he had just dropped all the election shit and there was no January 6th, I think he would be like a complete shoo-in to win.
Yeah, I don't know, because so much of the base is animated by all that election stuff. So they're going to show up and vote because
if he just said like, yes, the Democrats stole the election, but we live in a constitutional republic. I mean democracy, and we're going to get him next
time. I'm taking the moral high ground. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but we going to get him next time. Yeah, 2024, Trump's back, baby. And there's no January 6th, no fake electoral scheme, none of that shit, right? I think Trump would be basically a complete shoo-in to win at this point.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because I think a lot of people who voted for Trump and then voted for Biden, I think they'd flip-flop back because they'd be like, oh, the economy was much better under Trump, the immigration was much better under Trump. Like, there'd be all these things that they would point to, whether it's fair or not to blame Biden for them. People would blame Biden and the Biden-Harris administration, and Harris by, her association with it. So,
yeah. Now there's a nagging voice in their head saying Trump is going to weaponize
threat to democracy.
Yeah. Trump is going to weaponize the entire federal government to go after his political rivals. No!
Coo.
Oh, no. Let's talk about the Democratic coup, Sitch.
Yeah, okay.
Almost definitionally the case of every vice presidential candidate. So, I mean, listen, if you want to the case you're making is let's double down on racial grievance.
That's not a racial grievance. It's empirically true.
It's obviously a racial grievance. Even if you say it's a legitimate racial grievance, it is a racial grievance. It is white working class feeling like black people got things they didn't deserve.
Not just black people. A lot of minority groups got promoted because they weren't necessarily the most qualified for the job.
Even taking any sort of morality out of that, it is definitionally a racial grievance. I don't think that is an effective strategy at this point in time. And it's not the
Then why does the Democratic Party live and die by racial grievances?
Well,
I mean, that's their entire strategy.
And that's a hilarious counter because, I mean, she's correct. It is a racial grievance. Saagar is instinctively away from it because the connotation is a very negative connotation.
Yeah.
But even if it's true, it is a racial grievance. But you're right, because that has been the strategy of the left, is to weaponize racial grievances, only racial grievances against white people this whole time.
Yeah, and virtually nothing else. You can't even get them to talk about any sort of actual policy prescriptions. Yeah.
Coalition that Trump is trying to go after this time. I mean, they've really been trying to expand into a more diverse coalition.
Yeah.
They have a lot of problems with suburban women that they know is going to be a major issue. So, I think the J.D. Vance vice presidential pick was a foolish one for this exact reason, because it's also just doubling down on a base that is already with you. You already have.
This is interesting, too, because they keep measuring the J.D. Vance pick on just this optics thing that they've kind of devised of his backstory. But the more J.D. Vance talks, the more I'm convinced he is competent. So we'll see how it plays out.
I think J.D. Vance is competent, but I don't think he was chosen for that reason.
The competency reason?
He was chosen for this. Well, it depends. He was either chosen for the trying to get the Rust Belt, or it was that story where Donald Trump's children were like, we like this terminally online post-liberal right-wing guy. You should choose him instead of the safe choice.
Right, yeah.
In which case there was not really a lot of thought process behind the choice.
No, I completely agree. Even if it's a gamble, they got lucky and they got someone totally competent. Every time he's speaking, I gain more respect for him and not less. So.
Right.
And we were kind of making fun of him a bit, saying, he is kind of weird and stuff.
Well, even the chameleon answer, which I think is a good answer, he doesn't give it well because he has the DeSantis problem. He's just not charismatic. He has a bad way of speaking and conveying information.
Well, I'm biased. He's in favor of custodial voting. So
there you go. He's a sweetheart. He can do no wrong.
J.D. Vance is my guy. Come on.
There you go. Okay.
He's already got 2 extra votes in the bank, too.
Mm.
He's ready to rock and roll.
There you go.
The enthusiasm of this group. And again, to me, the fact that Trump, who is not, he's not above saying anything and, everything all the time when he thinks it serves him, that he's not making these arguments, I think tells you a lot about the political foolishness of going in this direction.
It's only been 5 days, right, that Trump has been on the election. So we had one rally since then.
But we know that he's
look at Saagar comes in.
Saagar comes in with the fucking Nostradamus prediction. He's like, hold on, Krystal. Let's give it some more time here.
Look, it's coming.
Yeah.
Eschewed all this DEI, ESG, woke. He has eschewed all of that language very clearly, and even made fun of Ron DeSantis.
And I think that's woke. I don't disagree with any of that.
Yeah, and that's a big part of what the rock that Ron DeSantis crashed into is his fixation with these things that are hyper online and somewhat niche, and just feel weird and fringe to a lot of normie Americans, putting aside the debate we're having about the morality and whatever.
I think if I were Trump, I don't think it's a bad attack. Like I said, with winning white working class and trying to, now, let's say, I would use the term affirmative action because I think it's also the most accurate. Now, I'm also going to object, though, that you can't just throw these claims out, because notice who I'm not going to call a DI candidate. Barack Obama. Barack Obama rightfully won the presidency and his primary election on the strength of his own name. And I don't think, if anything, if he had racial headwinds or whatever, it was far stronger in 2008, and he blew it out of the water. I don't think he was a DI candidate. He was never selected. He was never anointed. He was never given a position. He fought the Clinton establishment and he won. That's actually an inspiring racial story. And that's part of the reason why you can connect to that. That's why white working class people can connect to that. Obama grew up, his background, that was everything. Kamala's a different story. I mean, she was selected because of her race.
Right, but
and I'm not going to give,
Saagar.
I'm not going to just put away and say, we're not allowed to say that, in my opinion,
did I say you're not allowed?
Okay, fine.
Kamala's competency has yet to be tested yet. It really hasn't.
I mean, it has been it's been tested and found wanting so far.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's been tested lightly and there's suspicion that she's incompetent. Yeah. She's got a lot of work to do.
But listen, but again,
it won't be potent as
Joe Biden was also selected for his race.
But it's not the same, Krystal, because at least at that time, they would lie about it, and they said it's for his foreign policy.
But hold on, it is like almost,
the veneer matters.
It's almost exactly the same. The veneer matters. It's almost exactly the same because he ran in that primary. And he failed miserably.
Yes,
and
that's probably why he's not a very good candidate.
He multiple times failed miserably. So because this is the thing on, the legitimate knock on Kamala is like, well, you ran and you failed, and then you just got plucked up. Well, it was literally the same thing with Joe Biden. But
well, Joe Biden did win an election in 2020, so he did eventually face the test. And you could argue passed, right? He passed an open primary, and he passed the election.
I mean, you could say he's competent in terms of that he won an election. I'm sure most people on the right would say he was incompetent in being president.
Yeah, I'm sure they would, obviously, but just the level of test, like Joe Biden went through an open primary with 20 people trying to knock him out, right?
Right, but like, excuse me, if Kamala is able to hide until October, or I'm sorry, until November, or I don't know, basically come up with a bunch of bullshit until November and win the election. And then, she wins and it's like, oh, look, she's horribly incompetent. Like, I mean, I guess she was competent enough to win, but incompetent in the role.
This is a weird situation because in the 2020 election, Biden was hiding and not really doing a lot of press interviews and stuff like that as well. Right. And he just basically squeaked by at everyone's hatred of Trump. So,
right.
And that could literally happen again.
Yeah. Right.
Which Joe Biden got more of a test in the primary than he did actually in the general election. So, but Kamala never had a primary. So, and if she sweeps in on the general, I don't know that she's been tested. So,
That was never used against him. He was never called.
No, that's not true.
His credibility, his legitimacy in the position was never called into question. And Kamala Harris, I mean, she won statewide in a large, very diverse, very economically powerful state.
Oh, please, Krystal, please, please.
A very
stop.
Economically diverse state, California.
Please stop.
Is that the? Okay.
She won in California. She had a D next to her name. Okay.
Well, I mean, wasn't she also endorsed by Willie Brown, who was a previous mayor?
Oh, okay. I don't think it was difficult for Kamala Harris to win in California as a Democrat. Democrat.
Well,
I think.
I'm assuming she had a primary, didn't she? I don't know.
I don't remember. I don't recall the primary. Yeah.
Okay. I'll look it up.
She was state senator, I think, for all of 15 minutes.
Let's see. She was district attorney of San Francisco. Then she was attorney general of California. Then she was a senator for like a year or less.
Right.
Yeah,
and didn't she replace Barbara Boxer? I think she was kind of anointed by Barbara Boxer.
Barbara Boxer, yes. Yeah, you're correct.
So.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, she was senator for 3 years. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So and then she got chosen to be VP, so she left for that.
Right. Senator, so she served half of her 6-year term.
I guess, senator. So yeah, I guess it was half. Yeah.
And did she run? Was there actually a primary for her? I'm not sure that there was.
Let me see. U.S. Senate.
And I think California does this weird thing where, which actually could be more competitive, where the top 2 vote getters in primaries are the candidates, and they could be 2 Democrats. So it's like one Democrat versus another Democrat.
She ran against, under California's nonpartisan blanket primary law, all candidates appear on the same ballot regardless of party.
Right.
And yet it was her versus another Democrat, Loretta Sanchez.
This is how California does it. So they don't even have a Republican on the ballot for senator. Okay. You've got the super far left candidate and the moderate far left candidate. And you get to pick between the 2. Right.
It says it was the first time a Republican did not appear in the general election for Senate since California in 1914.
Yeah, because this is a new law. So in the primary process, the top 2 vote getters, who are always Democrats, right? Because the state is so Democrat.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Multiple times. Okay. So yeah, I'm not going to believe that, what's his name? Willie Brown?
Willie Brown.
This one man cannot possibly be responsible for every single thing that happens every election that occurs in the state of California. Like, at some level, to the extent that there's any democratic process at play, she won primaries, she won statewide multiple times, she served in office, people got to evaluate her credentials, et cetera, et cetera. And she got put in as vice president in the same way that every vice president gets picked, by nature of her demographic characteristics and who they thought she could appeal to. Now, I think it is racist to assume Black people are going to vote for a Black person just because of their identity. I think it is way more complex than that. But you can't deny that the whole discussion we're having around Kamala Harris and how she'll pick her VP is about their demographic characters and who they'll appeal to and what their background is and all of those things. That's like just how VPs get picked. So I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair for that to be held specifically against her when it's not held against anyone else who doesn't happen to be Black. And I also, like I said, I hope Republicans continue in this direction because I think it's a very ineffective, off-putting, overly online attack. I think if you polled most of the public, they couldn't even tell you what DEI even means.
I agree, but they might know what affirmative action means, and they are 2 sides of the same coin. So I'm just gonna, look, we'll see. We'll find out in November. I think as a person who is a minority, can I play my minority card now? If I ever got promoted or ascended or whatever because of my race, I'd be mortified because of it. So anybody who's out there who supports this type of crap, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, in my opinion. And I think it's the stupidest thing. Now, again,
the complexity of voting based on identity, I do think does also play into the competency thing, because one of the reasons why I think Barack Obama did get like 98% of the Black vote is because he was a super good politician. Everyone's like, of course I want this guy to represent me, right? He's a great representative for the Black community.
Right.
I'm not sure Kamala Harris measures up there. I don't know if they want to. I don't know if women want to be represented by Kamala Harris.
It's funny because that is a good question. Will women? Women are like, okay, it's time for the historic first female president, right? And do you want that to be Kamala Harris?
Yeah, totally.
The person who is known for these like horrible word salad answers, and no one really. It's kind of unclear whether she's competent or intelligent or what's going on there.
Yeah, look, if she was the 3rd female president, I think she's got a better shot, really.
Right. No, that is interesting because with Obama, he was, such a good politician, such a good speaker, that wasn't, none of that was into question. You're like, okay, if you want your like historic first, regardless of how people liked his administration, people going into it, if you want your historic first, that he would be like the gold star of what you would want going into that.
Yep.
And Kamala does not fit that bill for ladies.
Well, she might. Look, who knows? Let's see how she does.
Well, so far, I can have my mind change. We'll see. She's got a couple months here. She's not impressive so far.
Look, you're undecided, right?
I'm not voting, but I'm undecided in who I would hypothetically vote for. So
you're undecided on whether or not she's actually competent.
There you go. That's true.
Part of the reason why I connect with the affirmative action message is explicitly because I despise people whose only characteristic about them is making it all about their race. That's not interesting. Like, what color you're born is not interesting at all. What you believe and what you're going to do for others, that's, again, why I at least revere Barack Obama as a political animal, using his background as both a black man,
right,
and also his white mother and his grandparents growing up in Kansas to create a story that everyone could connect to. That was genuinely inspiring. I mean, I remember thinking about it at the time, and to this day is one of those where everyone can, but that's not necessarily unique about his race. Clinton was very effective in the same thing. He literally said, like, I grew up in a trailer park. I was trailer trash. And that's one of the reasons why they even called him at the time the first black president, which is stupid, but because he connected a lot with black voters. So that's my point, is that it's not about race per se. It's about connecting with what people feel icky about the other person. Now, one of the attacks against her is she was selected because of her race. She's never been truly tested in the fire of democracy. Now, I think
you're one state.
Okay. This is a machine politics state. If you have D next to your name,
elected.
you win.
People still have to vote for you.
There's a fake primary to pass the post.
People still get to vote in the state of California. It's not like a dictatorship
the entire time. I mean, this is like saying a white guy in Alabama has been tested.
They even have, I'm not sure how long they've had it, but now they have the jungle primary where you are up against very likely a Democrat in the fall as well. I mean, listen, it's a machine state, but you still have to win votes.
Sure, yeah.
So I just think, I just don't think that's fair. Delaware is also a state where
I mean, Sarah Palin won an election in Alaska, so.
Yeah, this is massive cope. This is massive cope.
You know, and I said this before, and I'll say it a million times. The scrutiny and the political skill required to win state office is orders of magnitude less than is required to run for national office, and especially a presidency.
Yep.
Orders of magnitude less.
You got to speak to the entire country. Yeah.
Right. But and also, like, you know, like so much, like the amount of people that are focusing on a presidential race versus a state race is so much more.
Yeah. Even inside the state. People are not as focused on it. They're more focused on national politics.
And like the state politics a lot, they kind of have a more like goofy feel to them too. Now, obviously Kamala did win, you know, she did get the senator seat, but there's a more goofy feel to them. People are kind of more like, oh, you have like, you know, the goofy nerdy kids running for politics, which doesn't necessarily fly so much when you're like the presidency. So it's just a completely different game.
Yeah. She is not, look, this is a massive cope. To say that Kamala Harris has been tested, I don't know how you can make that argument. I really don't.
I mean, yeah, on this scale, she hasn't been tested. She didn't win a Democratic primary. And again, it all comes down to, I think people are completely right in questioning her competency currently. Why is she running away? Why is she not doing, I mean, she should be out there doing every interview imaginable, right?
Yeah, it's been 13 days. I'm telling you, Barack Obama would be doing 3 interviews a day.
Yes.
A day.
Right.
Yes.
Because her big problem, you think for most candidates, the big problem would be this late in the game, doing a switch on the candidate. You need to make sure your name gets out there, right? You need your name out there, name out there, name out there.
Yeah, people want to know about you.
If you just have a D by your name, you get elected. And I don't remember anyone calling into question Joe Biden's credibility because of that. So that's why I just think it's really very unfair. And I think it is a foolish.
We'll find out.
I think it's a foolish direction to go in, and it makes it explicitly racializes the argument against her, and I don't.
But then why is she allowed to explicitly racialize it? And the media, it's so important to have a black woman. I'm like, I don't care if you're a black woman. It's like, what are you going to do for me?
I haven't even. I haven't heard her say that. But to your point about Barack Obama,
well, I don't know if this was before. This might have been before that, but you know, I think it would have been fair to be like, well, is Kamala really, you know, as a campaign, you know, like there's the media saying it. The media said the same thing about Obama, even though Obama didn't really do it. But that all kind of goes out the window now that she and her campaign has endorsed, set up these race, gender-based Zoom calls.
Oh, I know. It just completely plays into it, right?
Right, yeah, because it's like, oh, well, I mean, your campaign either endorsed or set up this shit, right? So it kind of definitely, you lose any coverage here. That's part of what, Obama was intelligent, is that the media might have been pushing that, but he wasn't pushing that. He knew better not to push that button directly.
Yeah.
Political candidates, except for Bernie Sanders, they use their identity. Like they talk about their biography, that Trump as the business guy, right? Like
that's a whole
he uses his biography and his identity as well. Like that's part and parcel of what you do. So I don't find it like, her.
I can't believe she's making this argument. She's comparing some identity that you obviously have to gain some level of competency to engage in with immutable characteristics like your race or gender.
Right.
It's like, come on. It's like saying, oh yeah, look, one person is an Olympic gold medalist and the other person is black. Come on. It's so frustrating because everyone wants to get past this. I think everybody does. And I have been going back and listening to some Barack Obama speeches just to think, am I misremembering things? Because everyone's comparing Kamala now to like Barack Obama 2.0. And he was so good at like navigating the race question, like so good at not playing the race card, like tiptoeing around the race issue, which I think was helpful, very helpful. This whole like leaning into it, especially with, you're so right to say these crazy Zoom calls, because optically it's just like, oh my God, the whole campaign's DEI.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the environment, the political environment, the cultural environment is so wildly different in 2008.
It is. Yeah.
2008, it's still like liberalism is the word. It's still people trying to go for a colorblind, concept of the world. It's all pre-wokeness, pre-CRT shit being the dominant ideology that the Democrats now seem to be kind of laboring under. And it's sad. It's so disgusting and sad to see, what we've essentially, the direction we've gone in the country.
Yeah, Barack Obama was feeding this. This is the colorblind world you desire. Everyone was just loving it. This is the complete opposite of that.
I don't find her talking about her identity to be some like crime against the country. I think it's far more important what she's going to do. I think the fact that she hasn't stood for anything, and even after all these years in politics, I have no clue what this woman actually believes. I think that's a problem. But for her to talk about her identity and for people to aspirationally want to, that was part of the appeal of Barack. I remember how excited people were when he was elected in 2000. I know you were a baby, but they were excited. Even people who weren't really Democrats or didn't even vote for, they were excited because of what it said about the country, right? She benefits from that as well. And I think for Republicans to...
it is kind of interesting that, when Obama won, there was all this like, oh my God, first black president, blah, 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 blah. If Kamala wins, I really don't that energy's not there. I feel like her being the first female president, it's almost like an afterthought. Like that's not the thing. Like it's going to be more like, oh, we defeated Trump. Voldemort is gone.
Right. And I think what it says about the country is something completely different. Like if a black candidate runs staying away from the race card, like going out of his way not to play the race card, that says something. If a candidate goes in, plays the race card the whole time and then wins, that says something completely different.
That's true. That's a good point, yeah.
So we'll find out in November, Sitch, but I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of race card playing, and we could see a winner who takes that strategy to victory. Oh my God, we're just in the downward spiral then, aren't we? Well, what do you think is going to happen if Democrats play the race card and win?
I don't know. I mean, judging by the way Kamala's acted, I think she's gonna just completely kowtow to wokeness. I don't see why she wouldn't. That's what she's been doing for the last 4 years.
Yeah, look, especially if she wins playing the race card. I mean, that just screams like wokeness. Bend over, Kamala's here.
Right.
Try to make an explicitly racial or gender-based case against her. I just think that will backfire, especially given the coalition they're trying to put together.
I'm not sure I agree, just because we have.
See, this is the thing. Like, she keeps framing it as Republicans are making this race-based case against her. When I mean, very little of the campaign has played out yet, but if Kamala is playing the race and gender card, like, she draws first blood. Like, she's the one that brings this into it, right?
Lived through BLM madness. We lived through anti-racism, baby, and all this other. I mean, people are fed up with a lot of this stuff. I mean, look.
Wait, I'm sorry. Before we get into this is funny. So Zero Fucks just sent me a link to Kamala's donation website, her official website, and he points out a good thing, a very true thing. There's literally no policy on it at all.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
It's just there's only two actions or two sections. There's the give us money section, and then there's the meet Kamala section, and it kind of just goes through her backstory,
her bio.
It's kind of insane that there's no policy whatsoever. Right. Where if you go to Trump's and you type in there's a platform section, and I mean he just kind of gives, let's see, read the official. Oh no, he's got it's a link to the official Republican Party platform, and he's got his 20 talking points that he's kind of got up here. So
yeah, we're talking about policy.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting.
Identity versus policy.
And it's it doesn't even have to be that. And I know I don't know, maybe Kamala was caught with her pants down because she wasn't expecting this. So you would have thought after that debate, if she was smart, she should have been prepping this, right? As soon as that debate, she should have been working with her team. Okay, if I take the wheel here, let's have everything ready to go, right?
Sitch, she had just bought a fresh box of wine. Okay. She was busy.
Even on, it's funny because even on Trump's website, it's literally just, he's got 20 bullet points. Okay. So even his platform section is very minuscule. He's got 20 bullet points that are each one sentence and a link to the Republican Party platform. She couldn't even
Mike Pence.
Right.
Number two.
She couldn't even get why couldn't her team even come up with the 20 bullet point talking points and then just link to the Democrat, party platform too? She could just copy this.
Yeah, climate change. Right. Yeah, no. They don't want to do any of that. First, she's got to flip-flop on all her positions.
Mm-hmm. I like that Trump's third policy, end inflation and make America affordable again. There you go.
You like that policy?
I mean, I don't know how you're going to get it there, but I like the policy. It's going to end inflation, everybody.
I saw something where some voter asked Trump about getting gas down to $1 a gallon.
Okay. Good luck.
And Trump is I'm thinking Trump is just going to say, oh, hell yeah. 50 cents a gallon, right? But Trump is totally reserved. He's well, I don't know about $1 a gallon. Okay. But we might be able to get it down below $2, maybe, in the dollar something range.
Right.
Which I was okay, look, he's going for it.
There you go.
I mean, this might be why he is doing the drill, baby, drill, because it's gas prices is the kind of avatar for inflation in people's minds. So if he can get gas prices down, it's less painful that they're spending twice as much on milk, right?
Yes.
If they're spending half as much on gas, they're okay, I can stomach the grocery prices.
Well, yeah, and also, since so much of our goods are trucked across the country. See, it's interesting. Why, So someone, I forget who it was, someone like recommended we watch this video like months ago. And I watched it, and it was actually kind of bring up this good point that like America's like completely dropping the ball, not doing a lot of water shipping.
Oh
either
yeah,
through the
totally.
coast or from the Mississippi River and things of this
That's
nature.
a Zihan video, right?
I think it was a Peter Zahan video, and it was because of this law that basically makes it there's like this completely fucking there are elements of the law that are totally fine, but there's one element of the law that's like fucking mind-numbingly retarded, which is that in order for legally, it's like this weird fucking thing where like in order for a boat to go from consecutive American ports, so from like an American port to an American port, as opposed to stopping in like a foreign country in the back. And this is why if you've taken some of these cruises, like in the Caribbean, they'll go to like some American port because sometimes there's like these like those like islands that the cruise line owns or whatever, and then they'll go to like a non-American port and they'll go back. They all have to do this because the law says that for a boat to go from American port to American port, it has to not only be an American flag vessel, but then like it has to be an entirely, I think, like American crew, and also the ship has to be made in America or something like wacky like that, which I think that was the hardest part, was that the ship has to be made in America because like so much of like our shipbuilding isn't like a thing really in America anymore. And this is like forcing so much of our, transporting goods across the country to be by truck as opposed to just doing it by ship, the places that can take it by ship. And that would drastically reduce the prices of food and other things. And it's kind of weird that we've never really heard any politicians like focus on this. Like why, not hearing Trump talk about getting rid of this stupid fucking thing that doesn't really help anyone.
You just need someone on Fox News to mention it and Trump will be all over it. I'm dead serious. Like that seems to be the way he does it.
Right.
Look, and it's totally stupid. We got this Rio Grande that covers half the United States. We got the Mississippi River. All these rivers are huge waterways, easily big enough to ship like giant freighters, right?
Right, yeah.
But we don't do it. We put trucks on roads instead.
Yeah.
Have to build bridges over the rivers.
I guess like you would annoy, like the truckers would get all mad at you because obviously you'd be infringing on their business. So maybe no one wants to pull that lever, but I mean, they're all going to be out of business anyway in 10, 20 years because of automatic cars. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Self-driving cars.
Right.
We finally get like self-driving trucks, and that's when they're like, okay, now let's open up the waterways.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no jobs that are on the line. All the truckers have been fired already. So
right. So who cares? Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Especially given the coalition they're trying to put together.
I'm not sure I agree, just because we have lived through BLM madness. We lived through anti-racism, baby, and all this other. I mean, people are fed up with a lot of this stuff. I mean, look, I'm not saying the CRT thing was like a big winner, but I think if you look at the general trend, people are mostly gone past. People are mostly past a lot of the BLM nonsense that was, shoved down our throats for an entire 2-3 years in this country. I can't be the only one who was further radicalized on race as a question of that, in terms of being explicitly against racialism in American politics. And
but that's the thing, Saagar, is that's actually the biggest danger, is that right now Republicans are the ones that appear to be engaged in that racialism. Because I do think you're right that Americans have an instinct towards like the colorblind ideal.
And they should. I think that's a good thing.
And so when you're making an explicitly racialized case, it flips from, Democrats. There was a time when Democrats were the ones who were like word policing and nannies and PC and cancel culture and all this stuff. And then Republicans flipped the script because they got so obsessed with wokeness that it seemed like you guys are the ones who are obsessed with this stuff. And it's the same dynamic now. Kamala Harris is out there.
This is like such a weird retelling of events. And it's actually, to me, and I hear this a lot from people on the left and progressive, like this weird gaslight where it's like, oh, why does the right care so much about race and wokeness?
Yeah, why are they obsessed?
Yeah, they're obsessed. After like 8 years of the left like beating America to death with this shit.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, and it's like this weird thing too, because like on one level, like the left is like trying to sort of not talk about it anywhere near as explicitly as they did a few years ago, because it started to reveal that it was not working, but they're all still doing it. And I think that the white guys and black women and white women for Kamala Harris Zoom calls is just completely indicative that they're all still doing it. They still believe this shit. It's just they're trying to not be so verbal about it anymore.
Yeah, they started a stereotype that all white people are racist, and then they wonder, why are you so obsessed with race? It's like, well, I mean, you have been calling me racist for quite some time now.
Yeah. Yes.
Talking about, like, you know, the normal Democratic side, abortion and middle class, about all this stuff. And Republicans are out here making an explicitly racialized case. I think to a country that really prefers a colorblind self-perception at the very least, they find the explicitly racialized arguments when they were made by Democrats, but now when they're being made by Republicans, to be off-putting, repellent, and not appealing. That's what I think, because I do think that, like, the colorblind view where you're not obsessing over these demographic characteristics is far more salient, far more reflective of, like, the aspirational place Americans want to be. And so when...
Does she know she's being hugely racist right now, Sitch? I'm not sure she's aware of it.
What do you mean?
She's advocating for colorblindness.
Oh.
How insanely racist of her.
It's true.
Does she not know the current cultural moment that we're in?
Well, to be fair to Krystal, she's not actually advocating for colorblindness. She's saying Americans like colorblindness, so from a persuasive standpoint, they want to hear people advocate for colorblindness.
Even though colorblindness is hugely racist.
Yes, exactly.
A policy we should ignore.
Right.
When it's Republicans who are the ones who are talking about, you know, racial characteristics, they're the ones in danger of sort of violating that precept of, oh, we're, you know, supposed to be a colorblind country.
I personally, though, I feel a bit gaslit on this conversation, because it's like, you can't, and I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying media, Democrats, and others, you can't spend the last 25 years of American politics making everything about race. And then when people say, hey, you were selected because of your race, you're like, you're bringing up race. It's like, hold on a second. What? Like, what just happened here? So I am skeptical that this will have the negative effect, because, like I said, I think there are a lot of people out there. I mean, the affirmative action thing, that was very popular for most people whenever it was struck down. I think it's actually a decent attack. I don't trust anybody who was selected by affirmative action. Now, especially whenever it's the most important job in the entire world. So I think that's a decent enough attack. Now, also, for now, she's talking about abortion. How soon until we see explicit racialism that comes?
I just want to say, going to the colorblindness thing, it's funny because, like, it was only last year.
Yeah, are you going to bring it up, Coleman Hughes?
I was just saying the same thing.
The
Coleman
TED Talk,
Hughes,
yeah.
You know, he had his TED Talk on colorblindness, and TED, you know, was like, the TED organization wouldn't even put it out unless he did this weird debate, which we covered. You know, he had this weird debate with Jamal Bowie about colorblindness, where Bowie was just saying the most insane, stupid, gaslighty bullshit, you know, about the conversation, completely not, you know, actually having a conversation with Coleman. It was only a few months ago that Coleman Hughes was on The View having the same conversation about colorblindness.
Yeah, and the View ladies were like, colorblindness, that's racist.
Yeah, so it is funny. It's like, oh, you know, now colorblindness is like where it's at. It's like, all right.
And not only that, Coleman Hughes calls himself a conservative. He's on the right. So.
Oh, does he call himself a conservative now?
Yes, definitely.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
From her about diversity quotas, about the people who she's surrounded with, what percent of her staff is going to be black women or whatever, or Asian men or any of that. I mean, are we really saying that instinct is dead in the modern Democratic Party? Like, of course not. The Biden administration has racial quotas literally for people who work for them. So this is somebody who also, she always talked about her diversity in her office. So, like, you can't both believe in that and then get upset whenever it's used against you. Now, if I were her, I agree. I would only talk about abortion and middle-class issues. But I have no doubt that she, and especially if not her, the media and her surrogates will also make it into a thing. And I'm just not convinced yet that the backlash, now I wouldn't say use DEI, I would say affirmative action and against racialism specifically, which I think Democrats are the people who mostly use that rhetoric and have dominated the conversation now for a long time. I think pushing back against that is potent, has been for, I can only speak for myself. I don't know. We've only been here now for a week. I find it repellent that she was selected for that reason. I think
But do you find it
works
repellent that Joe Biden was selected for
But
that? Or
that's
do you
my
find
thing.
it repellent
He wasn't
that
select-
Vance
he
was
was-
selected because of his character?
But
Do
he
you find it
wasn't selected
repellent
explicitly because he was white.
Yes, he was.
No, and this is the other
Yes,
thing.
he was.
The lies we tell ourselves also matter.
Do you find it?
They said we're picking her because she's black.
Do you,
and then they
do you
picked her.
find it repellent that right now the just bedrock is
that is, you know, it's not really addressed, but Saagar has said something here, which I said, which I think is super important too, which is the lies we tell ourselves matter. The pretense that exists in social situations is important, and it says something for our society, because it's like, and this was, I thought was so weird and gross when Biden chose Jackson Brown for the Supreme Court, which was that you know, oh, he didn't just say like, oh, I'm gonna choose like the best person for the job, and you know, oh look, it happened to be like this black lady. Like he specifically said, I'm going to choose a black woman. Yeah. And you're like, well, okay, that's kind of gross and weird. Like, really? That's what's going on here? Like, this is where we're at?
And the only reason to say that is to appeal to identity politics.
Yes.
To appeal to an electorate.
Yes.
Yeah. Remember when we watched the Clarence Thomas speech at George H.W. Bush, I think, that nominated Clarence Thomas, right? And Clarence Thomas just looks so uncomfortable. Do you remember that?
The speech he gave to where?
Yeah, George W. Bush. Well, Clarence Thomas has been nominated for the Supreme Court. And he's obviously nominated because Clarence Thomas is replacing. There was a Supreme Court justice that was African American that was taken or retired or died. I don't remember. So
it was it was like one of like the most famous. It was Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah. So George H.W. Bush is like in a position where he's pretty much got to replace the black justice with another black justice.
Yeah.
So he picks Clarence Thomas, but Clarence Thomas has always hated affirmative action and hated the fact that he's, you know, getting a job because he's black. But that's obviously what's happening here. And George H.W. Bush is basically giving his spiel about why he's nominating Clarence Thomas. And Clarence Thomas is there, but Clarence Thomas just looks so uncomfortable.
It is hilarious. When we did that stream on Clarence Thomas, Clarence Thomas is like a cosmic joke. I feel like,
well, don't say that. I mean, obviously.
No. I mean like that, like the universe is playing a joke on Clarence Thomas.
Right. Like the universe is fucking with Clarence Thomas.
Yes, the entire universe is like determined to fuck with Clarence Thomas. It's kind of hilarious. Like it's almost like
he's not a joke. He seems
no, right. Yeah, no, he seems like a serious guy.
person and all that.
Right. Yeah, no. It seems like he's almost gone through like the DEI version of like the Book of Job. He's kind of because his whole life is so funny. His whole life, he's like really been, well, not his whole life, but when he kind of changed to become like more conservative, because he started as kind of like a left wing, you know, he's been very anti-affirmative action, very anti these sort of DI policies his whole life. And yet every job, like he gets shunted into being literally the DI hire like again and again and again every time.
Yeah.
It's so hilarious.
Yeah.
Got to be eternally frustrating.
But look, it plays into that. The lies we tell ourselves matter, because that obviously George H.W. Bush is fucking lying his ass off. He's saying, look, race had nothing to do with the nomination.
Yep.
Race is just completely immaterial here.
But it is important because it does sort of, again, it shows that we as a nation, as a society, you know, even though there's like a veneer of it, we still want the colorblind idea, where with Biden choosing Brown Jackson, it's like specifically like, oh, no, you want the race choice. You want the gender choice. You want the identity choice.
Yeah. Sad.
Assumption is Kamala Harris got to pick a white man.
Actually,
is that repellent?
Yes, I do, because you shouldn't.
I haven't heard you say or anyone else say anything about that.
No. Notice when I said Josh Shapiro, I said it because he's a actually popular governor. That's why I would. I mean, we're about to talk about VP, but I'm based on your statistics. I mean, I would.
This is going to be so embarrassing, because that Shapiro guy is so much more articulate than Kamala Harris. I don't know that we've been in this situation before where we have a presidential candidate that's like Mr. Magoo, and then the vice president is like Obama.
It's funny because it's almost always the opposite.
It is. I know everyone always tries to pick a vice presidential candidate that makes them look good, right? I'm not the person, whatever qualities they lack, they're like, well, I don't want someone that's going to show me up in all those areas.
Right.
But this Shapiro guy seems to be. I mean, I've only heard him say a couple of things, but he seems pretty sharp. So.
Pick Gretchen Whitmer if I were to. I wouldn't necessarily pick a white man because she's popular in the state of Michigan. You got to win Michigan.
Whitmer also destroys Kamala on like intelligent and articulate as well. So Whitmer would be the same exact situation.
And I mean, if she was black, I wouldn't care either. Who's the governor?
And she's hotter. What?
No, I was gonna say, and Whitmer ended her day drinking in high school.
Oh yeah, and brags about it, right?
There you go.
I've been there, Kamala.
Maryland. What's that guy's name? Wes Moore?
Wes Moore.
He's a decent candidate. You pick him too. I think he could win. I'm serious. I mean, this is somebody who's from around here. He speaks well, right? He's one of those where he does a good job on the stump. I think he's quite popular, and he do a decent job with some of these swing voters. Like I just made the case.
Was it repellent that Mike Pence got picked because he was an evangelical?
No,
it was a smart play. It was tactically smart. This is this is my point.
This is just invisible to her. This is one of the reasons why this is so funny to me. Like she can't even acknowledge just the realistic dynamics of the situation.
Right.
Just like, come on, Krystal, come on.
Sarah Palin picked because she was a woman.
Yeah, that was actually stupid.
And she was young. And, she was picked for her. I don't remember anyone saying it's repellent that she was picked for her demographic characteristics. So why is it repellent when it's a black woman picked for her characteristics? And it's not repellent when it's a white man picked for his characteristics?
Because they made the whole conversation about race, like I said, the last 20. The media and Democrats who are literally donning themselves in kente cloth, putting George.
Didn't she just, isn't she the one who started the they thing? They said this, they said that, and then he says they, and who's they? She completely gets it. Only she is allowed to say they, Saagar, not you.
George Floyd and BLM signs up in every restaurant in the country, and then expecting everyone to just sit there and be like, oh, this is actually totally fine, that we've completely lost our minds on all of this discussion. And then it's like getting mad whenever you say, hey, that was actually crazy. You were picked because of these reasons. Why shouldn't we say that that's bad?
But because it's not applied uniformly. That's my point. It's only applied when it's a black person. That's the point.
But they are the ones who made it about that.
If you're going to make the case.
This is not true. I think it was applied to Sarah Palin. I think you're misremembering, Krystal. I think obviously a lot of people said she's not qualified. He only picked her because she's a woman, and unfortunately she's unqualified.
That people shouldn't be picked for the demographic characteristics. I am on board for that conversation, but that is not the case that's made. The case is only made. That's why DEI has just come to mean a black person with a job. It's only made when it is black people. It's no problem when a white dude gets picked because he's a white dude, or an evangelical dude gets picked because he's an evangelical dude, or he's picked because he's from Pennsylvania or whatever. That's no problem. That's fine and isn't a mark against them. And so it's just a blatant double standard. And like I said, listen, you can make the case all you want. It's fine. I have no issue with it. Make the case. But I think Republicans run a real risk of being seen as the party that is obsessed with race in the election. And you're right. The party that seems like they're obsessed with race, like Democrats did with the kente cloth and all that stuff, right? The party that seems like they are obsessed with identity characteristics is in a poor position. And right now it's the Republicans who seem much more obsessed with her being a woman.
This is just so comical. It's so comical because the left and the Democratic Party is monomaniacally fixated on race. It's so obvious. And all of this is projection. They're constantly trying to say, oh, Republicans are fixated on race. All they care about is white people. All they care about is a white demographic. All they care about is great replacement theory. Like they're projecting so fucking hard. This is comical. This is so comical.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you're correct. There's a lot of projection, a lot of it being invisible to her. But life isn't fair, and I think she's correct. It's not fair, but it's a failing issue for the Republicans to push.
Because they managed to make the narrative stick in the same way. It's not fair that Trump will be remembered as a guy that praised neo-Nazis, even though he said the complete opposite. No, I agree with you.
The same way there's a double standard about, criticizing Trump for like sexual shit, but you can't criticize Kamala for sexual shit. Like
that's not fair. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's not effective. I think the right should 100% call the left racist constantly and be like, you guys are fucking racist. You hate white people, racist. Here's all the things about you being racist. Just leave it at that. But to try to engage at that same like level playing field, it's not going to work. It's just completely not going to work.
Right.
Woman and being a black woman, and
I don't think it's wise for them. And we'll see. I'm not going to put it past the BLM people to bring it all right back circle, especially
the BLM people actually opposed Kamala Harris's coronation, by the way, for what it's worth. They wanted an open convention.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
They put on a whole thing.
What, we're going to object to Miss Bail Fund? Like, what are we doing here? Like, that's ridiculous. But look, anyway, I'll tell you what, if Republicans lose and they lose even more of the black vote and suburban white vote than they did in 2020, then I'll think you're right. But if they don't, then I'm going to say I think it was actually a smart play. And I'm curious to see how it actually resonates with the people. So why don't you think
that Donald Trump is making this argument?
Because it's only been out for 5 days, because he got shot in the ear, and he's only had enough time to say laughing Kamala, or what is it, lying Kamala?
It's both.
Oh, yeah, okay, whatever. I think laughing is better, for the record.
These terms he has studiously avoided all of these terms because they sound like a secret language to like normal voters.
I agree.
Oopsie. Again.
Don't use the term DEI. Like, use the term affirmative action. That's accurate. Everybody knows what that one means, and everybody also is going to know that that's correct whenever it's used against her. But okay, I think we probably beat this convo.
Yeah. So the other argument that they've been making is that she is insufficiently pro-Israel, which I think is another electoral loser.
You thought you could get through an entire Krystal and Saagar video, Sitch, without Krystal bringing up Israel.
Oh my God, no!
You thought you could do it. You thought that would happen.
No.
Look, we're talking about American politics. What's the point of bringing up Israel, right? Sitch, why even bring up Israel? We're talking about the election. Why?
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
I'm surprised. Like they should put like bombed children on that monitor in the background.
Yes.
They bring it up.
I think like all the lights should like shift
dramatic.
To, like, red. Yeah. Just like, now we're going to talk about Israel.
Now let's talk about Genocide Joe.
There's like a picture of like the Israeli flag, but the Star of David is like in blood,
Oh yeah, exactly.
In terms of arguments against her, I think we have C5 of evidence of this case that's being made against her this week. Let's take a listen.
This is an astounding bad decision not to appear behind Bibi as Vice President of the United States. This is a signal to Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran that we literally do not have Bibi's back. This is really her first major foreign policy decision, and she's gotten an F.
Already you got a question. She will not show up for the Prime Minister's joint session of Congress today. She'd rather address in the summer a sorority, a college sorority, like she can't get out of that.
What she's doing is...
This is so, the propaganda that they're doing against Kamala is so good, because all these images of her laughing, she just does not seem serious at all.
Yeah.
Like Trump always puts this serious face on. He's like, look, I'm trying to be president of the United States. I'm a serious person here. Even when he's cracking jokes, he's like serious in the face.
Yeah, you're correct. And also like the whole brat thing and coconut shit. All that plays into her not being serious.
Yeah. She looks like a wine mom.
All that stuff kind of is, kind of contained to the internet. So I don't know if it like bleeds out to the mainstream.
Yeah, this is on Fox News, though. It's on cable news, so.
Right, but those people aren't going to vote for her anyway.
Yeah, probably not.
She's running away from Israel. She refuses to go to Bibi Netanyahu is in Washington. She refuses to be there. Even if you're against Israel or you're against the Jewish people.
You like that shirt that girl's wearing? Trump girls, and they have like the American flag high heel.
Oh yeah. That's sweet. You'd like to see her in high heels, right?
Oh yeah.
She looks like a truck driver.
How dare you? How dare you, Ed?
I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with being a female truck driver.
Okay.
It's a respectable position.
Sure.
You're the elitist here, Sitch. I'm all in favor of the working class.
Obviously, Adam, when he said she looks like a female truck driver, he meant it as like a mark of her.
I meant like
beauty.
A sexy truck driver.
Yeah, there you go.
To the concept, but she's totally against the Jewish people, and it amazes me how Jewish people will vote for the Democrats when they're being treated so disrespectfully and badly. It amazes me.
Identity politics right there. Look, respect.
I know.
Respect.
It's shocking. I don't. So now we have a new victim to defeat. Lion Kamala Harris. Lion. L-Y-I-N apostrophe.
So
don't you love how he spells it with an apostrophe? Trump is cool, man.
Lion.
What? He puts the apostrophe in there. Just in case you want to put it on your email, it's spelled L-Y-N apostrophe.
I-N.
Lion.
I'm curious because we played the clip, him using the fake phony, so we'll see if it sticks, because I think that's a lot better, a lot more effective.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So, I'm not going with Lion. Lion is not his best work. Not even
Laughing
close.
Kamala also not his best work.
Lion Ted worked because it really, this one, yeah, Laughing, I could see it. I don't know. He needs something better.
Yeah.
He needs to bring the magic back.
Also
that is it. Why did lying Ted work? What was Ted even lying about? I don't even know what he was lying about, but it's something, it's got like a nice flow to it. Lying Ted, right?
Oh yeah.
Nobody fucking likes Ted Cruz. Fuck Ted Cruz. I'm glad. Fuck that guy. I'm so glad he got like pounded in the dust. Even though he's gonna come back in 4 years, I bet, and run for president.
He's gonna be running, yeah. Already. He's like doing the Lincoln beard and stuff.
He looks like fat Wolverine. It's such a bad look.
Wow.
Have you seen? He's the way his beard and his hair is. He looks like fat Wolverine. It's a terrible.
Oh, I've seen it. I'm waiting for him to pull out the top hat.
Oh, okay. You think he's going for Lincoln?
Something like that.
Yeah, honestly, crazy Kamala.
Crazy Kamala.
Even though he's used crazy for a bunch of time, I think it would be better than those. But
Crazy Nancy?
Insufficiently pro-Israel, I also don't think is the political winner that they.
Look, I don't think people care that much about Israel, especially now today. Maybe some young voters, even then it's not the majority. So like, I don't think it's going to be.
Look, he's like stabbing her in the heart right now. So bad. Krystal is like, Saagar's sitting. Look, Krystal is very. She cares about Israel a lot. That's like one of her number one issues. And right now, Saagar's saying, nobody gives a fuck about Israel.
Nobody cares, yeah.
She's like, this is when Sitch talks about how nobody cares about MMT. And I'm just like here on the verge of tears. I'm like, oh my God, Sitch, please stop.
Nobody cares about it. It's funny because like, especially, you had this whole situation, which you and I could have predicted, because we both said from the beginning that
yes, totally.
Goal is going to be to drag this out for as long as possible so that he can stay in power indefinitely. And so, now we have a situation where he's going to be trying to probably expand the war, as much as possible into Lebanon or Iran or something, just for his own political purposes. And no one cares because we have the presidential election and crazy shit's happening in America. So
yeah, we totally called this.
Yep.
Yeah. So sad, but that's the way it is.
Yep.
Be the deciding election. In terms of the money, though, that's where a lot of money is for donors. So
yeah,
that's probably why he's doing it.
That's it. But it's also like, to the extent. So I think for young voters, it does matter. I think they're watching very closely what Kamala Harris does and says in these next few days, and I think that is consequential for her in terms of being able to put together that sort of recapture some of the Obama coalition. But for a broader general electorate, to the extent that it matters at all, it's the sense of like, why are you fixated on these? Why are you obsessed over these foreign countries when, we got a lot of problems here?
Yeah, listen, I count myself part of that. I don't really care what, about whether she's sufficiently pro-Israel or not, but whatever. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
And it's funny too, because like with Trump, they've been hitting the threat to democracy stick so hard that, even the people that are very caring about Israel and Palestine, all this stuff, I mean, they're going to get hit with people left going, "This is a threat to democracy. Oh my God, how dare you?"
Right. Yeah.
Now vote for Kamala. So.
Yep. Fascinating. All right. Super chats. Do we have any more videos?
I mean, we could watch that Obama video if you want, but
no,
I
don't know.
Okay. Just read
do you want to bring it up, or? I mean, it's kind of long. It's super long. The race one is super long.
No.
The interview one is kind of short. I was going to send you. I did. I looked up a transcript here.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not going to tell you what this is from, but I want you to read it. I want you to do your solid best Trump impersonation. Okay, this is very serious.
I mean, I don't have a solid best. I just have my one shitty one.
Okay, well, your one shitty one will do, but
okay,
I'll send it to you in DMs, and you can just read it.
I mean, it's not going to be like you're giving me Mein Kampf or something. Right?
It's just like a block of text. No, I'd never do that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We have come together as Americans with love for our nation.
No. We have to come together as Americans.
We have to come together as Americans with love for our nation and true affection. Really, I say this so
be
strongly.
Serious. Be serious.
I thought you said you want me to read it as Trump.
No, but look, be serious.
You said read it as Trump. Chat. I'm being gaslit here. You told me to read it as Trump. What the fuck is happening?
Read it seriously. Though.
Okay, you want me to read it normally? Okay.
Yes.
We have to come together as America. Okay, maybe that's the problem. Anything Trump says sounds ridiculous.
It could be
a ridiculous way of speaking. All right. We have
Look,
to come
I
together.
I promise you he said this sincerely. So
okay. We have to come together as Americans with love for our nation and true affection. Really, I say this so strongly, true affection for each other. When I watch Charlottesville, to me, it's very, very sad. Above all else, we must remember this truth. No matter our color, creed, religion, or political party, we're all Americans first. We love our country. We love our God. We love our flag. We're proud of our country. We're proud of who we are. So we want to get the situation straightened out in Charlottesville, and we want to study it, and we want to see what we're doing wrong as a country where things like this can happen. My administration is restoring the sacred bonds of loyalty between this nation and its citizens, but our citizens must also restore the bonds of trust and loyalty between one another. We must love each other, respect each other, and cherish our history and future together. So important. So important. We have to respect each other. Ideally, we have to love each other.
So does that not seem? I mean, is that not a shot at unity?
No, that's a great statement. That's a great statement. I'm guessing now, without seeing where this comes from, I'm guessing that this was from his second statement about it, and that this was like the prepared remarks in the beginning that he had his team write for him, and they did a very good job. And then everything afterwards was when he was interacting with the press and answering questions off the fly. That's my guess.
I think you're completely incorrect.
Oh, okay.
And I think this is his.
You think this is from the first speech?
This is from his very first speech.
Oh, okay.
And it's actually interspersed because he was doing some meeting with some other politician or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually, I cut out some of the interspersements where he's actually talking about his conversation with this other politician recently. But I'm sure it's just off the cuff remarks. Yeah. And I mean, we can listen to it.
Well, let's listen to it. Where is it?
Okay, bring it up.
I don't know. Where's you? Bring it to me.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
You find it. You find it.
Read some super chats. I'll find it.
Okay. Say No More for 2 Canadians says, love the stream. Thanks, Sitch and Adam. Well, thank you for the support, Say No More. Ear Holiday for 27 months. Thank you so much. Says, poll right in Bluntyfly 2024. There you go. So you created a poll. We've had 2,700 people vote. Says, who are you voting for in November? Top choice was Donald Trump with 55%.
Right.
13% said Kamala, 7% said Kennedy, and 25% said undecided. So there you go.
Yeah, that 25% undecided, that's about 650 votes. So look, if those votes are placed in the right areas of the United States, like we could literally decide this election, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
We have to dial in on who those undecideds are.
Right.
Yeah. If
Sitch,
we can
the
win
name is
them
a Wild
over,
West reference.
if we can win those undecideds over to Trump, we can really give Pisco a lot of sleepless nights. A lot of sleepless nights, okay?
That's funny. That's funny.
Is it worth risking democracy to give Pisco sleepless nights? I kind of think it is, to be honest with you. I'm feeling high risk today.
Okay.
I'm feeling like a gambler.
Oh, it's a combination of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday. Earp Holiday. Oh, makes sense. Okay. I got you. Cocoa Beans for 11 months says, I think the problem with this election is that no candidate has a policy for yogic flying, like the 1993 Canadian Doug Henning. Video link and next super chat. And then Cocoa Beans for $5 says, I DM'd you the video of Doug Henning Sitch. Please watch it on stream. Huh. Did you? I don't see it.
All right, I think I found the clip. So, but keep reading. Got to get it up. So.
Okay. Well, look, I don't see it, Cocoa. Cocoa Beans. Igor Shadox for $5 says, curse you, Sitch. White cheddar Cheez-Its are goated. Also, I picked up some Gardetto's mix and garlic rye chips this weekend, so thanks.
You're changing history.
There you go. He tried the Gardetto's mix.
I tried to find those white cheddar jalapeno at the store, but I couldn't find them. So I was going to get some. I wanted to weigh in our conversation
of the spicy Cheez-Its.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be clear, I only talk about normal Cheez-Its. I've never had any of these other fancy Cheez-Its. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at this. Wait, you have the video here. It's on your secret channel. What is this?
It's all of his statements.
Oh, okay.
From Charlottesville.
Gotcha.
In chronological order.
Very impressive. Look at this impressive work that we used to do.
I know this is forever ago, but I just think people's memories get fuzzy, right? You got to go back to the original source material.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Kayla for 6 months says, Trump support is anti-American. He tried to steal my vote in 2020. There's no world that Trump should win in an American patriot's vote. Well, there you go.
Look at that.
Got him.
What was that? I mean, that's that's borderline emotional blackmail there. Right there, what you're doing. So
I mean, that's why I would never vote for Trump for that reason. So unless he was running against like a evil space alien or something.
Right.
Until Kamala pulls off her mask.
Look, I would never vote. Look, there's a hierarchy of evilness, right? I would never vote for a baby killer. Okay. Baby killer is like, obviously just, you can't vote for baby killer. So obviously Kamala is a baby killer. So a vote for Kamala is a vote for death of infants. So.
Okay.
See what I did there? Look, I can do emotional blackmail too.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Before we watch, do you have it the right spot?
I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, before we watch that, we have to watch this other video. That's very important.
What?
It's
I just
only
brought
30
it up.
seconds. It's only 30 seconds.
Okay. We'll go back to my spot after you're done.
During this election, you've heard a lot about yogic flying and the experience of bubbling bliss. That's because 7,000 yogic flyers could create a perfect government with the ability to satisfy everyone. All of our national problems are basically caused by stress. And the best antidote is transcendental meditation and 7,000 yogic flyers, which can eliminate stress in the whole country, create an integrated national consciousness, and prevent problems. For a perfect government, vote the Natural Law Party.
Oh man, you know.
I mean, I'm sold. I want some yogic flyers, right? To yoga fly their way into the White House.
Can eliminate stress in the whole country. Create an integrated.
You totally know, like right after this, all of these guys had sex.
How dare you, sir? How dare you? Look at this asshole over here.
All of these guys were
shitting on the
definitely
yogic flyers and their transcendental meditation. Oh my God, Adam, you're such a jerk.
Let's not look. I'm not here to judge. I don't judge people.
Okay.
Nah, this is awesome. What is it? Who sent you this? This is amazing. Look.
Well, I didn't see. I couldn't find whatever Kobe Bean sent me, but I just Googled it, and this is what came up first. So I assume this is what he was talking about.
Look, tell me this. Do you really think these guys are not going to have massive TDS after Trump wins a second term in office?
Of course not. They've reached an enlightened state, Adam.
Dude, look, all of these guys. I mean, they're probably late 50s now. Oh yeah.
I mean, look,
they're gonna die. They're gonna. Trump TDS is going to kill all of these guys.
Look at that guy. He's literally flying at him. Okay, he's levitating.
He's flying for Kamala. Look, he was just in a Zoom meeting.
If I can
white
levitate,
guys for Kamala.
If I can levitate, I don't care who wins the American presidency.
Oh man. You know these guys are voting for Kamala.
Well, they're Canadian, so they're not voting for anybody.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a difference.
Yeah. Okay, we can go back.
Well, read a couple super chats. I want to run to the bathroom real quick. So
okay. I read that one. Kristen Baller, thanks so much for being outside the simulation for 28 months. Look at that. Look at that top tier, baby. Says, hey guys, unfortunately, this has been my last month as a member for a while. Getting ready for my wedding in a few months and really need to penny pinch until then. Back into the simulation I go. Adam, can we get an update on the comic? Oh, did Adam go AFK? I'll ask him when he comes back. But congratulations. Yeah, that's great, Christian. Very happy for you. And that you're getting married. That's like one of the, well, it can be, but it could be definitely one of the ultimate ways to maybe gain free will. So we're rooting for you, Christian. Ace for $5 says, guys, I assume it's Destiny. Destiny tired to make this boxing affair at the French Games about rightoids baiting libs and failing to see that self-ID helped to make this mess. Oh, I assume you're talking about so there was like this weird thing guys haven't been following where there was a quote female boxer, 2 female boxers at the Olympics who appeared to look like men. And there was a big question about whether they were trans or what the fuck was going on with them. And there was kind of further compounded by the fact that apparently they had failed some sort of ubiquitous gender test that existed in the past. And so based on that and the fact that they very clearly look like men and not women, people were, in my opinion, myself included, were very rightfully like, what the fuck is going on here? What's the deal with these boxers? And the claim so far was like, oh, they're not trans, they're both born a woman, which seems very strange considering how they appear. I mean, you have, quote, masculine women that are competing in the boxing event, and they look very different from them in terms of facial structure and shape of body and all these things. And so maybe we have a situation where if they're not trans, then they have an intersex condition. And judging by their physical appearance, I would wager that they both went through male puberty. They both maybe have some kind of, internal testes or something to that effect. Or I think there's a couple other intersex conditions that can lead it so someone can appear to not, or someone can not have male genitalia, but still go through a male puberty. In which case, I would say is equally unfair for that person to participate in sports and female sports. And it's kind of ridiculous because a lot of people on the left had this like total brain meltingly stupid take where they're like, well, they're not trans, they're born a woman, which first of all, they don't actually know that. They're just taking that kind of on face value, number one. But number two, even if that is the case and it's a person who was, quote, misidentified as being female because they have an intersex condition or they have a Y chromosome or they went through male puberty, because they have like internal testes or something, you basically have the exact same situation as the unfairness of someone who transitioned after going through male puberty, competing in women's sports too. So the whole thing is like a very dumb conversation.
Wow. Yeah. I saw you arguing with people about that. I think you were arguing with like Pisco and Hutch and stuff.
Yeah, I was. And it's funny, like Pisco was like so, he's so triggered. Like he was just
angry with you.
He was so mad. He was like screeching in all caps at me on Twitter. And I was just like responding like completely normally. Like, okay. I didn't know Pisco's so cares about this situation.
They're oppressed people, Sitch.
Yes.
You gotta.
Christian Baller.
They need Pisco to come out and represent them.
They do. Christian Baller wanted to know a comic update.
I'm working on the printer files right now. I have a printer lined up. I want to get a hard copy proof instead of just a digital proof, because I kind of want to see the color.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So it's going to take a little bit longer, but
that's a good idea.
The printing is going to take like a week or two. Probably take like a week to get the hard copy, the printed hard copy. They run the hard copy on the same press that they run the book on, so it should be accurate as far as colors go. But yeah, I'm working on the printer file, so
okay.
Yeah. Update your mailing addresses, guys. So you will be getting a package. Sitch, send me those drawings and
yes. There was someone, did I ever send you someone who was like, sent me a message or like a tweet or something that was like, they wanted to know if we had the correct mailing address for them or something. Did you see that? Did I ever send that to you?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. I'm going to do an update, but I just, I've given out so many updates where just the challenging thing about this is you don't know what you don't know. So even setting up the printer files, I thought, oh, this will be, something I can do in a couple hours. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's been easily a couple of days work just setting up the print file. So,
okay. Caleb for another $5. Thank you. Says Nathan Robinson has been melting down on Twitter because Kamala has flip-flopped on her 2020 primary progressive position. She's not hyper woke. It's weird because I was talking about I watched that 2010 clip and Kamala's definitely not woke in 2010. So I think that's the issue. She's just this chameleon. She's just this political chameleon. It's unclear what she really believes and what she stands for, if anything. So
this Kamala chameleon. Oh my goodness.
I know.
It's catching on already. So you want to watch this Trump clip?
Sure, if you have it at the right spot.
See how good our memories are?
Okay.
Let's see. Ready?
Yeah.
To go outside and play or be with their parents and have a good time. I just got off the phone with the governor of Virginia, Terry McAuliffe, and we agreed that the hate and the division must stop, and must stop right now. We have to come together as Americans with love for our nation and true affection, and I say this so strongly, true affection for each other. Our country is doing very well in so many ways. We have just absolute record employment. We have unemployment, the lowest it's been in almost 17 years. We have companies pouring into our country, Foxconn and car companies and so many others. They're coming back to our country. We're renegotiating trade deals to make them great for our country and great for the American worker. We have so many incredible things happening in our country. So when I watch Charlottesville, to me, it's very, very sad. I want to salute the great work of the state and local police in Virginia, incredible people, law enforcement, incredible people, and also the National Guard. They've really been working smart and working hard. They've been doing a terrific job. Federal authorities are also providing tremendous support to the governor. He thanked me for that. And we are here to provide whatever other assistance is needed. We are ready, willing, and able. Above all else, we must remember this truth. No matter our color, creed, religion, or political party, we are all Americans first. We love our country. We love our God. We love our flag. We're proud of our country. We're proud of who we are. So we want to get the situation straightened out in Charlottesville, and we want to study it. And we want to see what we're doing wrong as a country where things like this can happen. My administration is restoring the sacred bonds of loyalty between this nation and its citizens. But our citizens must also restore the bonds of trust and loyalty between one another. We must love each other, respect each other, and cherish our history and our future together. So important. We have to respect each other. Ideally, we have to love each other. And now to the Veterans Administration. And again, going back to...
Okay. You want to continue or...
Okay. So
I mean, that seemed like a stab at unity to me, but
was
obviously you were like
August 12th.
Yeah, August 12th. This is the first address.
So, okay. So I was right about everything except that this was the first speech, not the second speech.
Right.
Because I mean, this was a prepared statement. He's reading it, right?
Yes, yeah. And you can even tell when like the ad-libbing comes in. Like he's reading the statement, and then he's throwing in the gotta love each other. Gotta really love each other. You gotta look into your neighbor's eyes and you gotta say, look, you're American.
Mm-hmm.
I'm American. And start making out.
I'm trying to remember. Because how long, do you remember how long was the full, I'm assuming this press conference was like long, like, it was a somewhat long press conference.
Yeah. Yes.
Trump.
Because it was on other stuff as well.
Sure.
I mean, we can continue. He does more Charlottesville remarks.
We have to heal the wounds of our country. These are wounds that have been going on for really a long time. And I thought, and everybody thought, and
See, these are kind of unscripted here, right? So he did a prepared statement.
Mm-hmm.
And then we kind of go off the cuff here.
Everybody wants it to heal, and it will heal. And we're going to make every effort possible to make sure that that healing procedure goes as quickly as possible. I love the people of our country. I love all of the people of our country. We're going to make America great again, but we're going to make it great for all of the people of the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Second statement. Now they've hounded him for a few days. Actually, it's 2 days. I think it was August 12th for the first statement, August 14th for the second.
Yeah, but I think this original statement was good. I think it was definitely good. I think you're right in terms of this was trying to bring the unity together.
Yep.
If I recall, because obviously 2017 was a long time ago, I think the media was very triggered because he didn't denounce the white nationalists explicitly.
Yeah.
And I think that's what kind of brought in the whole because they were kind of hitting it from this angle of like, oh, well, I'm not saying this is like, I agree with this, but they were hitting from the angle of, well, since he's not denouncing them specifically, he's like trying to disperse blame all around on both sides. I think that was sort of like the view that they were trying to cultivate.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't think that was a stab at unity at all. They were like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't come out and blast the white. He didn't say the words correctly.
Well, he said, did you have it in your thing?
Baseball bats, You had a lot of bad people in the other group too. As you know, this was a small press conference.
You can watch the intro. The intro is what everyone is like.
No, I know that's
gets triggered over.
Right, that's the fine people part, but
yeah.
So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group.
He's doing the centrist meme, Sitch.
He is.
He literally did the centrist meme.
He did. How dare?
They're bad people on both sides.
As you know, this was a small press conference, but a very important one, and it was scheduled to talk about the great things that we're doing with the Secretary on the Veterans Administration, and we will talk about that very much so in a little while, but I thought I should put out a comment as to what's going on in Charlottesville. So, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. In particular, I want to thank our incredible veterans, and thank you, fellas. Let me shake your hand. Great people. They're great people.
Look at how serious he is. He's like, look, I'm president. I gotta put on my president face. I got my prepared statement. I'm going to stick to the prepared remarks. And then this totally blew up on him, and it changed Trump. He's like, fuck this. I tried so hard. All they did was fuck with me.
But in the end, he tried so hard at him, and it got so far. But in the end, it didn't really matter.
Well, this is like August 2017. Like, he's only been there for what, 6 months? I mean, he's sworn in January, right? The end of January. So he's there February, March, April, May, June, July. So yeah, it's like 6 months.
Yep.
He's like, motherfuckers. They're destroying my entire presidency in the first 6 months. I said I denounce the neo-Nazis totally. How can they do this to me?
Well, that was later, though, yeah.
He's completely demoralized.
Yep.
But we're closely following the terrible events unfolding in Charlottesville, Virginia. We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides.
Right there.
That was the problem. That was the problem right there. Like that already got all the media like super triggered.
The hatred and bigotry on many sides.
Yeah.
Look, even Trump knew you can't both sides this. You got to many sides this.
That was a huge mistake. If he would have just said, I condemn, we in America condemn the racial bigotry and hatred, blah blah blah, and then just continue the statement, I think he would have been totally it's free and clear in the gold after that.
Right.
But this one like little thing here just totally created this conflict.
What I would give to know if the many sides comment is on the piece of paper that he's reading.
Or if he added that.
I know.
How amazing
like the ad lib?
How amazing would it be? Oh my God, you're so right. If only we could get a copy of that speech. And you're right. What if he just added
what is
that?
On the paper? How do we find that? Who knows how to find that piece of paper?
That would be hilariously devastating to his
on many sides.
His political.
It did look like he ad-libbed it. Yeah. It looked like he ad-libbed it because now he's back to the paper.
Yeah.
Possible terms, this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. On many sides. It's been going on for a long time in our country. Not Donald Trump, not Barack Obama. This has been going on for a long, long time. It has no place in America.
I mean, that's I guess somewhat of a perception of an olive branch, right? He's like, it's been going on for a long time. It's not Obama's fault.
Yeah,
it's not my fault. It's not Obama's fault.
Yeah, long before either of us got here.
Right,
yeah, exactly.
What is vital now is a swift restoration of law and order and the protection of innocent lives. No citizen should ever fear for their safety and security in our society, and no child should ever be afraid to go outside and play or be with their parents and have a good time. I just got off the phone with the governor of Virginia, Terry McAuliffe.
Okay, we don't have to listen to it again.
But yeah, no, it is fascinating that, like, it's literally, if it wasn't for that one fucking
ad lib,
that one potential ad lib, yeah, I think it would have been, none of this shit would have happened. Yeah.
Look, it is exactly what we were talking about earlier about the debate brain, where you're like, I can't concede anything to the other side. I can't just say, look, these people were out of line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is like, I mean, this is, yeah, obviously Antifa's been running around, but this is like pre, like, BLM shit. This is like pre the Antifa getting really crazy shit. You just had a situation where there was a actual white nationalist group that was protesting and literally runs someone over, causing someone to die and a bunch of other people to get seriously injured. You know, it's just be like, yeah, we condemn racism, you know, and the horrible fucking bigots, like, period.
Yeah.
Because it was that comment. It was the on many sides, because that's how you got into the fine people on both sides translated into that a few days later. So
yep.
Oh well, that's interesting. I'm glad you brought this up.
It's interesting that it was a written statement. God, what I would give to see that written statement. Where are the ad libs?
I know. But that shows you, I mean, at least, I don't know who was doing his speeches back then, but I mean, they wrote a good speech.
Yeah, look, he's 6 months into the presidency. He's like, I gotta put my big boy pants on. I'm president. Dude, I'm president of the United States. I never thought it'd be possible.
Yeah.
But all this fell apart. And he believes that the media he's like, I was going to be the next Lincoln, but the media fucked me. Yeah.
I don't think he was going to be the next Lincoln.
No, look, I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
Look, in his mind, that's what he's thinking, though.
Right.
Yeah. I was so good. I read the prepared statement. I was all about the love.
Yep.
I was about the love. I sang, "Where is the love?" And they spit on me.
They're like, but Donald, you added this line here that wasn't in the prepared statement.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. You see where there's nothing there that you put.
That's where you done fucked
sides.
up.
Yeah. Shame.
He tried, though. I mean, he did try.
He did try in his Trump way. Yes.
Oh my God.
You see this horrible meme? I think CT made this a while ago. I don't remember the context.
Oh no.
It's fucking horrible meme.
There's a terrible meme.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. I love terrible memes. Memes too. What is this? Is that Dev?
No, it's just like the "don't ever talk to my son again" guy.
Oh,
I can't believe you called that Dev.
Oh no.
It's Chris Christie.
I can't bring this up now.
It was Chris Christie. You had to bring it up. But it insulted Dev. It was Chris Christie. I don't remember the exact context of this whole fucking thing. It had something to do with the Republican primary debate, probably, with Christie.
Guys, this is not Dev. I just want you to know. Just nobody.
Okay.
Nobody claimed this is Dev.
It's Governor Chris Christie. He's got the Krispy Kreme thing.
Yeah, look, it makes sense now. I get it.
Yeah, there you
go. Look at. Are you wearing shorts or are you just naked under your long shirt?
I'm wearing shorts, but the shirt's so long that it kind of covers, it goes down.
Your cheesy shirt.
Yeah, the cheesy shirt. Cake Sauce, thanks so much for 26 months. Thank you. Caleb for $5 says, why would Destiny forfeit the benefits of extreme rhetoric when the right sows and reaps all the benefits and nobody flinches? That's the argument. But I don't agree with that framing. The right doesn't benefit that. And I think maybe if Destiny thinks that, I think it's because he's kind of still a little bit too stuck on like the internet, space here. The right does not benefit from that. They benefit from it. Like the left and the right both benefit from the extreme rhetoric, in their own echo chambers, but when you leave the echo chamber, you lose it. And Destiny was actually able to cultivate a decent following of right wingers. My understanding was that he was able to cultivate a decent following of right wingers, and then that all kind of went to shit with sort of the recent comments about the assassination. So, and this is why the other day, I brought up the Luke Beasley thing. Luke Beasley is on Piers Morgan. He comes off as infinitely more reasonable than CJ because he's willing to sort of criticize his own side, or be more not so politically brained, NPC brained, at least in that conversation. And it seems like he's more persuasive. So I don't ever think that that's a benefit.
You're missing a big part of the story here, though.
What's that?
Luke Beasley didn't get invited back, and Destiny's already been on Piers Morgan twice, probably be on a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time.
That is true. But we were talking about the Dennis Prager conversation, so.
Oh, okay.
But you are correct. Let's talk about prepping for $10 says, to be fair, he ran on lock her up because it was what the base wanted. Bernsingjing, I don't know what that word is. To bring justice after an election is different. Oh, maybe I'm prosecuting. Prosecuting to bring justice after an election is different from prosecuting the nominee before the election. Context, I don't like Trump. I mean, yet the context is different.
Still, in these banana republics, like, it's pretty common for them to go after their political rivals after elections, because sooner or later they're going to be, I mean, just because they lost the election doesn't make them not a political rival or a political threat.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and more importantly, it sets up a tone. And it, as part of why the left's hair went on fire and melted when Trump won, was that rhetoric. Because they were afraid from day one that he was going to start doing stuff like that. And then you find out that he tried. So,
yeah, it's terrifying. We don't want to be in that situation.
Stargate 404 for $5 says, I'm an attorney. I know a juvenile court judge. Truancy court is a thing, and there are many, many steps before child services get involved. It's been effective. Well, there you go.
That must be in response to the Kamala throwing parents in jail. Yeah.
Kaika's shuttle service for $5 says it was Hillary Clinton who started the Obama birtherism.
Did she really? No.
I think I'm trying to remember. It was.
Was it in the primary? Really? Oh my God. I think she might have.
I kind of vaguely remember that. I don't remember exactly how it came to be. So
that primary was pretty contentious.
Mm-hmm.
People were measuring super delegates and trying to figure out who was going to win. I think Hillary was. It's so funny that they're literally competing on identity politics. It's like, will there be the first black president or will there be the first woman president?
Says, according to an article, the theory that Obama was born in Kenya first emerged in the spring of 2008 as Clinton supporters circulated an anonymous email questioning Obama's citizenship. The second article was published by The Telegraph, a British paper, that stated, quote, an anonymous email circulated by supporters of Miss Clinton thrust a new allegation. Claims about Obama's birthplace have long circulated in chain emails around the web, but none of the stories suggested any link between the Clinton campaign, let alone Clinton herself.
Sure.
So I don't know if there was ever a direct connection, but let's see. I mean, even if that's the case, if there was some connection there, I don't remember Hillary really pushing it. I don't remember her pushing it, at least directly. I think Hillary would be smart enough to know not to push it herself. Even if she did do it, she'd have someone else make the statement for her. So
yeah, she does it secretly, and Trump just comes right out and says it.
Right, like he just kind of blunders into it. Obviously, when Trump came out, I mean, that was years later. So it was fucking retarded. It doesn't really matter who started it. It was a horribly stupid thing. That combined with the locker up, I mean, it was really Trump setting himself up for getting hit with a racism stick. right off the gate for no reason. So
didn't he like offer $1 million to anyone who could produce Obama's birth certificate or something like that, like an official copy of Obama's birth certificate?
He did, yeah.
$1 million.
Slick Rick for $5 says the lock her up sentiment came from Hillary's blunder in Benghazi and was never held accountable for the incident. Yeah, I remember that it had something to do with accusing her for being responsible for Benghazi. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. This is like the way when these sort of like political attacks happen, as you're seeing now with Trump, there's a million different causes, reasons, justifications to, quote, go after a politician, especially a politician that's been in office before. It's the same thing with Trump. Their Democrats aren't saying like, oh, we're going to arrest Trump because we want to, lock him up. They're saying, well, look, he did this thing with records. Look, he did this thing with campaign finances. Look, he did this thing with January 6th. Look, he did this thing with slate of electors, right? So there's always an excuse to do something.
That Benghazi thing was something that bounced around the right-wing echo chamber so much.
It did,
like everyone would say, oh, Benghazi this, Benghazi that. And you're like, right. Benghazi? What the fuck?
Yeah. And that was like in 2012. So, I mean, that was before I was like really, I was following politics.
Before you were paying attention?
I was paying attention to politics like my whole life because my parents really were into it. But that was like before I did like any deep dives. So I don't know the facts on it.
But. You didn't get cornered at the family gathering by your crazy uncle talking about Benghazi.
No, not about Benghazi, no.
Well, Benghazi was a American embassy, right? That got attacked by a bunch of people, and the narrative was it was over some movie that they found offensive, but that whole narrative turned out to be
I thought that it turned out none of that was
yeah.
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of vaguely remember all this stuff. And then
it was interesting because
the Hillary lock her up thing, it actually took a very similar trajectory to sort of some of the Trump stuff now, where the reasoning behind it evolves. Because you're right, originally it was for Benghazi, but then it kind of evolved into when they couldn't get anything on Benghazi, it changed into the email thing. Well, she deleted her emails.
Right.
She destroyed her phone. She deleted her emails.
The evidence for Benghazi.
Right. For Benghazi.
She called in the Benghazi hit.
Yeah. Or for whatever other thing it was for. So.
Yeah. She's probably just trying to hide the fact that she spent like $20,000 at Suflora or something. Right.
Right. It's interesting because for years, I believed that whole she smashed her phone thing, and that turned out to be 100% fake news.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because like I for years I totally bought into that. I thought that was like, wait a minute, how did she not get charged? She smashed her phone in response to an order to hand it over, and that's not what happened. They asked her to hand over all her devices. She did, and they said, "Do you have any old devices? Hand those over too." And she said, "I don't have any of my old devices. When I stop using them, I have someone destroy them with a hammer."
Right.
Which is, that's not an unbelievable statement. My dad would literally have me do that to his computer when he's gonna throw it away. So.
Really?
Yeah, he'd be like, come smash the little parts that are important. I'd be like, all right.
You got to dip it in bleach, that you can't really just.
Oh, okay.
Someone will come and put that back together.
Well, I thought it was silly because I was like, Dad, who do you think's gonna like go through the dump to like find your computer, like try to like get some information?
Look, they'll steal your identity, man.
Okay.
They'll find that old smashed computer. They'll get some Elmer's glue.
So yeah, there's someone at the dump, just kind of scrummaging through trying to find bits of computer.
There'll be online gambling in your name in no time.
Okay.
Yeah, better watch out.
Stargate 404 for $5 says, I think it's a sad microcosm of where the U.S. is. The possibility of our first woman POTUS was selected by Biden for DEI purposes and now may inherit the office. That is true.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
She's going to go down in history as the first female president. They're going to make everything stupid she says, they're going to spin into, oh my God, that was amazing. She's so intelligent. And we're going to be sitting here saying the emperor has no clothes for 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Joseph Taylor for $10. Thank you. Says Adam is right. Making fun of his opponents is not the same as literally saying the entire opposing party is going to end democracy. Yeah, that is true. That was a bad example for Destiny to bring forward. He should have brought forward the other things that we talked about.
Right.
Caleb for $5.
Focus more on the Adam is right. Read that part again.
There you go.
Oh yeah, Adam is right.
There
I
you go.
love that. Thank you, Joseph. Sitch needs to say that more often.
Okay.
Say it with me, Sitch. 3, 2.
Caleb for $5. For $5 says white dudes for Harris actually proves white people are welcomed in the Democratic Party and that the woke tide is turning. So I don't know if you actually watched
way.
White dudes for Harris or the white women's for Harris
Yeah.
speech. First of all, I would strongly recommend, and I'll go back and I'll look at the white dudes for Harris. I strongly recommend you look at the white woman for Harris.
Right.
It's on YouTube. You can find it, Caleb. I strongly recommend you look at that before you make that statement, because, you know, there was someone who said this on Twitter. They had crafted this insane lie that I'm assuming that you're kind of repeating here, that this is what the white people for Harris thing did, that it was actually, you know, some kind of, it was Richard Hania that said this, you know, who's always saying dumb shit on Twitter. You know, he came up with this like insane lie that, you know, this is actually showing that white people are welcome. And if you watch these things, especially the white woman for Harris thing, it's a complete fucking lie. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is white people are inherently privileged. White people are inherently racist. We live in a white supremacy. We live in a racist society, and white people need to do their part where they shut the fuck up when people that are not white are talking. And then they go out and they basically promote, you know, left-wing policies because, you know, the brown people are so tired from having to carry on their back all of the racial transgressions in our country. So, I mean, what you're saying is a complete mischaracterization of what actually happened. So,
yeah. White people are welcome in the Democratic Party voting for their candidates, speaking up about your own personal issues? Hell no. Fuck off. Get out of here.
You think you could go in any of those white people for Kamala groups and say, like, listen, I think that, you know, all this DEI stuff is bad, or I think, you know, the anti-white racism is bad, and I want Kamala to speak out against wokeness or any of this, you know, racism against white people? You think any of that was going on at all in any of these things? You think someone's like, hey, you know, I don't like all the sexism and the fact that sexism against men is just totally allowed in our country, and I find that despicable. You know, people use the incel attack constantly on the left. You think anyone said that in this white man for Harris meeting? No,
I mean, just go in and just tell them that inflation is really hurting you. They'll be like, what? You have white privilege. Inflation hurting you. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
How dare you? Think of the black people.
There you go. JV for $5 says Dems were calling reps different types of evil for years before Trump ever started running. So this is an example of like the tribal blindness, because you are correct. Dems were calling reps different types of evil since political parties existed. And the other political party that became Republicans now was calling the Democrats and their precursors evil since time immemorial too. Literally, the word liberal in the 90s was a dirty word. In the 80s and 90s, calling someone a liberal was synonymous with calling them a communist. But people don't remember that because it was so long ago. So,
or a feminist.
Well, that came a little later, but
or a feminazi.
Liberal was literally a slur that in the late 80s and the early 90s that was used against Democrats and the left. That meant communist. So everyone's been calling everyone evil for years. It's not one side. One side didn't create the calling people mean names.
Are you saying Republicans started it, Sitch? It sounds.
I'm saying since humans could use words, humans started calling each other mean names for a tribal purpose.
Of course, yeah.
Stargate 404 for $10 says, I don't agree with Destiny. Sure, the people called Obama commie, but they called Bush for Katrina, McCain, Romney, etc. all racist, misogynist. They also celebrated Scalia's death. Come on.
We should bring up the Kanye clip. George Bush hates black people.
No, he said doesn't care about black people.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So.
Oh my God, Mike Myers is like, what the fuck?
There you go.
They're all trying to raise money for Katrina, all the celebrities, and then Kanye goes in just throwing bombs.
It's so funny. Do you remember who he was standing next to?
Michael Myers.
Mike Myers, yeah.
Mike Myers was like, what the fuck?
He has like this look of horror on his face.
Didn't expect that one, did you, Mike?
CT updated the meme for your convenience.
Does it have Dev on it now?
No.
Does it make it even worse?
Yeah.
Worse for me?
Worse and better.
Okay. I'll check it out. Oh God, no.
Farnooski for $10 says, Democrats literally compared Bush to Hitler all the time. They made movies fantasizing about Bush assassination. They hung Bush in effigy. It's not Trump. It's the left. It always has been. Guys, listen, this is, you're never going to gain free will if you cannot break out of the matrix. Okay. We literally did you forget that they literally went through first of all, the hatred against the Clintons was on this same level. And you just don't remember politics at that time period if you don't remember that, or maybe you're too young or you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, look, they've accused the Clintons of literally like murdering people. And
that's still a common thing. Yeah. How many people on the right literally think that the Clintons assassinate people regularly? That is a common theory of people on the right, that the Clintons literally kill people and assassinate them.
Yeah, just for like getting their dry cleaning wrong and shit. Right. I mean, just any reason.
And this is after. So yeah, did people call Bush Hitler? Yes, there were people that called Bush Hitler. Yes. Now, obviously, it didn't reach the level. Criminal. Right. It did not reach the level that Trump has. And by the way, I mean, Bush literally lied to get us into fucking 2 wars. So I think calling him a war criminal is actually completely justified. So, fuck Bush. I don't know why people are defending Bush. Obviously, call him Hitler is kind of stupid, but you're completely blind to your own side, calling the left literal communists that are going to bring about the violent communist revolution in our country since the 50s. So there you go. There's the meme. There's Adam. Adam's got his own horrible Cheez-It shirt too.
I wanted to try the white cheddar jalapeno, but they didn't have them at my grocery store. So I got screwed. So bad.
Adam Unfriended for $10 says, what do you think about 2 male boxers competing in the Paris Olympics? It's crazy how some people don't trust DNA tests, but I'm not surprised because leftists have been anti-science lately. Yeah, I already talked about this a little bit, but it is very crazy, totally crazy, completely unhinged. Obviously, if someone is, trans or someone is intersex, in such a case that they went through male puberty, I think their fellow competitors and the people that pay to watch the sport have a right to know that before they do either of those actions. So,
but in other news, the viewership for the Olympics is like way up. Way up. Of course. Look at this.
Interesting.
Nobody cares about the Olympics.
No one cares.
Now they care. They're like, oh my God, look at this.
Well, it's interesting. The most remembered person from the Olympics will be not a single person that won a gold medal. Did you know that?
Of course, yeah.
It's going to be that Turkish guy. I don't know if you've seen all the memes about the Turkish guy that got silver in the pistol shooting competition.
Just because he's cool.
Yeah, just because he looked badass. All the other people, if you guys don't know this, there's like when people do the pistol competition, they wear these weird glasses, like that one blocks out one eye and the other one narrows your visual focus to be teeny tiny, I guess, so that you can narrow in on the target. And they all look weird. They're all wearing those weird goggles. And you got this Turkish guy. He looks like he's in his 50s or something. Just looks like a random dude.
He's got his reading glasses on.
Yeah, he's got his reading glasses on. Just looks totally chill. He's got one hand in the pocket. He's just like shooting away, very casually, nonchalantly. Gets a silver medal. Everyone's memeing on it super hardcore because it looks great.
Yeah.
So everyone's gonna remember him.
The internet.
Yeah. Just because he looked cool doing it. The aesthetic.
So cool.
Caleb for $5 says, Trump says crazy, weird shit all the time, pulls direct lines from Mein Kampf conservatives. Wow, calling him Nazi-like is really divisive. So Trump didn't pull I don't know. This is like a weird talking point. Trump did not pull a line directly from Mein Kampf. That did not happen. That was never happened. That did not happen. So this is from the line that he said that I think he should not have said, and it was weird and gross and definitely comes across as racist, which is the poisoning the lifeblood of the country or whatever. But that is not a line from Mein Kampf. That is not true. So.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is, again, it annoys me. I mean, this is your tribal blindness, Caleb, from the left. The left has been saying all this crazy as fuck racist shit for the last 8 years. And if you're just going to pretend like it's not the case and just hyperfixate on Donald Trump, no one is and no one should listen to anyone on the left or anyone on the right that just says, blah, blah, blah. My side is the side of angels. The other side is the side of demons. You should never, those people are just total NPC shills. No one should listen to them. And if they're in a conversation and debate, all they're doing is just cultivating their own echo chambers. So.
Yeah. Could be fun though.
That's true.
Get a good echo going.
Ace for $5 says.
Kamala.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I want Kamala to really answer some of these weird questions about equity and wokeness and all the race shit. I don't know if she's going to. I don't know if she's going to show up long enough to be asked any of these questions.
No
I mean,
way.
obviously, if she only does friendly interviews, none of them are going to ask her any hard questions.
Yep.
And now we have this conversation where both Kamala and Trump are both accusing the other of ducking out of a debate, and it's just like this stupid nonsense. So,
yeah.
Ace for $5 says, Destiny forgets about independents and political moderates who dislike wokeness and pretends only conservatives have a problem with it. Yeah, it's like this weird thing, like this total pivot move the left is doing, like trying to gaslight people into this belief, and I don't think it's going to be effective. Ace for another $5 says, an example of left-wing politics dividing people is how so many on the left cheered on October 7th. This is only forgotten because Trump is running again. Yeah, I guess that's a good example. So there were a lot of people on the left that were cheering on October 7th. See, October 7th was like another form of the BLM riots. It was super insane where you had people who were definitely on the extreme ends of the left coming out and doing and saying things that were like totally unhinged. And a lot of people in the mainstream were like, they'd be like, oh, that's gross, but I don't really want to talk about it. Like they were too soft on it. They didn't want to really focus on it whatsoever.
Yeah, because the Trump threat, he's got it exactly right. Ace, you're totally on it. They're like, oh, there's a bigger threat now.
Right, because Trump is running again. Yeah, so we can't talk about it because it'll help. They think it will help, Trump win in the future.
I think the country's been taken over by communism, but look, we can't talk about it right now because
Trump is running. Right.
Because the Trump threat, silly, so crazy.
I think it's the exact opposite because if the left had come out very harshly and been like, fuck these people, they're scumbag, we will kick them out of every college, every institution. I hope they burn in a fiery pits of hell forever. If they just come out like super hardcore like that,
Kamala
it totally
be up 5 points.
Removes the talking point from the other side.
Yep.
So.
JMac for $20 says, oh, hey, that's my ship. Yeah, JMac sent or tweeted out some pictures, but this is kind of badass.
From No Man's Sky.
That's the ship in there? So I guess you're kind of in third person as you're flying around in the ship. I mean, how's that work in VR? You see your ship? I guess you can.
You could be third person, yeah. I'm afraid to play that. I feel like if I were to play, I'm afraid that if I had VR and if I played that game, it would just be over.
You're like over. 4 months later.
Yeah. Well, there's a meme JMac put on Twitter. It is like, he said something like, after playing, VR No Man's Sky, this is how I feel. It was the panel of Dr. Manhattan, like, I'm tired of this world, these people, their tiny lives.
Of course.
That's exactly how I feel. I'm like, oh no, I'm going to get trapped forever.
Yeah. It is pretty compelling. There's a lot I have so much stuff I want to do though. I always feel like I'm wasting time when I'm playing video games. So
yeah, what's a good feeling that you have?
Maybe, I don't know. I'd like to play some more video games. I've wasted a lot of time playing video games and have very fond memories of it. So
right.
It's not all bad.
JMac for no $20. Thank you so much. Says no third-person VR. This is in photo mode.
Oh, okay. So
There
you're
you
just
go.
taking a picture. Interesting.
Right.
So you're actually in the ship as you're flying around.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Still a kind of badass looking ship. I really like the ships in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, you like the design? Yeah.
Yeah. That, like, it's so funny. Star Wars, they just tried to make the ships kind of like bland and beat up. But in Guardians of the Galaxy, they're like, no, I'm going to fucking paint my ship like a cool car and stuff.
Well, to be fair, I guess, in Star Wars, usually it's like you have two sides of an army. So it makes a little sense that they're kind of like like all the ships looking like the same.
Yeah, no, it goes. It definitely goes with like the theme of the
movie. If it was just a bunch
stuff,
of
but
random people's ships, then yeah, you'd expect a lot more like diversity,
customization.
Customization, yeah.
Yeah.
Stargate 444
painted flames on the Millennium Falcon. What a lazy piece of shit.
Well, I mean, the Millennium Falcon, yeah, I guess it looked. You're right. It didn't have any paint on it, but it looked unique. It was its own thing. So, what's the worst car color?
I'm not sure. Like in Los Angeles, you're always seeing these exotic car colors. I saw one the other day that was pink, iridescent, with like the highlight was lime green.
What the fuck? That's horrifying.
And it, like, I couldn't stop staring at it because, you know, as it moves, like the green iridescent, like moves around the body of the car. I was like, this is so fucking crazy. How are they doing this black magic with cars now?
Was it like just an optical illusion, or was there some kind of weird like LED light or something?
No, it was like a Tesla, and it's like it's iridescent paint, so it's got a highlight,
it's got like a shimmer to it.
Yeah, like a Beetle. Yeah. You've seen iridescent Beetles, right? Where the highlight is a completely different color. That's what it is. Yeah,
that's it.
And it wasn't quite shiny. It wasn't quite matte. I really love these matte black cars now that are.
I hate matte black cars.
Oh, I love it. The flat black is just so cool. It is so cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The Batmobile car. No, I was going to say not. Well, here's the question. Like when I say what's the worst car color, obviously there's like crazy colors that are like awful. But I mean, like, what is the worst like generic car color? Because I feel like I see the same three colors and I think they're awful. And I don't know why everyone chooses them. And that's white, black, and gray. And I don't understand why anyone would ever get a car in one of those three colors. Because
gray is making a huge comeback right now too, because every car manufacturer has a gray that is like gray with a hint of green or a hint of blue. It's like this gray that is not a perfect gray. It's like a color gray.
But that sounds much better than the types of gray that I see everywhere. It's just like standard gray.
The gray blue I do like. I do think the gray blue looks cool, but yeah.
I want some color in my cars.
So you think you don't like white cars, huh?
White is the worst. White isn't the worst in my opinion.
It
looks
really?
like it looks like the car rolled off the conveyor belt without being painted.
Well, remind me not to give you a ride anywhere when you're in Los Angeles.
Well, it looks like, I know it's supposed to look like futuristic-y, but it looks like you're driving either a mouse or like an iPad or something. Like, I don't think it looks
driving
good.
an iPad. Oh
yes.
My God.
Yes. Listen,
what
I think you should
car?
I have a red car.
A red car? What are you?
Yeah.
Trying to get tickets or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Look,
listen, I've only got one speeding ticket.
Way too fast.
I've only got one speeding ticket in my life, and I was in fact speeding. So
I drive way too fast for a red car. I frequently don't signal. So I mean, I'm like the yellow lights. I mean, I'm always going for the yellow light. Like in a red car, I'd be too.
Yeah. I think red, blue, orange. These are like the colors that you want.
Right.
Maybe
Sometimes
even purple, right?
Sometimes I have to do a long drive and I rent a car to do it. And you don't necessarily know what car you're going to get when you go rent a car.
Mm-hmm.
And I always just like, when they throw the red car at me, I'm like, motherfucker, why you got to do this to me? I mean, I'm going to be driving 90 the whole time I'm in this car.
Right.
Why you got to throw the fucking red car at me, bitch?
You know, actually, today I saw a super interesting color I've never seen before. So usually, like, there was a time period where you'd see green cars. You don't really see green too much anymore. Like, it's completely fallen out of favor. And even back when you'd see it, it was kind of like a boring green. It was like a dark green. But this car, it was like an emerald iridescent green.
Wow.
And I was like, that's super cool looking. I never would have ever been like, I want a green car, but that looked very cool. There's a guy that I see his car a lot. It's super weird. You know those old, those like toy cars that you used to have as a kid that are like the little red car with the yellow roof?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
There's
car
like a
with
little
yellow roof.
Yeah, like this the car that like it's like a little pedal car that like kids would have. That's
With
like it's got a
roof.
red.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a red body and a yellow roof. You don't know what I'm talking about?
Nope, have no idea.
Okay, let me send you a picture.
But there's the internet.
Yeah, so this is
You
what
probably
I'm
look
like.
something up.
It looked kind of like this, but except it didn't. Like the one I'm thinking of didn't have a face on it. That was like these little.
Oh, okay. It's like a toy car.
Yeah, it's a little toy car that like a kid would like a little pedal car that a kid would be in.
This is so ridiculous next to the automobile themed cars that kids have today.
I know. Why would
like
you ever?
fucking
Yeah,
Lamborghinis and shit.
Yes, of course. But this was like for people my age, around my age, like this was for some reason there was like a million of these things that were like the little kid car with like the red body and the yellow roof. And there's a guy I see all the time, or I see his car all the time. I don't know who actually drives it. He painted his car, or she painted their car to be this. It has a red body and a yellow roof, and it's disgusting.
Wow.
And I'm like, why would you ever do this? It looks so silly. I mean, I guess it's silly.
Some fond memory of this car or something.
Maybe. It is funny. I do give them credit for the meme, so. Okay, anyway, where were we?
Meme car.
Stargate 404 for $10 says Trump attacked the candidate, not those who support them, but the left attacked both. Trump didn't attack half the country. The left not only labeled Trump evil, but his basket of deplorables too. Yep. So let me think about that.
Big mistake. Nothing to think about.
I mean, I agree. The deplorables comment was a mistake, and the left is definitely, I would agree the left has definitely attacked Trump supporters more than Trump has attacked like Biden and Kamala supporters and Hillary supporters. I do agree with that.
Because he wants them to vote for him. Oh, look at this. J-Mac sent me a bunch of pictures of the ship. That's crazy.
Professor Saagar D's nuts. Look at that. It's Elon Musk. Thank you for the $10. Says the left is completely consumed by wokeness, gender, race, Marxism at the point which is anything but liberal. Destiny clearly just hates Trump and will lie about anything to undermine him. There you go.
Liars.
Edward
That's
Senior
what really
for
gets under my skin.
Edward Senior for $10 says it's a major problem that we have created protected classes, but don't know how to define membership in those classes. Burn it all down. I mean, I don't know what you mean by burn it all down, but I definitely agree that it is a major problem that we've created all these protected classes.
So evil.
Opposed to protecting individuals. Paul Johnson for 3 months says, why does anyone take Destiny seriously? He's just a contrarian who happens to be pretty good at debate tactics, who rage baits both sides for clicks.
That's why you answer your own question.
I mean, maybe. I don't agree with that. I don't think he's a contrarian, like I mean, I think he has a contrarian personality type, but I don't think he's like a contrarian for contrarian's sake, if that makes sense. Like, I think he has some philosophy he's operating according to.
Yeah. Okay.
And right now that philosophy is that he thinks it's an existential threat to the country if Donald Trump wins the election. So everything kind of flows downhill from that. M85.
So weird.
Yeah. M8566 for $5 says, if I take a nap during the stream, can I still become a true isekai protagonist?
No.
I mean, I was going to say I'll allow it for this time, but Adam said no. So
I'm putting my foot down.
You heard him, M8566. No.
When you get to the true isekai protagonist part of the stream, you just know how angry we are that you fell.
There you go.
I'm just kidding, obviously, but if you need to take a little nappy poo, you knock yourself out.
Right.
All isekai protagonists have earned that nap.
Adam Godbaugh, thanks so much for supporting us for 2 years. Look at that, 24 months. Adam Godbaugh, impressive.
Wow.
It says in a Trump voice, I have a big, beautiful golden pyramid. People are telling me it's one of the best. That's what they say. I have the most free will. Well, there you go. Thank you.
Sweet.
That's true. You have a big, beautiful pyramid.
I love it.
The Wooster for $2 says Kyle Rittenhouse is Sitch pilled. Oh my God. Did you see that shit? That was insane.
Hell yeah, I saw it.
Oh my God.
Dialogue always was saying that we wouldn't cover it. We'd try to bury the lead on the right being insanely tribalistic.
Did he? First of all, I've blocked him, so I don't know what he's saying on Twitter.
Oh, really? Look at you.
This is just tired. Filling my mentions with bullshit.
It does get tiring, but look.
I literally tweeted about it today. Or
so did I.
Yeah.
I was tweeting jokes immediately. I'm like, this is hilarious.
Right. I mean, I had only kind of tangentially even noticed it and seen it, but it was totally insane. If you hadn't been following, there was a situation where Kyle Rittenhouse had said something like he wasn't going to vote for Trump. I think he said he was going to vote for Rand Paul or something. I don't know, fucking something like that. He just said he wasn't going to vote for Trump.
The original. Come on.
Rand Paul's dead or out of politics.
None of this new Coke. Yeah. It's Coke Classic.
Whatever.
Ron Paul.
Whatever. Rand Paul, Ron Paul. They're all the same person. Anyway, Kyle Rittenhouse said that he wasn't going to vote for Trump for whatever reason. And there was this literal, unhinged, insane, one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen with people on the right, not just attacking, which I'd understand. It's okay, people were mad they didn't vote for Trump. People were like, you betrayed us. I wish that some people were saying insane shit. I wish that you were found guilty. I shouldn't have supported you. I'm like, what the, this is fucking unhinged. Are you some of the most despicable, disgusting fucking shit I've ever seen from some people who were just so fucking triggered that Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't going to vote for Trump. It's you should have been supporting. I didn't support fucking Kyle Rittenhouse because I knew or cared about anything of his fucking political views. I supported him because it was very clear that this was a kid who was trying to be steamrolled and railroaded into jail, even though he was completely innocent in 100% justified self-defense. And
a corrupt prosecutor.
By a corrupt prosecutor who was operating for political reasons. Period. If your beliefs about Kyle Rittenhouse's innocent or guilt and your support for him was anything other than that, you are a piece of shit. You're a literal fucking scumbag. And no one should fucking listen to you. I'm just so fucking disgusted by this behavior. I'm only going to support Kyle if he votes for the person I think who I want to win the election. That's fucking disgusting. That's the most despicable fucking shit I've ever seen in my life.
It's
Fuck
selfish.
Those people.
It's
not
totally
beyond selfish. It's literally saying, I think someone should potentially go to jail wrongfully for life if they don't vote for the person I want. Fuck you. You're a fucking scumbag. It was disgusting. It was insane to me.
I love it. Yeah.
And so there was a lot. Now, I don't know. People were saying it wasn't that many people. I didn't track it that clearly. So I don't know what the fuck. I'm not going to throw numbers about how much of the people were doing it. But there were some people on the right that were doing this, some big accounts doing this, that were getting traction. It was disgusting. It was despicable. And then after all this attack on him, for people losing their fucking mind on him, I think after a day or 2 days, he totally fucking capitulated.
He did.
He did. He totally capitulated. He totally turned over and said that he's going to support Donald Trump. because, he wants his support to continue. And I was like, wow, that's pretty lame. But, I don't really blame him. Or, I think it's lame that he did that, but I'm not going to like really jump down his case. He's just some dumb fucking kid. But I was just really disgusted at some of the people's behavior on the right for this.
Well, this is probably his only source of income now, being like some sort of spokesman for the Second Amendment, which is just, kowtowing to these a-holes. Talk about a terrible job, right? It's basically prostitution. How's it any different?
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just, oh, God, it's gross.
Yeah. Yeah. But look, I agree.
I don't know.
Yeah. Go off on these guys.
But is there, I would have to, I don't know, do a whole video on it. I don't know what else to say about it.
No, you did perfect. It's great.
There's this guy that I quote tweeted, Joey Manarino.
Oh, I know.
I'm not familiar with this guy. He's got a big following on Twitter. He's got almost 500,000 followers.
He's like, call off the dogs. The struggle session has worked.
Yeah. And I was like, he had a post that he deleted because I guess he was so unhinged. He's like, at this rate, I wish they would have found Kyle guilty. So many people wasted money and time on him, and he does this to us. Fuck him and the horse he rode in on. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like insane. Yeah. And then, like, I think one of the biggest accounts that was totally unhinged was Cat Turd. Cat Turd, which for Cat Turd is like one of the most, obviously his name is fucking Cat Turd. One of the most retarded, dumb fuck accounts on Twitter. It's unfortunate that Elon has interacted with this fucking retard to give them some like modicum,
some credibility.
Yeah. They were going on fucking unhinged on Kyle Rittenhouse. It's so disgusting to me.
Yeah.
God.
It's like, look, it really calls into question why you're even supporting the guy.
Well, this is why I said when Kyle Rittenhouse happened, I said, this is the left-wing NPC test. It's not a right-wing NPC test because the politics aligned completely with the right. So it's not an NPC test. And anyone who was on the right that like had an unhinged shit fit when Kyle said he was going to vote for Trump and wanted and they changed their opinion on him, that's the clearest signal of being a right-wing NPC because it shows you that if the politics were switched, they would have been against Kyle Rittenhouse.
You would have been hang 'em high for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. And also it's even funny too, because it's like, why do they even care? Kyle Rittenhouse is not some big fucking influencer on the internet. Like if he says he's not voting for Trump, it's not going to have some profound impact on anything.
Well, look, he has 2 million. He has 2 million followers on Twitter, and they think he could influence some right wingers to vote third party. So they're worried that he could sway the election. That's what they're worried about.
Skeptical, but
yeah. Look, anyway. I would. What Kyle Rittenhouse should do is he should say, listen, Trump is great. I'm going to vote for Trump. And then early November, he should say, I changed my fucking mind, assholes. Trump did an insurrection.
Nah, he should be like,
take that.
Kyle should have been like, I stare down the eyes of a fucking pedophile, insane person, and I didn't back down. So I'm not going to back down from these fucking cucks on the internet. So
a pedophile, an Antifa cuck, and an insurrectionist all walk into a bar.
Exactly. Bunch of fucking loser cuck, on the internet who are triggered. I'm not going to vote for their candidate.
I know.
Jeez.
He can't do. Look, they got him by the balls. So he can't do that. Like I don't know how much money he makes off his influencer bit, but he's probably monetized on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
It is. He's just. His livelihood is at stake. He can't do that. He is like a politician, right? He's got to cater to the voters here.
Right. And then it is even grosser too, because Kyle, wilted, right? He totally gave it in the mob. A bunch of people like Cat Turd and all these other fucking retards were like, see, this shows that what we did worked. Us bullying him worked. And I'm like, This is the most woke shit fucking ever. You literally bullied someone into forcing them to change their opinion because you were going to cancel them.
Right.
It's just.
But I mean,
disgusting.
They are on the authoritarian right. So I mean,
I guess like obviously if you were engaged in that behavior, you were.
I mean, they're not liberals.
No.
So.
No, those people aren't. So.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I mean,
Crack Rock Steady, thanks so much. Our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain for 28 months of discipline equals freedom says Destiny and David Pakman were very dishonest in this debate and only uploaded 13 minutes of the whole debate. Are there any plans to review Destiny's January 6th debate with Andrew Wilson? If not, any thoughts? What was wait, what do you mean they only uploaded 13 minutes? What did we watched the whole thing? It was on, I mean, the video we watched was
40 minutes.
Yeah, it was on David Pakman's channel.
We watched 40 minutes. I don't know.
Oh, maybe, I don't know if maybe Destiny covered it and he only showed a little chunk of it. I wouldn't be surprised if he only showed the chunk of it where he got his dunk on, but
we watched 40 minutes from Pakman's channel and we watched the whole thing.
I assume it was the whole thing, unless there was something cut out somewhere I didn't see.
Yes.
So I have no plans ever to review the Destiny Andrew Wilson debate. I think we talked about it briefly before.
Did we? I don't remember.
I watched part of it. That debate is like insufferable because it's so dumb. You basically have Destiny kind of shockingly in his like one of his worst debate performances ever. He's like bringing this like hyper technical legal argument about January 6th, about like the definitions of insurrection or whatever from these events that happened in like the 1800s or whatever he's saying. It was just like so he could have been completely correct and no one will care because it's so dry, so boring, so detached from the conversation. Like, I don't care. No one cares about how insurrection was defined in some court case in the 1800s. Like, I'm like, it's good for a legal argument. For this debate, it's just completely pointless. And so he's kind of going off on this like tangent about all this shit that no one cares about, is not persuasive whatsoever at all. And then Andrew Wilson is just doing this like debate. Like, it's funny because people call Destiny debate bro. Andrew Wilson was doing ultimate debate bro. Like, I'm not going to have any sort of productive conversation with you. I'm just going to try to win on like pure debate tactics. And it's just like, okay, so you have Destiny over here doing something boring and weird, and you have Andrew Wilson over here doing something like horrendously obnoxious and stupid. And I'm just like, this is like the worst debate I've ever seen in my life. So we will not be covering that debate. It was just like, oh my God, it's like a headache to like listen to it for more than like 20 minutes.
Yeah. I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
God, it was awful.
But it sounds terrible.
No.
Sounds like something I wouldn't enjoy.
Dr. Smoothbrain for 8 months, thank you so much. Says, last night I heard my white friend call her white husband one of the good ones after saying all white men are oppressors. This is a sickness. Yeah.
Wow.
It is.
Oh my goodness.
It's 100% a sickness. They don't perceive it. People on the left just literally don't perceive it because they haven't, I guess, been victimized racially. You know, they all need that moment. They all need that moment where that great video where like the white kid's like, yeah, BLM. And then they throw like the brick through his window.
Right. Yeah.
And he's like, what the fuck?
We're one of the good ones. And
I'm on your side.
Brick.
Yeah. Brick too. Yeah. Every like person needs that moment. Like this horrible racism. You can't, be like, oh, I'm one of the good ones. Doesn't work. It's really gross because I think so much of the reason that the left has sort of cultivated and uses it is because they just view the right as racist and they view this as like a good tactic to like hit them with it. So.
Right.
Anonymous Cow for $5 says Carl utterly destroyed Destiny years ago in their first debate about net benefit immigration. All the riots in the UK right now have vindicated Carl. Yeah, I haven't been super following because I don't care about non-American countries, but I did see there's like all sorts of crazy riots going on in UK that there's like, I thought it was like anti-immigrant people rioting and then pro-immigrant people counter rioting. I don't know, it seems like crazy shit's going on. So I believe it came out of wasn't there like a guy who like stabbed 3 children or something totally insane? Like
I think
that.
I saw something like that.
Yeah, it was like some fucking guy stabbed 3 like very young girls at like a fucking dance school or something totally unhinged, disgusting.
Terrible.
Something just so vilely despicable. And so that kind of set off all kind of firestorm of stuff. I think the guy wasn't I think he was like a second generation immigrant. I don't know what country he was from, but or I should say what country his parents were from. So M8566 for $5. Thank you. Says, if Trump is such an authoritarian, why didn't he use the pandemic to gain more power? Why did he let the states set COVID policy? I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Trump didn't want more power. All these politicians want status. I think it's kind of a miscalculation to think what they want is power. I mean, status ultimately can be traded for power. So, but I don't think they want to lord over people as much as they just want fame and money.
Well, I don't think like Trump doesn't want power. Like, I want to be the dictator, but he wants essentially to be able to do whatever the fuck he wants without people telling him he can't do it.
He wants to be in the history books. He wants to be remembered for 1,000 years.
Well, I mean, sure, he wants that too, but
of course he does.
He doesn't like people telling him no.
Yeah.
M8566 for $5 says, if DEI is a good thing, then why is it offensive to call someone a DEI hire? That's pretty funny. I like that.
Yeah.
Joe the Make for $5 says the law would be ironclad in blue states with custodial voting. That law would be ironclad. I don't remember which. It was who talking about the schools can hide the trans status from parents or something. Watch and see for $5 says move on from COVID if it was years ago. So what if they tried to take your job from you and destroy your life? Anyway, let's talk more about January 6th again. Listen, if you were affected by it, you can talk about it as much as you want. I personally wasn't affected by it because I'm a fucking shut-in and I don't care. I just don't care about it. Sorry.
And look, January 6th is coming up because of the election. It's coming up in the context of the election.
Right.
I guess I don't think COVID is coming up as much in the context of the election. No. So, right. I mean, it only came up in that conversation so that they could say one side was more authoritarian than the other side.
Right. If you want to,
like it's a pandemic, so it's a weird circumstance. I would like the examples where people are just, everything's going normally and someone decides, I'm going to be an authoritarian.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we had a situation where obviously, again, you want to say the left like completely went overboard with it. That's totally fair. They completely did.
Yeah.
And if you want to say like, if you want to say like, this is a good example of why we shouldn't be ruled by fear, et cetera, that's fine. But then to like get into the minutia of lockdown policy by talking about Sweden and European countries and what they did, it's just like, I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. That's not going to help anyone in America's policy right now.
Yeah. If you want to say the motivation was fear, I accept that narrative. But a lot of people want to say the motivation was to lord over your lives.
Sure.
Which I just, don't think so.
Right. And I mean, maybe that's probably why I was like, so like, I don't give a fuck is like, again, talking about it in something that's relevant to American politics. Good, fine. Talking about it in terms of what Europe did and trying to get into the specifics of lockdown policy is just retarded, in my opinion, in 2024. The Booster for $5 says the Democrats are good at hiding their candidates. Remember in 2020 when Biden was campaigning from his basement and still won? I expect this strat. Yeah, it is interesting.
Especially if it pays off.
Oh.
I mean, it did pay off in 2020, so I don't know.
M8566 for $2 says Kamala wasn't black until she voted for Biden.
Oh, yeah. That's when she became black.
That's funny. Messy108 for $5. There's some emoji here. I don't know what it was. I don't know why these super chats block out emojis. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Certain emojis. Why was it unreasonable for transparency of the 2020 election, and how was it counted, and how is protest of the in-question result an insurrection? Well, it's a little awkwardly worded sentence. I'm not exactly clear what you're saying, but there's nothing unreasonable about wanting transparency of how the vote was counted, and there's nothing wrong with protesting the result. What does it have to do with anything that we were talking about? I mean, trying to get, I think if you're just going to say January 6th is just protesting the election result, I feel like that's such a massive straw man. I don't even really want to get into it for the 200th time, because I'm sure everyone's heard it a million times.
Yeah.
Brian for $5 says it's pretty rich to hear left-wingers say it's a slur to question someone's ethnicity when the left do it all the time to black conservatives. That is true. The coon accusations go out pretty crazy. So
they do. And it's so disgusting. Yeah. It is so disgusting, but they're like, look, we're the party of anti-racism so that we can just do this big giant racism and everyone will ignore it.
Right. PC for $10 says, if DEI hiring is good, why does the left care whether Kamala is a DEI hire? They should just explain that P plus P equals R and we need DEI so the POTUS reflects U.S. diversity. Yeah, it's because all this shit is unpopular in America when it's clearly displayed, and they all know it. So they kind of have to hide it and do all this fucking word games and gaslighting on people. So
yeah, it's a competency question, obviously.
Right. But that would be an interesting, I would like to see conservatives, obviously I don't think Trump and Vance should be trying to talk about this, but it'd be interesting to see conservative talking heads if posed this question, I guess even if Trump has posed this question, to just say, well, why is it a bad thing? I thought you're in favor of DEI. Why is it bad that it's a DEI higher then? I'd be very curious to see kind of what the left's response to all that would be. Equishadox for $2 says, Kamalillionaire. They see me cackling, they heckling. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Like a comma.
Like she's a millionaire. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a millionaire. Abe BC for $2 says counterfeit Kamala. I think no, it doesn't quite have this, because people think of like money when you say counterfeit.
Right.
So I'm not sure it has like the connotation you exactly want. Live in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, I'm a man without conviction on the comma chameleon thing. It comes and it goes. There you go.
Right. Yeah. Look, it's so fitting.
It is. Listen, it's growing on me. It's growing on me. Let's talk about prepping for $2 says, comma llama, mama llama, mama llama, comma chameleon. Thank you. Dr. Diddler for 28 months. Thank you so much, Dr. Diddler for 28 months says, I heard you mention Sammy G, and I'd like to remind everyone that she breaks into houses at night to steal socks and eats them like a little goblin. Mm-hmm. Wow. Dr. Diddler coming out hard against Sammy G. Look at that. Is that true, Sammy? Is this a true statement? Sammy G responded for $2 saying, kick Dr. Diddler. Look at this. Sammy G is trying to silence Dr. Diddler. Wow. Can't debate on the point, Sammy. Has to use authoritarian measures to try to silence your opposition. Okay. I see how it is. Stug for $5 says, the Haktua tribe's original chief was called Miss Chokson Dick. There you go. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, Dev had a video on the tribe who invented doggy style. There it is.
Did he really?
Impressive. I don't think anyone has that information. M8566 for $5 says, if Kamala blew her way to the top, is that still meritocracy? I mean, it's meritocracy of a sort. Right?
Is it?
Maybe not the meritocracy you want to get to the role that you would have, but you've got some form of merit there.
Are you saying she has some competency?
That's what I was saying, yes.
I don't think this is a good electoral strategy here.
Okay, probably not. Liz in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, suburban is a weird way to say wine aunt. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Suburban. Clever. Mm-hmm. Gavatron for 279 Canadian says, I'm pretty sure Nancy Reagan was of the Haktua tribe. Wow. Terrible.
Was she?
Terrible.
Everyone's doing it, though. We started a meme, Sitch.
I know, it's good. It's a good one. M8566 for $5 says, seriously, why does each side sexualize their opponents? Is it because sex is taboo in America, so it's a way to portray them as a bad person? Probably. Stug for $4 says, I apologize in advance for the following super chat. Kamala Sutra. That's terrible. Thank you, Stug.
Kamala Sutra.
Terrible. Drew the Dogman for $5 says the U.S. pushes DEI hard. Sitch, do you think that contributed to the massive incompetence displayed on July 13th? A-Team reigns supreme. Terrible.
That's it? That's all you got?
That's all I got.
That's the most competent you can read that super chat?
That is, yeah.
What was July 13th? What happened then?
That's when the guy tried to shoot Trump.
Oh, yeah.
No, well, we don't know, actually. We don't know. We have no clue yet who exactly planned and allowed everything to sort of go down the way it went. No clue. Don't know who that person was. Obviously, the head was a lady, but I'm assuming she didn't personally plan. She didn't seem to personally plan that operation or anything. The security detail, I should say. So there was actually, there was a statement that I saw and I went, what the fuck? And then I watched the whole thing and I said, oh, I don't know if you saw it. There was a clip people were playing that seemed super weird. The Secret Service guy, the new Secret Service guy, the acting head of Secret Service, he said that this was the first time Trump had Secret Service counter sniper detail. Did you see this?
No. Interesting.
Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm thinking that's super weird. Was it because of the Iran threat? Obviously, that's going to help like cultivate conspiracy charges. But then I watched the whole the whole thing. It's like an hour, and he clarified later. Someone asked a follow-up question, and he said Trump had counter snipers at all his other events. They just weren't Secret Service counter snipers. He had like the police counter snipers. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
So that's kind of an important distinction. So
that is a big important point.
Right. And I think, oh, okay, well, it's probably because of the Iran situation that they specifically wanted like Secret Service counter snipers. I'd imagine they didn't actually say that, but so I watched the Brett Weinstein thing. You watched it too.
Yeah.
And so the guy who was on there, he has a claim that there was 3 shooters. Okay, 3 shooters, right. Not just one. Now, the second shooter claim is entirely dependent on one thing. Okay. There's a person, if you look at the video, I don't really care about bringing it up because I just want to not spend a lot of time on this, but there's a person in the video who, when the first shot is fired, it is interesting. You can see where the shot like lands. You can see kind of like a puff of smoke where the shot lands from the first shot was fired.
Yeah, it hits like a metal railing.
Yeah, and I don't remember if it was the first or second shot where one of the guys gets shot. Not the guy who dies, but someone behind Trump gets shot, or in that line of fire gets shot.
Yep.
And the guy who was on Brett's channel, who's kind of talking about this, he points out how in the back row, there's like 2 things you can see. There's a person who seems to, on like the left side of the frame, kind of like falls as soon as the shot's fired. There's a woman in the middle, and it looks like her shirt or purse or something like flutters as if it got hit by the bullet. And then you see at the far right end, you see the bullet like hit the railing, and you see like the puff of smoke. And so based on that, the guy is saying, okay, well, that looks like you can see one bullet has like traversed the entire back row. And then if you look at a diagram of where this is, you would see that if a bullet did in fact traverse the back row, it couldn't have been fired from Crooks's position. It had to be fired like from the woods somewhere. Okay. And I said, oh, well, that's very interesting. and it's kind of like a shitty, grainy footage because it's like super zoomed in. And I saw someone had actually got a better high quality version. And you can see that the woman in the middle, she just moves her shirt. It only looks like that because of the shitty quality. She just moves her arm or something. So that's kind of knocked out. So the only question to me regarding the second shooter theory is that guy on the left who appears to fall when the bullets or when the first shot goes off. It should be fairly straightforward for someone to either identify that guy or to see if he went to the hospital.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, they have a list of people who were shot.
Right. And that's what's weird to me is because like we know the three people that were shot. This would be a fourth person, and it would be kind of a weird and I think difficult thing to cover up if someone got shot. And that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for him to be like, oh, well, we know who this guy is, and here he went to the hospital. But that never occurred.
Right.
And so I'm like, okay, like the entire case of the second shooter is entirely dependent on whether this one guy was shot or not. And so I was just waiting for someone to either prove or disprove that. There was someone who had a video where they say, if you squint super hard, you can see that guy stand up and wasn't shot, but it was like so far away, I couldn't see it. So I don't know. But then, so I was like, okay, well, like this is kind of, I guess, hinges on whether this guy was shot or not. And then, but it was kind of weird because if you look at the line of the bullet trajectory, that person, if there was this quote second shooter from the forest, they were 100% not shooting at Trump.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, well, Trump isn't even in that line of sight.
Right. He's nowhere.
Like, what are they shooting at?
Right. And so the guy on Brett's channel had this theory that he was shooting at the counter sniper because he was trying to take the counter sniper out. And I thought this made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Yeah. Because if this is like an operation from the government or from a foreign actor, they don't give up. They're not taking out counter snipers. They're just going to try to shoot Trump and then be out of there quickly. They're not going to like waste time trying to shoot counter snipers or anything to that effect. And then also, and Brett brought this up, this kind of this guy's theory kind of goes against the entire deep state theory too, because the entire deep state theory or conspiracy theory is supposed to be that Crooks is a patsy who is like some, government sniper or some foreign actor is going to try to shoot Trump and then blame it on Crooks. If you have a second sniper from some other position taking out counter snipers, that completely destroys that whole theory. That proves that there's more than one shooter.
Yeah, and he kept saying, I'm not formulating theories. We're not at the theory stage yet. I'm just looking at the video evidence and stuff like that.
Well, I give that guy credit because he's just looking at what he thinks is evidence. I mean, I disagree with him because I think it's all, if you could find that guy and say, look, here's medical records, he's hospitalized, then you have a theory, right? Until then you're like, okay, that guy could have just fallen because he heard a gunshot,
Yeah.
Or dropped down.
I mean, you gotta put together a theory and then kind of try to disprove that theory.
Right. Well, that's what he'd have to find. But so that it's interesting that I was seeing people who do believe in sort of like the government or foreign actor conspiracy pointing to him when his whole theory kind of disproves their theory. So
right.
And then he kind of talked about he thinks there's a third shooter, and that made no sense to me whatsoever. He thought there was a third shooter on the water tower, and this is kind of based on really shitty eyewitness testimony and some kind of like weird like visual anomaly that I'm sure everyone saw on the water tower that didn't make any sense whatsoever. And it seemed to be predicated on two things that made no sense. The first was that, we all saw that like wireframe animation of like Trump turning his head and then the bullet, hitting his ear instead of his head, right? We've all seen that like a million times. And he kept claiming that from Crooks's position that didn't make sense. And I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It makes perfect sense. Did you I don't understand what he's talking about. Like it's weird because everyone has talked about him turning his head so the bullet misses him. Everyone understands it. Does he think every single person that's talked, like literally millions of people that have talked about this are all missing some like key conceptual fact about how he turned his head, how him turning his head made the bullet miss? I don't understand what he was even talking about. It's
yeah,
like
he's gotta believe that, even though it's crazy.
I don't know. It may not, because like if Trump is facing forward, his head is positioned one way, the bullet would hit him in the back of the head and kill him. If Trump turns his head to the right, the bullet now, instead of hitting him in the back of the head, now hits his ear. Like you can just hold your finger up to your own ear and turn your head and see how that would work. Like I don't literally understand what the fuck he was talking about.
Yeah.
And then it got even weirder because he like made this, and this completely like really, I don't know anything about this guy whatsoever. Apparently he's done some work with the Las Vegas shooting. I don't know anything about that situation, but he made this statement that I think completely destroyed his credibility, which was that he claimed that he thought Trump was like sending him a secret message. I don't know if you heard that part. He was talking about how like he thought Trump was sending him personally a secret message at the RNC when he talked about like his head moving, saving his life. I'm just like, oh my God, what the fuck? This was like schizophrenic. Like, I don't know what the fuck's happening. Like, what the fuck? He totally destroyed his credibility in my eyes.
And of course, Brett believed all of this, right?
Well, no, I mean, Brett was, I don't know. He was kind of all over the place.
Brett was really?
So,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
He's kind of
I thought
skeptical
Brett
about
was,
some of it. He was skeptical about some of it. He was less skeptical about other elements of it. So,
oh, okay. I mean, I thought Brett was pretty much telling him this is crazy. So,
well, it seemed like Brett was more along the line of like, Crooks Patsy potential deep state thing. And if that's the case, that theory doesn't align with anything this guy's saying whatsoever.
Right.
And also kind of the problem is like, okay, if you have someone trying to shoot the counter snipers, like, it'd be more like, because the guy's theory was that it was like kids thinking it's like a Call of Duty situation. But if that was the case, why would they cover up that there was more than one shooter? That wouldn't make any sense at that point. If it's just like, if the second shooter or third shooter are just like random kids, there's no reason to cover that up. So,
yeah.
Oh, and there's also, and I don't know if it's true, but someone had created a 3D model. I don't know if it was based on Google Maps or something, of the water tower in the stage. And if this is true, it kind of destroys the theory too, because they claim that from this visual representation, there's like a big screen. I don't know if it was the screen that Trump was looking at, but there's a big screen. It's like completely blocks the line of sight from the water tower. So even if someone was on the water tower, they wouldn't be able to see where Trump was because he was blocked by the screen. So,
wow. Silly.
Anyway, yeah. So the whole thing kind of was silly, but
yeah, it was based on the testimony of the one lady on film or something. When I was thinking,
trash. Yeah.
Look, if you're there and you hear a sniper shot and you look around and see the water tower is obviously the highest point, like you just guess,
right? Yeah,
you'd be like, oh, he's probably up on that water tower there.
Right.
Half a dozen people in there probably said the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, some guy's shooting from the water tower.
Oh, and also another thing that came out of the Secret Service press conference is he said that the Secret Service counter snipers had no direct line of communication with the police. Because I know we talked about that, and other people had even suggested that they thought that was a thing. Like, oh, there's like a universal channel on the walkie-talkie. He was saying that wasn't a thing. That they didn't have anything like that. They had to all go through some kind of weird channel, which to me is retarded and just sounds like total incompetence. So
they had to call voicemail and leave a message.
There you go. So, but yeah, obviously this was like horrendously. Secret Service totally dropped the ball on this one. Okay. But still, it does seem like bullshit to me, because even though this acting Secret Service director is better than the former one, I can't imagine it takes this long to figure out who planned this operation, how they planned it, why they planned it, and whether it was up to Secret Service like standards. Like that shouldn't take that long, unless that person is just like fucking like saying, I'm not, talk to my lawyer, right? Unless it's just something like that situation. Like, how could it take that long to find this information out?
What if they're a DEI hire?
There you go.
They're just trying to cover it up.
Right. Because you just say, like, who fucking authorized this plan? Get them in my office, sit down, explain to me what happened. And if they try to stonewall you, say, I'm going to fucking fire you and blame everything on you unless you open your fucking mouth, you piece of shit. Right. You got to be a little hard with these fucking people.
Yeah.
So
pull out your pistol and you put it to their temple.
Right. There you go. So obviously there's some sort of massive scrounging around and finger pointing going on in the Secret Service. Everyone's trying to, find out who to dump the blame on and all this stuff. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, what if we put a randomized option on the ballot? When chosen, POTUS would be selected by a probable fair lottery. Force parties choose better nominees.
Ooh, that's an interesting perspective.
I like it.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
0 for $5 says, I think it's absurd to think that if Trump rolled over that he would win. I think if he had done that, he would look weak and not even win the primary. I don't remember that. Rolled over on what?
On the not attacking Kamala on her ethnic identity and stuff.
Well, that doesn't make sense because that wasn't an issue during the primary. Because people thought Biden was running.
True.
Okay. I don't remember those in reference to. J-Mac, thanks so much, our circuit father. Daddy J-Mac for $20 says, silly little anecdote, but I personally knew 3 different black guys that did not like Obama during his 2008 run and were registered Republicans, yet still voted for him. One of them told my dad and said, I can't let a brother down. Wow.
Wow. There you go.
There you go.
But would they have voted for him if he was incompetent? I would argue no.
Probably.
They probably would have won.
Not, yeah.
They're like, I can't let a brother who looks good and makes my race look good down. Right. But if he's like a moron, they're like, fuck that guy. Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says, race card NFTs or more like Race the Gathering. Pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Neocon Sitch for $10 says, Kamala can't list policies because she's now against every policy she was for. The minute one goes up, aside from abortion, she'll get crushed from both sides and she's done. Yeah.
Well, you can't run a campaign like that, though. Sooner or later,
well, not forever,
some
right?
Policies.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Right. Eventually. Let's talk about prepping for $5 says, multiple laws restrict trains and boats and make long-haul truck necessary. Jobs programs. Think of all the harms caused by long haul. It's insane. Definitely.
True.
Totally insane.
We can fix it, though. We just need to elect Kamala Harris, President of the United States. She's on this.
She's on it. She's on it.
Yeah, why can't she just make this a policy, Sitch? It's painless.
I'm kind of shocked Trump hasn't. And you're right. I think the only reason Trump hasn't is because no one's whispered into his ear. Because
as soon as they do, he's like all over it.
Though I don't know, maybe he wouldn't want to annoy truckers or something. But
he's like, the deep state wants to keep us off the rivers.
The government regulations, they're making all our food so much more expensive for no reason.
It's insane.
It's all bullshit. It's insane. Got to do something about it. First day in office, I'm going to be a dictator. I'm going to get rid of this law. Okay. Just for one day.
Own ship. I'm gonna
have my own
ship.
I have my own ship. Okay. The SS Trump. It's a very good ship. Very classy ship. Oshacy for $2 says Coleman Hughes has said he is not on the right. Well, there you go. That's what I thought.
Oh, really?
Unless he changed
I could have sworn I've heard him say he's a conservative. I've seen Coleman Hughes on cable news from time to time now.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving up. They're like, look at this.
Because he's great.
Yeah, because he's
well,
smart.
he had a book come out, so it's probably he's going around doing the book circuit.
Yep.
Puck971 for $10 says, I have a very mixed race extended family, and the white faction of my family are always aghast when the Indian side calls Kamala a DI hire. Asian moms know BS when they see it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, nobody's hiring Indians for DEI, right? They're all like, these people are smart as fuck.
Well, it's funny because I believe I saw a chart that did like economic breakdowns by ethnicity, and I believe that Indians, like South Asian Indians, are the richest by their demographic in the country,
right,
over white people by like a substantial margin. And then I think even like Chinese and Japanese were above white Americans too. So none of this stuff gets talked about in the supposed white supremacy that we live in, where we all have this magical white privilege.
Well, look, and all those Indians are embracing whiteness, all their hard work and being on time and dedication, and
must be it.
That's whiteness, right?
Yep. WTF 1A1A for $5 says, always been about race, even when the Democrats fought as the South. Wow, there you go.
Sad.
Don't really want to get into the whole switching thing, but Buckethead for 10 months says, I'm writing in RFK's brainworm specifically. I like it.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for you.
As long as you're a voter.
Adamus for $5 says, apparently some Russian boxer just got attacked in Russia and got his eye taken out by his attackers. What?
Ouch.
That's crazy. Okay. Wow. Like on the street or something? Like what would you or like in a boxing match? I don't understand. Drew the Dogman, thanks so much for the 20 months. Says, I love blood sports. I think you should debate Andrew Wilson on Christian ethics versus your weak liberal moral system. Thanks for engaging with us righties. I'm going to take a hard pass on that one.
Come on, Sitch. I want to see you debate Andrew Wilson on
every debate I've seen Andrew Wilson in is so obnoxious. It's such an obnoxious way.
You would have to put up with a lot of.
You
would have to put up with a lot of smug condensation. That's for sure.
Condensation, yes.
I mean, not condensation.
It's like just a lot of smugness condensing all over the conversation.
Condescension. There we go.
Thank you.
Look, it's late.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
That is pretty funny.
That is funny.
There would be a lot of.
Right.
Now I'm going to do it again. Condescension would be.
Condescension, yes.
Condescension would be condensating all over the.
Well, it's not the
all over this debate.
It's not the smugness, even though smugness is annoying. It's literally when I heard him talk to Destiny, when I was hearing him talk to Dave Smith, I heard him talk to someone else, and it's just literally the most elitist form of debate tactics that it's like what that's just so stupid. What is it? There's no point in the conversation unless you're like, what are we in, like a college debate club or something?
Right. Where they march out and they try to say their words so fast nobody understands what they're saying.
Right.
Like persuasion is not even part of the equation.
Right. It's like, what is the fuck is this? Like, okay.
Yeah.
That nobody guy for $20 says, thank you. Says, Destiny's gaslighting. The majority of institutions have either been captured or heavily influenced by the progressive woke left. You'll find more open communists than open conservatives in academia, media, business, etc. That's probably true, even though that's terrifying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in academia, I would 100% agree with that. Can you hear me? It says my internet's unstable.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Okay.
What was that?
I don't know. Just said it.
At least the audio sounds great. Who cares if the...
Okay. But yeah, and it's interesting because Destiny's acknowledged this in the past about how like the left has definitely captured the mainstream. But lives in Deswell for $2 says, quote, don't ever talk to me or my wall livers again. There you go. Thank you. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, you could say, Sitch, Trump had the fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Thank you, Metalworks. I appreciate it. Much love.
Yep.
Adam missed my Linkin Park reference.
Yeah, look, nobody likes Linkin Park. Get over it.
What? Everyone likes Linkin Park.
No.
You're fucking savage.
One hit wonders, and nobody even remembers what that one hit is.
Chat, I need like a wall of booze on this terrible fucking take here. Look at this guy. Linkin Park one-hit wonders.
Who likes Linkin Park?
Everyone likes Linkin Park, except for people with no souls.
Linkin Park. Let me see what these losers look like.
Oh my God. Look at this. This is terrible. Look at this shit.
Linkin Park.
Linkin Park is based. Okay.
Oh my God. Search Linkin Park and it's
I know
like,
what they look like. I know you're gonna make fun of them.
No, it literally brought up Linkin Park. Like the Linkin Park.
It's Lincoln, like Linkin. Linkin Park. Not Lincoln Park.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at all the boos in chat. Except for I'm so disappointed in you. Wow, look at this. Hating on Linkin Park. Terrible.
Linkin Park, huh?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Look at this. And Shadox. Oh my God. Look at the betrayals here. Most of you guys are saying boo, so I appreciate that.
No, I see like 2 boos. I see 2 boos and a bunch of Linkin Park or a bunch of leftists. Crazy
Nobody said
people.
that. What the fuck are you talking? Okay. Linkin Park.
Linkin Park leftist.
Great.
Leftist tweets. Let's see what it's time to do a little internet research here. Who's Mike Shinoda?
I don't know. Like one of the singers. I don't know the people's names.
Linkin Park did not and does not endorse Trump nor authorize his organization to use our music. A cease and desist will be issued from the official Linkin Park. Oh no. New poll up here. Sitch is, oh no. Sitch never does polls. Look at this. Like, Linkin Park. Great based music. Or no, I hate them because I have no soul.
There you go.
Sitch, do you understand how capital letters work?
No.
Okay. You're pulling a full Trump here.
I'm pulling a Trump. That was intentional.
Random capital letters.
I was trying to get, the full Trump effect here.
Okay.
So
as long as it's the full Trump effect and not
right.
not the half-ass Trump effect.
Look at that. Linkin Park 75% based. Okay.
75% based. Let me bring up this tweet here.
No, look at this. Listen, no one, that's fine. No, none of the politicians should be ever using Linkin Park's music without their permission. Okay.
Oh, look at this. I'm sure Trump was using it transformatively. Okay.
Oh, I'm sure he was not.
I'm sure he threw some Make America Great ins.
How
do you feel about this Linkin Park coming out and denouncing Trump, our greatest president since Abraham Lincoln? How do you feel about that?
I mean, again, shouldn't be using the music without his permission. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Oh my God. What is this?
Get that out of there. Look at this bias. I'm trying to bias. Okay. Look at all the soulless demons in chat that don't like Linkin Park. Sad.
Here's an entire essay about Linkin Park's low effort lyrics.
Wow. Look at this.
God, the internet is a great place.
Look at Sammy G throwing shade at Weird Al too. My God.
Oh my God.
Disgusting. Awful.
Look at Sammy G knows. Women know to stay away from guys who like Weird Al Yankovic. They know. They know this is going to come back to bite them.
They'd be like, they want you to come over to my house to listen to my Weird Al records.
Yeah.
Like white and nerdy.
Exactly.
Linkin Park is a national treasure and Weird Al is a national treasure. Okay. Weird Al is the GOAT. Yes. How can anyone hate Weird Al? Scary.
Oh, Twitter removes Trump retweet video after Linkin Park complains of unauthorized use of their music. Look
at this.
How dare you? How dare
Because
you?
they had a bunch of lefties attacking them for it. They're like,
How
oh,
dare
Linkin
you
Park
meme?
used
Oh, and they just
your
folded.
music at
They
some
folded like a used card table.
thing. Listen, did Trump ask for permission? There you go. Capitalism. Stop it.
I just look. It's a meme already. It's
There you
just
go. Stug says Weird Al is based, and everyone who says otherwise is coping. Very true.
It's a silly meme.
No, Linkin Park's
And
based.
Linkin Park has to go all fucking Karen.
Oh my God. You take that back, Hidden Squid. Hidden Squid said Linkin Park is Destiny in band form. That is, oh my God, you bastard.
Oh my
you
God.
Fucking bastard. How dare you?
Look at that. That was a headshot, Sitch. He just
Oh my God. That is just disgusting. You take that back. How dare you?
Yeah. That was massive. Thank you for that.
I've never been a huge Green Day fan.
Yeah, Green Day is way overrated too.
I think they're a little overrated. They had a couple like songs that are real popular. Sure, you know, they were good when I was an angsty teen, but that's about it.
Wow.
Fuck Nickelback. Linkin Park forever. Jeez. I grew up watching Linkin Park AMVs. Get out of here.
I thought Linkin Park and Nickelback, they toured together, didn't they?
I don't know.
Didn't Linkin Park open up for Nickelback?
I don't know. I have no clue.
I think they did.
Okay. Good for them. But fuck Nickelback. CT for 2 Canadian. Thank you, CT. Says Sitch loves Cheez-Its. See, he has a shirt. Look at the slander. Total slander. Yeah, exactly. Remember those dope Linkin Park Dragon Ball Z AMVs? That was a shit.
Oh,
How dare you, Dr. Diller? How dare you say such
now Dr.
slanderous
Diller's coming
things
after you?
Linkin Park AMVs were a blessing, okay, on YouTube. Jesus, I'm so old. Listen, this is how old I am. When I was originally watching, okay, these Linkin Park anime music videos. They were not on YouTube, Adam, because YouTube wasn't a thing.
YouTube didn't exist yet.
No. You know where you would see this shit? You see this on like Kazaa.
Oh my God.
Or LimeWire. You had to like fucking download it directly from some asshole's P2P like fucking computers and shit.
Are you telling me you wired Linkin Park?
I LimeWired every fucking Linkin Park Dragon Ball Z AMV music video I could find. Okay.
This just became the most cringe stream on the internet.
And you fucking kids now with your Linkin Park Naruto AMVs on YouTube, you don't know what it was like. All right.
Oh my God. He's going to do the thing.
Jeez. I had it tough. I had it real tough. Yeah, exactly. Linkin Park AMVs in 240p. Oh, beautiful. Seeing that terrible quality shit. Anyways.
Sitch, I got another video for us to watch real quick.
We're not watching this fucking video.
Come on.
Out of here.
Come on.
Why do you do this to me?
There's some interesting arguments here. I need to do some internet research here.
There's a whole guy that made a response video to this. It was like a historian. So
did he really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why did you even think to bring this up like randomly?
Because people keep tweeting it at me incessantly.
Who the fuck is tweeting this at you?
They're like, "Oh my God, you have to educate yourself, Adam."
Ooh.
Abraham Lincoln was a dictator.
Name this person. Shame this person.
Spector Loomis. Juke.
I don't know who this person is, but they need to stop it. Okay.
Well, he follows me, so
stop
and
it.
He's got an anime avatar, which is never good. Always makes me think straight out of Moscow.
Look at this. You got Dragon Ball Z, Linkin Park, AMV, to Numb, Okay, uploaded November 1st, 2009. It's got 8 million views. Right? And it's got that quality, that shit quality that it had when it first existed.
2009 quality.
Yeah. No, it's got like that 2005 quality. Okay. For what this was probably created.
It's like 340p.
Yeah. If even. So look at this. You got, oh man, just type in Dragon Ball Linkin Park. Oh, it's great.
Oh, we can't bring it up though, because
I know we can't, because
these Linkin Park weirdos are so litigious. They can't even handle fair use. These cucks.
There's one from Linkin Park Faint from 2006. Look at this. 3 million views. Great stuff. Anyways.
Yes.
Continue. Get that shit off my
screen. It's so weird.
Jonathan Rosler for 23 months. Thanks so much. Says, hey guys, I just want to stop by and say that revenge politics is the most toxic form of politics for democracies. True.
Revenge politics? Hell yeah. Ugh.
Right.
Make it stop, Sitch. Make it stop.
Listen, Deswell specifically for $2 says, hammer bad for data wiping. Use DBAN. Well, there you go.
DBAN.
Derek's boot and nuke. Real? I mean, if I smash like a chip up, someone really gonna like glue it together and get some information out of it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You have to flush it down the toilet.
There you go. I don't think that's good for your pipes.
Can you imagine?
I think that's good for your pipes.
Dad, there's like a whole computer stuck down here. But I broke it up, son.
That's terrible.
During this election, you've heard.
Why are you doing this, Sitch?
I want the yogis. I want the flying yogis.
Oh man.
Okay.
Come on.
At the flying yogis, all right.
Just looking. You've got the stream up, huh?
Of course I got the stream up. I'm reading the super
You all know
chats.
the top-hatted caricature of honest.
We're not
During this election, you've heard a lot about yoga.
You're watching
During
the
this
yogis.
election, you've heard a lot about.
Look at that
During
guy.
this election, you've heard a lot about Abraham Lincoln being a dictator in the South.
Right.
I discovered that there's this cognitive dissonance with Trump saying that he's the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people. There's a lot of Trump supporters.
See.
Yeah.
You're like, but wait a minute, Abraham Lincoln was evil.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, wait a second. But it turns out they're supporters of Trump because Trump is a dictator. So, no, that's obviously not the case.
Okay.
They're big mad about Lincoln being a dictator.
Just like Trump? Oh, wait. Whoops.
Yeah.
Okay. Dale Must for $5 says, look up Clinton's involved in the Arkansas murders that are attributed to them back in the day. There you go. There it is.
Whitewater, right? Is that what it is? A real estate deal gone bad. Hillary Clinton had to clean out.
99 IQ, near perfect score for $5 says Elon posted the fourth Seculon?
No way. Seculum. What?
The hard times meme. Does your voice go unheard, Adam? Anyways, S-Class and A-Team together forever.
Well, look, I am always right in the long run. So inevitably, I'm always proven correct. Yeah, so this Seculum thing, it's a long game. I mean, it's 2033 is a ways off. So I got 9 years. But you can guarantee when 2033 rolls around and the Seculum is over, I'm going to be right here waving my finger at Sitch going, I told you so.
What if
That's
nothing
like
happened?
my favorite thing to do. What if nothing happens? Oh,
yeah.
Eat your, how dare you? How dare you?
Okay. If nothing happens, I'm going to play Linkin Park's In the End.
Right.
And you're gonna have to we're just have to sit through the whole thing.
Mr. Donald Trump is not running for president. Let's talk about nothing happening.
Well, I'll make an AMV of Donald Trump, okay, to Lincoln Park. We'll just sit there the whole thing.
Mr. Joe Biden is staying in this race.
I never said that. Literally bet against that.
I know.
Fuck you.
Okay. You got that one right.
There you go. J Mac, our second 5, thanks so much for $20. Says, "Oh hey, that's my ship." There you go.
I already read that one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
But that's
Adam
okay.
Unfriended for 19 months says, "Elect Bluntyfly for president. A vote for Bluntyfly means a year of free blunts and snacks. S class is best class."
True. Vote for an authentically black candidate.
There you go. PSA Sitch. Wait,
no, Bluntyfly.
J-Mac, our second far for $5. Thank you so much. Says Adam, check your DMs. I sent you a tiny sample of some of the ships No Man's Sky has, including living ships, all which look different in the cockpit in VR.
You looking? I didn't even see your super chat, but I already brought up all the ships. Yeah, they're badass.
Nice. Very cool.
Amazing. I'm gonna play this game as soon as I mail the last comic package.
Caleb for $10 says, Kamala did come out in strong terms against Hamas supporters during the Netanyahu speech. Left has some weird woke shit, but at least we have internal discourse where the right is stuck on their knees for Trump. Well, I'm glad that I think I did see that. I did see Kamala kind of come out against the Hamas supporters.
Good.
So that was good for her.
But didn't she not want to meet with Netanyahu? Didn't she say, "I'm not going to meet with Netanyahu"?
Did she? I thought she did meet with him. Am I crazy? I don't know.
No, I thought she said she wasn't going to meet with him because he's a bad man for what he's doing in Gaza.
Stupid. She's gonna have to. She's gonna fucking run for president. What does that mean?
She's like, I will. There's no way I'm going to meet with that bad man. Let me look. Kamala Netanyahu.
She had a meeting with him like a week ago.
Oh, she did?
I think. It says VP Harris following Netanyahu
silent
meeting.
on God. Oh, Harris pushes Netanyahu to ease suffering in Gaza. Oh,
you just made up fake news, Adam. There's a picture of him, of her shaking his hand.
Well, look, someone's got to do the disinformation on the show. You won't do it.
That's true.
Harris pushes Netanyahu to ease suffering in Gaza. Okay.
There you go.
Netanyahu irked by critical Harris comments. Oh, I like that. He's mad.
Excuse me.
Harris threads the needle on Gaza after meeting Netanyahu. Harris steps out on Israel as she navigates Biden and whatever. I don't know, cuts off.
Hennessy for 28 months says, late to the party, guys. Busy enjoying the tropical depression. How was the rain, Sitch? Also, you've never wanted a British racing green. A team equals best.
Look at that.
There was, first of all, horrible. There was some storm.
No.
That, like, I think it was like a low grade Cat 1, and then it got downgraded to storm or depression or something before it hit Florida. So, I mean, where I am at is just like some mild rain. So, I mean, not wherever it made any sort of, I think it went like way up north around the Panhandle or something. So, Lives and Devs specifically for $5 says, definitely add Adam playing games to second channel content. Make him play Faith, the Unholy Trinity with the lights off. Ooh.
That'd be fun. Trying to scare me.
I want to make Adam play Papers, Please, and just be awful at reading.
Don't. I like that Portal game. That was fun.
There you go. Stug for $2 says, base Sitch rage over a Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Well, thank you, Stug.
Hell yeah.
Cocoa Beans for $5 says, glad you guys like the yoga flying. Shout out to Found Footage Fest, who has hundreds of weird VHS tapes. Awesome rabbit hole to go down. Yeah, it does look like fun. Does look like fun.
I love the internet.
Fondue for $5 says, my Rorschach mask has a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse. That's funny. Fondue for $5 says, the Destiny Wilson debate is interesting to me because Andrew was blacklisted by Destiny and he said he wouldn't talk to him for it even if taken off of it. So why did he talk to him?
Was this after the debate or before the debate?
I'm assuming it was before the debate.
Did he blacklist him after this horrible debate? Maybe he blacklisted him afterwards.
Okay. Lithuanian Hussars for 14 months. Thank you. Says this message is made possible by the JMAC Fund. Did you hear that a new rock, paper, scissors dropped? It's called Bear Cub RFK Jr. Brainworms.
Wow.
I had not heard that. No.
So the Bear Cub beats RFK Jr. and the Brainworms beats. Oh no, the Brainworms beat RFK Jr.
Right.
RFK Jr. beats the Bear Cub.
Bear Cub beats the Brainworms.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, there was some weird clip of RFK Jr. talking about like hitting a bear or something. I didn't know what the fuck. I didn't watch it, so I don't know what's going on.
Wow. Okay.
There's something about like hitting a bear with his car and like he wanted to use the bear meat or something. I don't know what's going on there, but someone
maybe
said
he'll
it was
win in November. That'll be fun.
People were saying that he was blacklisted before the debate, not after.
Okay. So he got unblacklisted for the debate.
Right. Uye Kilti Tesra for 5 Aussies says, any interest in reaching out to Brad Palumbo? Your last conversation was so interesting with his center-right journalist economics gay perspective on the topic.
Sure, I'd love to talk to Brad again. Specifically about MMT, because he needs to be brought to the light. He needs to be brought to heel.
Okay.
His economics takes are not based. I think he supports the gold standard.
J-Mac for $10 says, holy crap, I just found a second floating island planet. Okay, I actually believe the Sitch and Adams show luck is no longer a meme. You thought we were just memeing? You thought we were just memeing? It's true, baby. It's true.
Hey, you guys need to play the lottery. We're on a roll here.
There you go. I'm telling you, man, our luck, it just shoots out across the internet into your homes and into your brains.
Yep.
Wonton Tiger for 5 Canadians says, quote, Trump move like they do. I've never seen anyone move that fast. That Trump dodging the bullet.
Yeah.
So,
he did his Neo.
He did the Neo, yeah. Lucifer the Doorman for 2 Canadians says, will you guys do a House of Dragon or Overlord review? I will definitely do an Overlord review probably at some point.
I would love to do House of the Dragon. Sitch he's the big poopy pants on Hot D.
So write it up. Didn't you know? Like, it's weird. I thought this season has been really boring.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the fan base has turned on House of the Dragon.
Really?
I think so. Yeah. Well, at least the people I listen to.
Now?
So
it is. It is like there's overtones of wokeness definitely going on in House of the Dragon.
Oh, really? I didn't well, there's a weird
what do you mean?
Out of nowhere. There's like the out of nowhere lesbian thing. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, what's the wokeness?
Well, it's just obviously the oppressed rising up, gaining a special place. Those that will be last will be first.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about all the lowborns getting dragons and shit. What are you talking about? Look, they literally have a cripple get a dragon. Come on. You didn't catch that? That doesn't.
What are you talking about? Who's crippled that gets a dragon?
The one guy they're in the bar.
Is he crippled? Is he crippled?
Yeah, in the bar they talk about how he's got some sort of injury or something like that.
I thought he was just lying.
Oh, okay. I mean, he looks crippled to me.
Oh, okay.
Some kind of I don't know. Maybe
did he? I was so confused when he was in the dragon pit. Does he step in a dragon shit or like a dragon egg?
Yeah, I did. That was completely unclear.
I thought I was like, oh my god, did he step in a dragon egg? But I don't know. The dragon was fine with it. So
right, the dragon came over. Shit. Maybe he stepped on the dragon clitoris.
Ew.
The dragon came over and was like, "Oh, thank you."
Gross.
But that guy in the bar definitely says something about like his injury. He wouldn't be a good fit because he's like got some injury, or he's got like ADD, or he's had bouts of depression, or he's transgender or something.
I don't know. What anime do I recommend? I watched Dr. Stone recently. That was pretty good. Mob Psycho, obviously, I haven't seen it. There's something else I watched recently.
If the lowborn that gets the dragon turns out to be transgender, will you say that House of the Dragon has officially gone woke?
Obviously.
I mean, he looks like he could be a trans man.
I don't think he's trans.
Okay.
Stepped in the dragon, the Dragusi. It's disgusting.
Look, in all honesty, Sitch.
Yeah.
I don't think he's trans either.
Okay.
I'm just joking around.
Well, no, they had a situation where like
serious.
they had a bunch of dragons, which I thought the show wasn't even going to talk about. So I'm glad they did. They had a bunch of dragons with no dragon riders, and they had to find like Targaryen bastards essentially to ride them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, the bastard children are rising up. I mean, how is that not like a class?
They're not rising
inversion?
up. They're literally getting bastards to serve them. They're not like, if they're not going to turn against them, they're going to just serve them. And I'm assuming, I don't know if I guess if they'll turn against the Targaryens and try to do their own thing, then I'd agree with you. But
how is this not the class inversion though?
Well, actually, it's kind of interesting. It's sort of it's not, I don't want to say anti-woke. It's sort of, so in the book, which is like an accounting, there's a character who's not Targaryen, who I believe tames a dragon by just like feeding it and like kind of using their ingenuity.
Meritocracy?
Yeah. And it's like a random lady. And I think they cut her out of the show. So
it's like a woman.
You think they would have included that for like, if it was like a woke thing.
Yeah, that would have been good.
But no, it's just, I don't know. I think it's boring. It seems very clear to me that they're really stretching out like very little source material. Like this show should have been 2 seasons maximum. I think this 3 seasons is really pushing it. There's a lot of nothing that happens in these episodes.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair.
That scene with the random lesbian kiss scene, probably that was like just improvised by the actors. And they just let them keep it in. Yeah. Yes way. Isn't it like retarded?
They wanted to mac so bad.
Yeah, I was like, what?
They're like, just let us do this. It'll be great. We don't need an intimacy coordinator.
Right.
That's just weird.
Anyway.
That's not in the script.
Yeah.
I think that Star Wars girl was tweeting out like, this is lesbianism done right.
That shit was so stupid and out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck? Is this like first of all, I don't know why they keep filming these scenes with these 2 characters. Like these 2 characters, it's so weird putting Rhaenyra with that random, I guess because they both fucked Daemon. I don't know. I don't know why these characters are in all these scenes together talking about nothing.
It's because she's the lowborn, and Rhaenyra's working out her white privilege.
I don't know. It's terrible. Oh, I did watch. I binged the first season of Good Omens.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot. I don't know if you'd like it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Well, it's really good, except is a big exception. The second to last episode resolves the main conflict in a super anticlimactic way, in my opinion.
Oh, the worst.
I'm curious because it's based off a book. I'm curious if I feel like the book probably fleshes it out in a way that's better.
Right.
But it's still, I thought the first season was really good. I liked it a lot. It's got what's his name? Michael Sheen and David Tennant as one's like an angel, one is a demon. And it's if you like shows about angels and demons, if you like shows that it feels very much like Hitchhiker's Guide. Has a huge Hitchhiker's Guide like to it, where it's like kind of the bureaucracy of angels and demons and stuff, dealing with like the Antichrist coming. So,
that sounds interesting.
Yeah, no, it's very funny. It's a lot of fun. They're both very good in it.
And it's funny too. It's like a comedy.
Yeah, it's a comedy. It's like a comedy.
Okay. I love Ash versus Evil Dead. That show's hilarious. So
I haven't seen that, but
it's funny.
So I liked it a lot, but then I started watching the season 2, and it's just like so not good, so depressing. See this like massive decline. Off. Well, yeah. I mean, I heard that like the book is only like season 1, so season 2 is all like new material, I think, unless there's a second book or something. Even though it still said it was like written by Neil Gaiman, but it's just like there's a real huge decline. And it does seem to be like woke all of a sudden. The first season did not seem woke at all. Second season suddenly has like woke shit in it for no reason. I don't know. The whole thing's just massive decline in quality. It's pretty sad. But check out the first season. And it's kind of like a standalone thing. So you can just watch the first season and then pretend the second season doesn't exist.
And it's also, but it has an anticlimactic ending.
It does have a somewhat anticlimactic ending.
It's so easy to fix. Just start talking about your ending at the beginning of your writing process. It's like, why does it have to be anticlimactic?
Well, I'm assuming since it's based off a book that there's some kind of fleshed out thing that kind of in the context of the book probably is better, I would guess.
Right.
So
they just couldn't figure out how to make it work out cinematically.
Yes.
That's weird because if it's a TV show, they have the luxury of time. You're basically watching like a 12-hour movie or a 15-hour movie.
My guess is because like the overwhelming majority of the show focuses on the 2 angel characters.
Mm-hmm.
And so my only complaint is that that's the problem, that the majority of the show focuses on the angel and demon characters because they're the most fun, interesting characters. And yet the main conflict isn't really like they have a very minor impact on the resolution of the main conflict. I think that's the problem. So,
yeah.
Anyway, still worth a watch. Stug for $2 says, was Shinzo Abe involved in this theory at all? Yes, the ghost of Shinzo Abe was actually the 4th shooter. I'm sorry. The ghost of Shinzo Abe was actually the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stand that was deflecting the bullets away from Donald Trump's head and saved his life.
Right. Amazing.
Hippo-sized cat for $10 says, "Comma let you finish, but if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. I was going to send this with no space, but I thought that would be cruel. You're welcome." Well, thank you, Hippo-sized cat. I'm sorry, everyone. Shinzo Abe, okay? Shinzo Abe. Jeez. Listen, we're going to talk about Tifa and manga, all right? Tifa and manga. However you say it wrong. Damus for $10 says, yes, in a street fight, there's a video of the fight too, if you want me to send it to you so you can watch the eye removal. I do not want to watch it, but thank you. The Wooster for $2 says, global economy becoming unburdened by what has been. There you go. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, Linkin Park stopped being good when I was 14. Blasphemy. Terrible.
That's right. You grew up. You got mature tastes in art.
Okay.
Sitch is still
sure
listening to Linkin Park and Weird Al Yankovic.
Okay. And Eminem. Do you hear his new single?
Oh yeah, Eminem. That's another person with TDS.
Did you hear his new single?
No, I didn't.
He did a cover. He did like a remix cover of Abracadabra. It was pretty good.
Oh really?
Yeah,
it could be fun. We'll check it out.
Music video is very funny. Lives in Deswall. Oh, I heard the one. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, a Circuit Father. For $20 says, all joking aside, Adam, you should watch the music video of Breaking the Habit. It's honestly some breathtaking animation.
I looked it up. It does look pretty cool.
There you go.
I'll have to check it out. I'm scared to bring it up in the watch together because I've gotten in big trouble for And these Lincoln Park Karens, man, they're just, take your whole stream down for some video that came out 14 years ago.
Adam Unfriended for $2 says, "Okay, Boomer, keep listening to your Beatles, Adam." True. Look at that.
Beatles. I mean, I like new music. Come on, I listen to good stuff.
Okay.
I like Melanie Martinez shit.
Oh wow.
I like Purity Ring. Come on, Beatles. Fuck.
Stug for $2 says, "I hope someone makes My Hero Academia AMV just for the old times." I'm sure they have.
That'd be cool.
Stug for $2 says, "Excuse me, I meant for modern audiences." Oh god, that's funny.
Ooh,
don't do that. Supposedly, the author for My Hero Academia was like told to like not interact. Apparently, this is true with a lot of mangakas and anime people. They tell them not to interact with Americans on social media because they're all like woke and unhinged and terrible.
It's good advice.
Yeah. Lives in Dev's Wall, specifically for $2, says apparently albino black sheep is still up in nostalgia. Wow, there you go. It's good to know. Fondue for $2 says old man Sitch yells at the internet clouds.
Now that's true.
That is true. Lives in Dev's Wall, specifically for $2, says Dragon Force held up better than I thought it would. Hell yeah, dude. Dragon Force is based. You ever like Power Rock?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Rock and roll about like magic and elves and shit.
Oh yeah. I like Ronnie James Dio, so
I like Dragon Force. Satan Gray for $2 says, "Fuck y'all for making me listen to Jay-Z Linkin Park again." There you go. That's funny.
We didn't bring it up.
You want to read this next one?
Am I going to get in trouble for it?
I just want to see you do it.
The $5?
Yeah.
Sure. A to BC?
There you go. That's much better than me. Yeah. I guess as I said it. A to BC for $5.
A to BC for $5 says, "I like leaving super chats to hear Sitch try to pronounce my name."
There you go. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it.
Yeah.
CT for Canadian says, "Fun fact, my first YouTube channel, I made AMVs." Look at that. Super based. Ultra based.
Oh yeah. That's cool.
That is. I never made one. How sad. I should have. I really missed out. That would have been my time to shine.
Anime music videos.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, "Remember when you said you didn't want to cover videos with no protagonists? These are 3 horribly unlikable people." That's fair. Dr. Diller for another $2 says, "Prager and Pakman are partisan hacks and have blinders on. Destiny has shown some ability to pierce the veil, so I hold him to a higher standard. So when he behaves like a bigot to Republicans, he's a shithead, not ignorance." Wow, there you go. Dr. Diller for another $2 says, "My guess for this racial division was the Michael Brown shooting. It was the first time we got riots and straight up fabrications to spread division, like hands up, don't shoot. Race scripters found out they could spread lies." Yeah, the Michael Brown thing was pretty crazy and pretty unhinged.
Tearing America apart.
Yeah, and that all turned out to be totally fake. Dr. Different $2 says, "Honestly, bring back slut shaming. No matter which gender you are, if you're just sleeping around, it's usually a failing on your part." True. Look at that.
Slut shaming, huh? Wow.
Dr. Dealer for another $2. Thank you. Says, "Even if you think VPs are picked for DI reasons, arguing that instantly concedes the argument because that means Kamala is one too. L argument." Got him. Solid for $2 says, "I know a teacher who hates vouchers. She says they take money away from public schools, leaves them with only students from poor and traumatic backgrounds, and that only rich kids that already go to private school benefit." Yeah, it's an argument I've heard a lot too. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but I've heard that argument. CT for $2 says, you guys talk about not wanting to waste time with video games, and I'm over here charging up my PSP to put more Game Boy Advance games on it. Listen, we all got our hobbies. You guys pick fights on Twitter, glass houses. I mean, that is fair. It's probably a better use of your time. So
yeah, Twitter is a big time suck.
It is. And Dr. Diller for $2 says, enough time has passed. I'm claiming victory on calling the end of Vosh's career. He has remained laughable thanks to his widespread association of horsecock, and his influence seems to have shrunken significantly.
Is that what's going on? I mean, people don't ask us to cover Vosh at all. Like, nobody sends us videos of Vosh being crazy or debating someone. Like, it's complete radio silence on Vosh.
It's all over. It's all Jover.
Yeah.
It's all Hover for the horsecock.
I guess he was unmasked. Unbridled.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. CT for Not Too Canadian says, so I technically had a channel before both of you. Yeah, look at that. You sure did.
Did you?
You sure did.
Wow.
Unless you did you make secret music videos back in the day, Adam?
I mean, I threw some anime in the music video we did that has Vosh in it.
That's true.
Yeah, so.
But did you make back in the day though?
Back in the day?
Right.
I never made one of those.
Okay.
Specifically.
Unbridled by what has been.
Yeah.
That's great. Unbridled
by
what has been.
He wishes.
Oh my God.
He wishes.
Jesus. Anyways.
Somebody sent me a book suggestion. Now, I was going to get it, and I can't remember. It was some book on anti-white racism. And I listened to the...
Was it the DEI book?
I don't remember.
There was some guy
it's not kind specifically about DEI.
Interesting PragerU video. Some guy who used to work for Hasbro or something, and they made him go to some like insane DEI seminar, and he was black, and he was like, "This is fucking horrible." And he wrote a book about it.
I wish Audible had your search history, because I searched for it and listened to the sample, and I don't know. I can't find it, but whatever. Maybe I'll come across it again. But so is this it? Are we done? Is the show over already?
There's another book, Taboo: How Making Race Sacred Produced a Cultural Revolution.
Oh, is that one you want to read or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Taboo. Someone told you.
Yeah. If it's on Audible or something.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
different Taboo. When I searched it.
Yeah.
Where's my special thing?
Vanessa VK for 2 months. Or Vesna VK for 2 months. Thank you. Says, Biden most divisive president. Who's on the penny? They started a war when he got elected.
Oh no.
There you go.
No.
We're going back. It was Lincoln, baby. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, even if you've fallen asleep, you are the true heroes. You are the true fuel seekers. You are the true recipients of the blessing of luck that is generated from the Sitch and Adam show. And you, my dear friends, you are the true isekai protagonist. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. Bye-bye!